welcome to the Mana Traders coverage here. My name is Corey Baumeister. That's Ross Merriam, and we're going to be bringing you coverage here of Vintage this month. Ross, are you excited?
I am. Magic's oldest and most powerful format brought to the Mana Traders stage. Should be a very interesting day.
Yeah, we are going to be playing with a lot of power. We're going to be playing with absolutely busted cards. And bringing the Vintage series to the Mana Trader, or bringing Vintage to the Mana Trader series is always super fun. It's always fun to visit Legacy, all these really old formats that, maybe don't get enough light. But there's a lot of people that really love these formats. And so we really see specialists come out of these style of events to kind of take down these tournaments.
Yeah, and while Vintage, doesn't see much play in paper these days because of the lack of availability of a lot of these really old, powerful cards, they are available relatively cheaply on Magic Online.
Yes.
So these sorts of series are most people's gateways into the Vintage format, and it shows them something that is very different than Magic and almost any other format that we have.
Oh yeah, there's some stuff going on, and it's even cheaper online. If you get a Mana Traders loan subscription, so _Bash Bros in the chat if you want to learn about how to get a discount to do that if you see some of these vintage decks and you really want to start playing them. So what we're going to be doing today, we're going to be playing 7 rounds to start the tournament off. We're going to be cutting to the top 8. The top 8 will be played tomorrow at noon Eastern time. For anyone who isn't familiar with this Mana Trader series, the way you qualify for these events is a qualifier season where you have to accumulate X amount of wins versus Y amount of losses. Usually around 70% win rate. As you play more, your win rate can be a little bit less. But the main thing, do a little bit of winning in the qualifying season. You'll end up here on the weekend tournament having your matches commentated by a couple knuckleheads.
Well, at least one knucklehead.
Hey, don't be so hard on yourself, buddy. It's too early in the morning. So another person that we have here, we always have a bounty for the Mana Trader series. And this time we definitely did not disappoint. I think this is the best Magic player I know, at least,
Definitely up there.
Yeah, definitely up there for sure. And that's Eli Cassis, fresh off a 15th place finish at the World Championship. He was, Eli's kind of done it all when it comes to the game, racked up plenty of high finishes in the pro circuit, had a nice year this last year, took 2nd place at Worlds last year, top 16 here, has a pro tour top 8, has won a pro tour in the digital era as well. So, you name it, Eli's done it.
Yeah, just simply put, one of the best players in the world. Also a player who has been playing for a very long time. So more familiar with these vintage era cards than most players would be.
Exactly. He opened that in a booster probably 27 years ago. And some of those trophies behind me there were, on the back of Eli, me jumping on his back and be like, let's win, buddy. So yeah, really accomplished Magic player. Going to be a lot of fun to watch him. So we'll be checking out his deck a little bit later. Now let's get to the metagame before we jump into this tournament. We got about 7 minutes until players get going. But whoa, Ross, 26% mono white initiative. I think our favorite, category of deck. We just love it, don't we?
I mean, I'm a pretty big fan of the get them dead strategies.
Okay.
And that is what Mono White Initiative does, especially when you get to play things like Moxen and Black Lotus, power out these really powerful initiative creatures.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen these initiative decks in Legacy, and they've been incredibly powerful. What kind of, I'll save that. We're going to look at the list a little bit later, and we'll dive more into that. But next up, we got Blue Tinker. Ross, what are they tinkering for anyone that's new to this crazy format?
So generally, they're going to try to tinker for Bolus's Citadel and use Bolus's Citadel to set up a Storm combo kill with Tendrils of Agony.
No Blightsteel Colossus?
No, Blightsteel is old hat. Sometimes you see them tinker for something like Portal to Phyrexia.
Okay, to control the battlefield if they're really far behind.
Yeah, that can be an option for them as well. But this is more of a combo deck, so Bolus's Citadel is the #1 choice for them.
Okay.
Because their curve is so cheap, they play things like Lorien Revealed, so you don't hit as many lands through your Bolus's Citadel. Draw a bunch of cards, play a bunch more mana. They're playing a Dark Ritual, and that Dark Ritual helps them enable a newly printed card in Beseech the Mirror, sort of giving them 5 copies of Tinker.
Okay.
More with other tutors.
Yeah, Beseech the Mirror is a card that was probably one of the more hyped cards from WoW, and really hasn't made its mark except, a couple meme streamers trying to make it happen. But it makes a lot of sense when you have something powerful to search for in an old
Yeah.
format like Vintage.
And you have a bunch more artifacts in your deck because everybody has some number of Moxen, Soul
Okay.
Ring, Mana Crypt, Black Lotus. So a lot easier to get that bargain off and then cast your Tinker for free. So it's really only the 4 mana for the Beseech that you need.
Gotcha. So we'll get to the rest of the metagame here, but is the Black Lotus Moxes, is this just like an auto include in every deck in Vintage? Like they are restricted, so this is the one format where restricted comes into play, really, Even though maybe it would have been cool to have like the one ring restricted in modern for flavor. That's not the case. Vintage is the only one where you can only play one of a thing, but is it you gotta play all the Moxes, play all the Lotuses?
Not necessarily. So there's obvious exceptions like Dredge that just have no
Okay.
interest in any mana or casting spells. So they're not playing any of those. But that's sort of a trivial exception. The main, for most decks, the main question you have to ask yourself is how well can I use colorless mana?
Okay.
And if you can use colorless mana well, then you're playing all of them. And you're
Okay.
playing probably Soul Ring and Mana Crypt as well.
Sure.
But if you can't use colorless mana that well, and there are some decks that don't do it,
Yeah.
namely the blue tempo and control decks,
Mm.
then they're generally just playing their on color Moxen. So
Okay.
if they're a Sultai deck, they'll play Mox Emerald, Mox Sapphire, and Mox Jet, and likewise with other color combinations. But if you're a deck like Mono White Initiative, or you're a Shops deck, or any sort of combo deck that's trying to
Get them all
power
in there.
high power cards, yeah, get them all in there.
All right, excellent. So next deck, we're going to be pounding through these deck lists as we got pairings that have went live, and we'll be just jumping into matches throughout the day. We do have the beautiful aspect of spectator mode, so we just get to jump in and out of matches. Next up, we got Oath of Druids. I mean, I've seen decks from way back in the day that are trying to give yourself just so nicely, give your opponent a creature, maybe a plant, maybe a 1/1, and then Oath of Dryads to just make a gigantic creature. Like what are we putting into play with these decks these days?
Yeah, the Oath creature has changed over the years. That's the main thing that has changed.
Yeah.
I remember the days when people were oathing in Sun Titan and locking their opponent out with Strip Mine Sun Titan. As sort of a
Oh, the
value
mighty
card.
have fallen.
Yeah, then we got like Gristlebrand and cool stuff. But
Yeah.
now, if you follow other formats, the creature people are trying to cheat onto the battlefield is Atraxa Grand Unifier.
Okay.
And that is true still in Vintage. So
I remember back in my day at F&M, somebody was doing this, and it was like the F&M end boss, was doing Oath of Dryad into Progenesis, and I was just like, well, this is fair. Like, this is fun. I have an 87 card deck before Yorion is cool, and I just put my whole trade binder together. I didn't do a lot of winning back then.
no, don't do a lot of winning now.
That's touche. That's why we're commentating, buddy. We're washed. So, next, moving through the rest of our metagames, we have Prison Shops at 7 copies, and then Blue Tempo, maybe a strange title for this. These Blue Tempo decks are really just control decks. You play Bowmasters, some play Sagas, some go with Voltaic Key kind of.
Yeah, there are Just
stuff
Sky
like
versions that play things like Third Path Iconoclast or Ragavan.
Okay.
The main sort of unifying factor of all of these decks is that they're all Lurrus companion decks.
Okay.
So they utilize Lurrus and like Mishra's Bauble and Black Lotus to generate a lot of advantage. They have a lot of other good card advantage, plenty of interaction for the opposing decks. So that's your main interactive deck. The Shops decks can interact a little bit. The Oath decks and the Tinker decks have Force of Will at least. The Initiative decks have Thalia. They like all those decks have a little bit of interaction that they can shoehorn in. This is the deck that is a lot of interaction, really trying to control the game. So if you like playing fair, those are the decks you're rooting for here.
And if you like playing fair, well, you'd have something in mind with Ely Cassis, because he is also playing this style of deck. Maybe we can pull up Ely's deck list. That is going to be our round 1 feature match, as long as we got the hand cams and everything going. So you're going to see some strange stuff here. We're going to tell you this right now. Chat is, all these Black Lotus and other power cards, they're so rare, so powerful. Even our graphics could not catch up in time. So if you see a darkened out card like this, it's because they're power. But Ross, walk us through this deck list. I see one of my favorite cards of all time next to one of my least favorite cards of all time. Can you pick them up?
I believe that would be Orcish Bowmasters and Dark Confidant.
Which one do you think is my favorite, and which one's my least favorite?
Favorite has got to be Dark Confidant.
All right, there we go. Yeah,
everybody likes a nice Bob.
I don't like Orcish Bowmasters and what they do to my Ragavan, so yeah, not a fan.
Yeah, those are the main threats here alongside Luris as a companion. That's that top blacked out card on the sideboard. And then, like I said, you see a lot of interaction. 4 force of will, 4 force of negation.
Wow.
1 mental misstep. Can't play more than that. That's restricted.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, you've got a Flusterstorm, a couple spell pierces. So I'm counting 12 counter spells. That's a healthy number.
Yeah.
And then a little bit of card draw. We've got our Ancestor Recall. We've got our 1 Brainstorm, also restricted. Our 1 Gitaxian Probe.
Yeah, you're gonna be our restricted expert here. We're all lucky to have you in the booth because I feel like your brain is already filled with such useless knowledge that I'm sure you know every single card that's on the restricted list. So we're lucky to have you.
If I can probably name most of them. The
Okay.
ban list is harder. Then you got to remember all the
Yeah.
anti and dexterity cards.
Oh, okay.
Jewel
Oh
of
my
Bird
god.
and Amulet of Claws.
We're not playing any anti games here.
No,
So
all those cards are banned.
it sounds like we're ready for our round 1 feature match. So let's jump on in. We are going to be going into following Shuffler Pwned. That's our boy Ely Cassis. It's going to be up top playing against Super Cow. And we'll have the more accurate deck list after round 1 to get you ready for that. And we'll see if we got hand cams as the action gets fired up here.
But Super Cow also revealing a Luris. So they're the different version of these blue control decks. This is the Jeskai version. You see Dreadhorde Arcanist, Swords to Plowshares in hand for Super Cow. But the blue parts of these decks are going to overlap a lot. They're going to have the same kind of card draw, the Lauren revealed, a lot of counter spells, just sort of a slightly different threat base, slightly different answer base.
Yeah. So while we get Demonic Tutor going, we've heard of Super Cow before, but have you heard of Interrupting Cow? Come on!
I win!
Wow, if we were not a broadcast, I'd wait you out on there, okay? But you win this time, Ross, so... All right, well, we'll save that joke
to
for
take the broadcast more. We have our answer.
Yeah, this broadcast goes on for 7 hours, and it is just us playing chicken with each other. Absolutely.
Ely getting an Ancestor Recall with that Demonic Tutor sounds pretty good.
Yeah, that's pretty strong.
The control mirror.
Is that something you just always go for, you think?
In the early turns, if you're casting that turn 1 Demonic Tutor off of a Mox, then generally yes.
Okay.
Later in the game, you have a lot more idea of what specific effects you kind of need. But in the early turns of the game, just get Ancestral, draw a bunch of cards, and figure it out later.
Okay, gotcha. I mean, yeah, just that kind of card value is just outrageous. It is kind of wild to me that you tutor for just a card draw spell like 9 times out of 10. Like...
It's you get that. Sometimes your early Demonic Tutor gets a Force of Will if you're playing against a fast combo deck or Oath of Druids or something like that. Yeah, I like the Ancestor Recall. And Ely has the Bowmaster here for turn 2.
But more importantly, has the Dark Confidant for turn 3. So it looks like we're looking at Super Cow's hand, and we have a couple lands. We have Strip Mine, Wasteland, 2 fetch lands, Lorien Revealed. I mean, just 8 cards here. Swords of Plowshare, a Time Walk, an Arcanist. Wow, I'm just realizing if there's any way to like pump Arcanist at all, bringing back Time Walk, not bad, right? Or is it just instants? I'm forgetting.
Instants or sorceries.
Instants or sorceries, okay.
I think there's any way to pump it, unfortunately, but Arcanist will still be good here. We've got a Preordain in the graveyard. We got a Swords in hand.
Yeah.
But Ely, decides to use the Force of Will, and that looks really good.
Yeah.
If you saw your opponent's hand, you would snap off that Force of Will.
Yeah.
I was wondering if Ely would do it, and he says, I don't have an answer to that. That card's really good.
Yeah. And I mean, as it stands, an excellent choice, right? I mean, Bowmaster hitting the battlefield here. Super Cow's hand is just kind of okay, kind of medium. And we're going to see Bowmaster to start picking away, start drawing some cards, and then get Dark Confidant on the battlefield, which I guess there is the 1 swords, but outside of that, not the best answers.
Ely can play the Dark Confidant and Wasteland here, and that puts him very far ahead. A little awkward that he pondered, didn't find a blue card. So now has a Force of Will stranded in hand. Could have been a little bit more disciplined and said, you know what, I don't need to ponder.
Yeah. Maybe a Force of Will here not being the biggest deal. I can kind of see Ely trying to set up just like, you know what, I'll get to 5 mana. I'll just have that Force of Will. I already have a battlefield. It gets a little bit better. And with second Dark Confidant and about to draw another card, you don't care that much if you lose your Dark Confidant. And I mean, I guess the one thing that would be punishing is probably drawing Black Lotus, right?
Well, there's not a ton that Super Cow can do with this Lotus.
Can Ancestral Recall, just the
Yeah,
very way less cool recall
yeah.
of cast it for
The
5.
recall take 3, put 3 counters on your orc.
Yes. Well, I mean, isn't it almost so? What about this? What if we time walk now and then next turn we Black Lotus, buy Luris, play it, and then play Black Lotus again, right?
Yeah, you can do that.
I think that seems insane because now it's just there. Like 3 mana, pay the companion fee, Black Lotus, play Luris, get Black Lotus back, but doesn't go for it.
Ooh. Yeah, instead goes, and they could have used the replayed Lotus to plow Dark
That's what I'm
Confidant.
saying. So this was clearly a play of I don't want to put all my eggs in one basket, but as it stands now, Super Cow's turn is just really awkward. I didn't love that play. I think just you're up against the champ, try to hit him. Like
Yeah, and we'll see. They'll have the same play available to them next turn, but then they're still staring down the second Dark Confidant.
yep.
You always got to wonder when people are playing on Magic Online, do they remember that their companion is there?
Yeah.
It's not like paper where it's kind of sitting in your view,
Yes.
sort of tucked away in a different menu.
Yeah, we've all forgotten it plenty of times, that's for sure.
Took me
That's
like,
one you should not forget
yeah,
about, though, I'm just saying.
took me like 4 tries just to figure out how to reveal it.
Okay, boomer.
Let's get you to bed.
All right, Grandpa. And there is everyone's favorite nightmare kitty, Luris, coming
Yeah.
on down.
And even the power of Luris Black Lotus here is still just not going to do a whole lot.
Yeah,
And it's going to be hard to cast as Lauren revealed because that means that the Orcish Bowmaster can ping down your Luris.
that's a good point. Yeah. And yeah, looking for other targets in there is an Arcanist, but that's the only other thing you can bring back. And Ely just picked up, Time Walk. No big deal.
Is that good with Dark Confidant?
I think that is good. I believe we're doing this in Modern, the whole miracles with up the beanstalk style magic.
Not getting in. Super Cow decides, you know what, I want my Luris more. Risky play for Ely, but it pays off. He
Yep.
reads his opponent and says, I don't think you're going to.
Yeah. And honestly, it's not even like it's that bad of a trade. It's Luris in a deck where you probably can't get it back at all. And you shut off this whole Black Lotus shenanigans. So now he's definitely getting in there.
Yeah, third Dark Confidant. Let's go.
And extra blue cards to kind of shut down any permission spells. But with Strip Mine, now Strip Mine works the same as Wasteland, right?
Except it hits any land.
Any land. Okay, so you can hit basics off. Strip Mine makes sense why that one's banned in Legacy, huh?
Yeah, and restricted in Vintage.
That would be
in
annoying.
Vintage, you get to play 5 Strip Mine effects, 4 Wasteland, 1 Strip Mine.
Okay. That's what you have so much complaint equity in a Vintage tournament. You're like, I played my only island. Of course, they had Strip Mine instead. And or they went Black Lotus into Recall. I couldn't possibly win.
Yeah. I wonder if somebody wants to increase their opponent's complaint equity by playing Yori Index. And
Ooh.
just like, God, they had a 1 of an 80 cards.
Wow, that's really flexing. If you play Yori in the so, all right, getting back to the game. Ely set up a nice little battlefield here with double Dark Confidant, Bowmaster, and the army token, and now just 3 blue cards, so has one of the forces available, plus Spell Pierce backup. Spell Pierce is not going to be the best, so maybe only really has 1 counter spell available, but wow, is that a Mind Break trap in game 1?
Yeah, sometimes you'll see that.
So Ely not interested in dealing 1 damage to Luris off the preordain, just saying if you want to draw a bunch of cards with something like Lorien Revealed, then you can kill Luris.
And this Dreadhorde Arcanist, honestly, probably most valuable as a 1/3 to block these Confidants. So yeah, Ely thinking about maybe countering this.
Which feels bad, yeah.
Yeah, I think at this point, it's tempting to go for that with your opponent at 7.
Yeah.
But you have 2 Dark Confidants. You're actually winning this game going long too.
Exactly.
So just win the long game with Dark Confidant.
Then another thing that I thought is pretty cute is Dark Confidants do get around opposing Orcish Bowmasters as well, which is nice. Have the expressive iteration way of dealing with that. And there's Luris.
Yeah, and the pedal can let Ely play it. He has a Mishra's Bauble in the graveyard, or he could replay pedal to hold up Spell Pierce.
And looks like this is just a hard cast Mind Break trap. I bet this is going to be fought over.
Yeah, this should meet a Force of Will. Unfortunately for Ely, that like doesn't have the Pierce up for the Mind Break trap. Can't
Yeah.
pitch cast the Force of Negation, so has to use Force of Will on it.
But oh yeah, doesn't even get the pedal here since the spell pierce is gone. Otherwise, you could like think about getting pedal and then force a negationing the Black Lotus because force a negation is exiled, so you can deal with Black Lotus here.
Yeah, good on this turn.
And remember, at any point, Ely could untap and take 10 to his own Dark Confidants with Lorien revealed in the deck, you know? Ooh, Regavan gets to trounce around this format, huh? Haven't restricted that one yet, eh?
Yeah, Ragavan Dreadhorde Arcanist, part of the threat base in the Jeskai version of these blue soup decks.
Okay.
And, yeah, Arcanist recasting the Swords to Plowshares. Ely shows the counterspell for that, and yeah, Super Cow says, "You know what? I'm done."
Yeah.
Because now the Dark Confidants can attack, and you're sort of forced to trade off your Luris or die, and then you can just recast them. It's well, Ely's Luris is a lot better than Super Cow's.
Yeah. Well, so far, I think the MVP is kind of Dark Confidant there. Dark Confidant versus Dreadhorde Arcanist. One looked phenomenal, and one looked very medium. So, I'm liking this deck that Ely's got.
I mean, one of them got countered initially. I think if that turn 2 Dreadhorde Arcanist had lived, it would have been a different story. You would have cast that Priority and recast the Sword Supply Shares early. You know, Ely just got the ball rolling downhill first and put his opponent on the back foot there. And I think a lot of that started with the early Ancestral. Gave Ely the card advantage so he could play threats and have answers, you know, with those pitch counter spells. And then the Orcish Bowmaster applied a little early pressure and made the Lorien Revealed out of Super Cow not an effective card.
Yep.
You know, he would have cast that 5 turns earlier.
Yep.
You know, if the Bowmaster hadn't been on the battlefield, and then you know maybe the 3 extra cards pulls it back to parity.
Yep. And even if I think there was one major decision point that Super Cow had was playing Luris a turn earlier, and I don't even think that would have mattered. You know, like it,
No.
it just seemed like raw power level. Ely was kind of firing on more cylinders. So we're gonna be getting you ready for the second game here. As it stands, the way it works with the Mana Trader series is we can jump into any match. So when this is done, we can just hop right into another match. It's the beauties of spectator mode, but the one thing that we are lacking is we do not get to see exactly how they sideboard. So we'll kind of leave the masters to figure that out in secrecy.
Well, they both left Luris in their sideboard.
Oh, so they didn't bring in things that cost 3 or more. Okay, we figured that out.
It's not, you know, creatures.
All right, so looking at the hands here, starting with Super Cow, which is going to be on the play. That does not look like a keep.
Yeah, no colored mana, sending that one back. We do see a sideboard card there in an Alpine Moon. That's a target for targeted hate
Saga. Yep.
Looks like he has a solid hand. Has a turn
Yeah.
1 Bowmaster or Confidant. Has
my God.
an answer to an early creature in that cut down. That probably came in from the sideboard.
I'm so jealous of these Dimir decks. This looks awesome. And this is one of Ely's favorite formats, too. I asked him if he wanted to be the bounty, and he was overjoyed. And Ely Cassis, for things, for what people don't know about him, he's a busy guy. He's got a lot going on, so to make time for one of these things, it definitely takes a good format, and this is exactly the type of format that Ely loves.
He's probably playing with one hand while like bottle feeding a baby in the other.
Exactly. Yeah.
Then he's like got his phone up to his shoulder, like doing some sort of business call.
Exactly. And then he's teaching Channel Fireball how to get ready for the next tournament as well. Like Ely does
he's got
it
the
all.
Discord up on his off screen.
Exactly. A multitasker. Right, so looking at this hand, this looks much better. We got Ragavan here, as well as a couple of other lands, able to play Arcanist. More than likely, I mean, I was going to say we're going to see cut down, but no, we're going to see just absolute blowout of epic proportion with the Orcish Bowmaster on a Ragavan. It's just so brutal in every way.
Demonic Tutors. So Ely's going to spend these first couple turns trading. Like this is going to be turn 1 Bowmaster.
Yeah.
Then we're going to see Arcanist from Super Cow. Then Ely's going to have Dark Confidant plus cut down your Arcanist. And then he's going to have DT for Ancestral to reload.
Wow. Do you think they make body bags that will fit a cow?
We're gonna need like 3 of them. We're gonna cut them open, and sew them together.
Okay. Way to go, the extra unnecessary level on that one, Ross. That's why you're our expert commentator.
I mean, that's how else are you going to do it? You've got
That's
three
where.
human-sized body bags, and this isn't even a regular cow. This is a super cow. We might need four or
Oh,
five.
God, you're right. You're right. The limit doesn't exist for this one. But needless to say, this is going to be really bad news bears with just how Ely's not only hand looks like it's really lining up, but it just seems like his deck's really lining up against this style of deck. And I mean, we know this oh too well in modern is, well, Regavan's worst enemy right now is Orcish Bowmaster. Orcish Bowmaster is everywhere around that format. It's everywhere around Legacy. The older the format, the more copies and the more like I'm starting with 4 Bowmaster in my deck type mantras we
Yeah.
see.
You know, normally in this situation, when your opponent has to turn on Ragavan and your hand is a removal spell and a couple threats, you're sort of forced to play your removal spell.
Yes.
And because Bowmaster is a removal spell itself, Ely gets to just completely take the initiative in this game. It's such a huge swing.
And I mean, not only does it deal with one Regavan, it deals with 3 of them. One Bowmaster deals with 3 Regavans. It's just such a blowout for that card right now.
It also means this Preordain is a lot weaker. It means the
Yeah.
Arcanist recasting the Preordain is weaker. It really is a backbreaking card in these fair blue mirrors. So
Yeah.
I've got to say Ely, just from the presence of Bowmaster, probably has a significant edge in this match.
And for whatever reason, most of the decks I play do not contain Bowmaster, maybe because I'm an idiot, but I just lose to the card nonstop. I played a Legacy event where I got to play Bowmaster, though, and I'm like, this is what it feels like to be doing it the other way around.
It's the exact opposite of this is what I've been doing to people. This is what people have been doing to me.
Like, no wonder why it was so easy for them to dispatch me.
I just thought I was bad.
Well, you are bad.
Yeah, I've never registered Bowmaster either, so you can pry my underworld breaches out of my cold dead hands.
Same. Big same.
Yeah. Hopefully we get to see some underworld breach today.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's quite good with brain freeze for anybody that's played Vintage Cube.
Yes. That's not restricted or anything?
It's not, but they usually only play the 1 and just have a bunch of tutors for it.
Sure, that makes sense. All right, so looks like we got Ely drawing that card here, playing land number 2. And we have another Dark Confidant.
Second Dark Confidant, so even if there's a removal spell in the first one, who cares?
Yeah.
This is...
Are we already entering dumpster time of this game?
Oh, yeah. We were there on turn 1. As soon as the Bowmaster resolved, we entered garbage time.
Yeah, it really is just such a gigantic spread. Like, even if it just left, even if the card just read, when it comes into play, deal 1, amass 1, Bowmaster has no more text, it'd be good. But the extra text makes it just backbreaking. Like here, okay, now you're down to 17 and I got a 2-2. This scales up so fast. And now Preordain has to find an answer for what? 3? Just like, you know what? I'm out. I am 100% out.
Draws the Alpine Moon, which is an answer to the threat Ely doesn't have.
Yes.
This doesn't do anything. It says, I know when it's not my day, not my round.
Yeah, no kidding. And that is kind of the problem with playing those style of cards like Alpine Moon that only deal with one kind of threat is, what if you don't draw it? Then all of a sudden this card is terrible.
And unlike in Legacy, you don't have access to 4 copies of Brainstorm in Vintage anymore in order to tuck those cards away, turn them into something relevant.
Yeah, so it did kind of just get stranded in your hand. So, all right, everybody, welcome back to the booth for the first time here in round number 1. We're going to have our director, Adrian, pick out another match. But kind of blink and you miss it when it comes to Vintage Magic. I mean, we saw that. That was an absolute beating. Ely Cassis.
And that's the interactive decks playing against each other. That's the speed of the control mirror.
Yes. Yeah. And I mean, that game would have went on for another 3 turns, but it was.
Yeah. It would have just been 3 turns of Ely looking at 12 cards in his hand and saying, what do I do with my hands?
Yeah. But, instead, when Ely's opponent conceded, he's just like, oh, I wanted to do that. Keep them on your side. Thank you very much. So we got another all-star Magic player here, fresh off of top 8 at the Pro Tour, the Lord of the Rings. We know him. You love him. It's Dom Harvey. All right. So Dom Harvey is Capriccio. I believe that's how you pronounce it.
I think it's Capriccioso.
Okay. That makes way more sense. Playing a card that I can never play. I played a Mana Crypt once on Commander Versus, and I flipped wrong 7 times in a row. It was honestly impressive.
Well, At least you didn't lose the game because of that, because you have 40 life.
Yeah, I still had so much life to play with, to be honest. So
I've lost a game in Vintage Cube because I lost 7 mana crypt flips in a row.
I'm just getting
It's just-
word, Ross.
Go to -1.
Speaking of one, this is game
Yeah. You know,
So maybe here is a little bit of a case of a longer game going on, and we're looking. Bullwinkle has a giant graveyard. Looks like Dom has a bunch as well. I see a hole breacher. Some stuff has happened this game.
yeah. So it looks like Dom is playing. I'm guessing the Tinker deck. I think they play one Hull Breacher,
Okay.
and then looks like Demir control at the bottom.
And we'll see if we can get hand cams for these players. Not every player has them. And then we scold them in their breaks.
But yeah, the Luris seems to have given Bullwinkle a bit of an advantage here. They have 3 cards still left in hand. Dom just on 1, but digging with the Sensei stop. Ooh, and has one of the Tinker targets in hand in Portal to Phyrexia. That would be a great one to Tinker for right now.
Yeah, but not great
But-
right now, right?
Yeah, not
Ooh,
too
okay.
difficult to cast.
Wow. All right, these decks are interesting. Both look on the lines of this Demir tempo deck. Is that what you'd kind of classify both of these? Because it's every deck kind of homogenizes and they start to look the same, and there's just subtle differences.
Yeah,
I guess one technically Blue Tinker, but
the Tinker deck is more of a proactive combo deck, so
Yeah.
it doesn't have the the creatures that the Luris deck has. It doesn't have quite as much interaction. It does get to play Force of Will still,
Okay.
but Dom's trying to go over the top with Tinker for Portal to Phyrexia or Tinker for Bolus of Citadel and
Okay.
start comboing.
okay. Start comboing and Bullwinkle playing the deck very close to what we saw from Ely Cassis just take it down a little bit ago.
Yeah, some lists don't have Dark Confidant, some do. It is also, like Ragavan, a liability against Bowmaster.
Yep, very true.
But in the non-Bowmaster matchups, it's quite good.
Probably a card that gets sided out in those matchups, I would imagine, right? Yeah.
Yeah, but in the other matchups, it's just so good when you have all those mocks and you can play it on turn 1 so
Yeah.
often. I have actually played my fair share of turn 1 Dark Confidants in Vintage.
Oh, have you?
Granted, it was in 2005
Okay.
in my fish deck.
Okay. Okay. I guess not a lot has changed.
Yeah. Quick, what does Demir Cutpurse do?
Demir Cutpurse. Okay. I'm going to guess it is a Cephalid 1/2 for 2 mana. Does some kind of combo thing.
It is 1 blue-black for 2/2. No evasion, but when it connects and deals damage to an opponent, combat damage, they discard a card and you draw a card.
Oh, the value.
Yeah.
Oh, baby.
But it's a 3 mana 2/2, so it's hard to get through. But
Yeah.
when you do, it's
Wow. Okay. Yeah. Now Bowmaster's like, you can't play that.
Yeah. So you go turn 1 Dark Confidant, they kill the Dark Confidant, then you play Demir Cutpurse and they go Pikachu meme.
That's fair. That's fair. They're like, do you have a response? Just Pikachu meme pass to you.
Yeah. The format's gotten a little more powerful and streamlined in the last 18 years, but
Yeah, I'm starting to see a lot of cards that were printed in the last 2 or 3 years making it to Vintage.
yes, it's cards printed
Yeah.
in the first 2 years of Magic and the last 2 years of Magic.
Yeah. Vintage loves power creep. Absolutely loves it.
Yeah. Player sideboard in here for game 2, and hopefully we'll be done soon and play some Magic.
Some magic. Yeah, this matchup definitely looked like it dragged on for a while. We got a bunch of sagas in the yard. I think that was 3 Urza sagas there from Dom. So, wow, Bullwinkle had to go through a lot of constructs. I imagine.
The Tinker deck, while a proactive combo deck, is not super all in. It's not I'm going to fold to one piece of disruption. So you can
Yeah.
definitely play long games. Going to be important for Bullwinkle to apply pressure to Dom. Have a clock.
Okay.
That's always step 1 for me against these combo decks. Just limit their time. That way, each piece of disruption I have goes that much further.
Okay. Ross Merriam and Flava Flav have a lot in common. Step 1, remember the clock.
Also, be famous rappers.
Exactly. That was going to be my second thing,
Yeah.
You didn't let me finish.
Yeah.
All right. So, Bullwinkle going to be on the play. Like always, right? There's no decks that are trying to level each other by being on the draw or something like that. Like,
No,
not a thing in this format.
even the
right?
Manaless Dredge deck chooses to play in this format.
Yes. Even 8-rack would probably be like, yeah, I got to start. So, all right.
Okay. Very interactive hand on Dom's side here. We see a couple counter spells and a Hull Breacher.
Okay.
There's a Saga, so they might be playing sort of a control mirror style.
Okay.
because they get to play Urza Saga too. So that's like their one threat that they can win a fair game with, other than Hull Breacher.
But the other side, we see double Mox Hand. So having access to 3 mana right away, maybe you start with Urza's Saga to just start making some constructs. Moxes and Urza's Sagas have to be best friends.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely. So yeah, this could be turn 1 Saga, 2 Moxen, like buy Luris.
Yeah.
That's the turn.
I like it.
Start pumping out 3/3s. You'll have Fatal Push plus Saga on turn 2 if there's anything you want to answer.
Yeah. Okay, so we see the Bobble started, and Bobble's a great card to top deck if you do go for that Luris plan.
Now we might not see the Saga on turn 1 because you want to play Luris on turn 2 instead of
Yeah.
making a token.
Well, you can with Mox anyways, right? With Mox Pearl and Underground Sea next turn.
But we can't play Luris and make a Saga token next. Is my point.
Oh, for sure, for sure.
Yeah. So I was like, maybe you wait a turn on the Saga for that reason. But
I would think you probably. It looks like at least with how Bullwinkle's starting this off, that it's just going to be a case of I'm going to run through the Saga, get all my value there that I can, and then start going from there. Maybe have force of, but it's also so tempting to not just jam Luris when you have force protection on turn 2. You know, like that's really strong.
and it could be a matter of I'm willing to give up a construct in order to tutor a turn earlier.
Yep.
They might find some piece of disruption for Dom's strategy and say that that's worth it. The Luris +1 construct will be enough.
Yep. And Dom Harvey, for anyone who doesn't know, number one, well, he's our buddy, so that's pretty cool. But he has been on the SCG tour, has had a lot of great results, and finally had his first big boy, big result here at Pro Tour of the Lord of the Rings, playing his iconic Amulet Titan deck with the One Ring. It was really fun to watch. Made it really deep and had quite the impressive run.
Very, very strong player here, and someone else that plays quite a bit of Vintage. So
yeah,
is definitely has like several challenge wins
yeah.
in the last couple of months. He's been killing it.
Yeah, he's been playing great Magic. He's now a part of a good team. He beat Javier Dominguez in the top 8 of a Pro Tour. I mean, that's just pretty cool.
Finds the Black Lotus here, which is
excellent. That good?
It's going to let him play Hull Breacher and Wasteland this Urza Saga.
So Hull Breacher, I of course know, being the Vintage expert I am, but exactly what does Hull Breacher do? And especially like what does it do in the metagame? Why are so many people playing it?
So Hull Breacher is a 3 mana, 3
3/2, yeah, I believe.
Flash.
Yeah.
Says if an opponent would draw a card, so kind of like Bowmaster, except their first one drawing during each of their turns.
Yep.
Instead, you make a treasure token.
Wow, instead is the keyword there. Not you fight through it and they get treasures. You don't get to draw. So if you time that correctly in response to Brainstorm, something like that.
Lorien revealed.
Yeah. They'll be revealing something, all right. Pikachu meme.
Yeah. And that could shut down the power of this Mishra's Bauble Luris.
Yeah. Or you just play multiple Bowmasters and destroy them that way. But
yeah, we found a couple Bowmasters. So also has Fatal Push. So Fatal Push plus Bauble will deal with Hull Breacher. So yeah, Bullwinkle has several answers. There are some counter spells.
Yep.
The Flusterstorm Mental.
I think you have to force this, right? But it's gonna get hit back.
Well, this is because we've tapped out for the Luris. So this Mishra's Bauble isn't going to draw a card.
Yeah.
And they're going to make a treasure, but it's so awkward when you have all the good answers for it in your hand. You just can't cast them immediately. So do you give up one Bauble in order to save your Forcible for a juicier target? Because you have an answer to the Hull Breacher otherwise? Or do you say, this value is too much to give up?
So question for you. Hull Breacher, Forcible gets put on the stack. We're probably going to see this Flusterstorm be activated, but how does it work with Hull Breacher drawing up Bauble? Do you get to draw the first card and then your draw step would be negated, or is it just
it's all cards other than the one you would draw? So Bowmaster says during your draw step.
I guess we're gonna see right now.
Yeah, during each of their draw steps.
Oh, okay.
They used to template it those effects as your first card drawn each turn.
Yeah.
And then if people drew things on their upkeep, it got a little wonky. Now they all save during your draw steps.
So speaking of wonky here, look at this. So the treasure picks up a mana. I guess you didn't necessarily need it for Mental Misstep, but here it looks like Bullwinkle is going for the Fatal Push destroy line, and this mental misstep is just going to be a complete blowout.
Yeah, and it's because they don't have another black source, so they can't
Yeah.
double Bowmaster yet. And
Even Bowmaster wouldn't deal with it. Look at this. Just be like, please, please, please. Block. Come on. It's Loris.
Tom says no. Hull Breacher's better.
Treasure, please. Pretty good. All right, we got a Time Vault off the top. And I believe Urza Saga gets the key. Time Vault and key is just the win, right?
That's game.
Okay. Wow. Okay, so. And how can we really interact with this from Dom right now? Top decking a Wasteland?
Yeah, has to be Wasteland Strip Mine.
Okay. Easy game.
Yeah.
Had it the whole time, says Dom. Probably not going to crack that one this time, but can put in a Bowmaster now. So if Dom tries to get cute and activate top or something.
Now, this construct is big enough to check the Luris. So Dom's still in the driver's seat, has top going to try to dig for key.
Yeah, and looks like not activating it there, so Dom remains topless, but now decides to activate it.
Oh, some prefer their Doms with tops, some prefer them topless. Each their own.
Tomato, tomato. All right, so Dom clearly looking for an answer for Luris here. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Do these blue tempo decks, they don't play Luris or anything, right? I guess they can't because they have a big Tinker target, huh?
Yeah, the Tinker decks do not play.
Okay. I was wondering if it was maybe sided out or something so you could bring in Hull Breachers. You got to have a damn good reason to not play Luris in this format, I feel, you know?
Well, Luris is a sign that you're playing fair because
Yeah.
it means you're not playing any big permanents.
Yeah, Luris, the ultimate epitome of fair.
So you're playing all the interaction and cheap permanents and card advantage. Whereas, if you're playing Tinker, if you're playing Oath has to hit something big.
Yeah. God, how lucky was that Wasteland? This game was just over. Wow, and look at this. Dom's trying to set up a double Bowmaster turn here instead of getting frisky with just casting one at end step, maybe attacking with one. And
Well, I mean,
doesn't get there.
It's the only way we have left to answer the Hull Breacher, which is necessary to start drawing cards with Bauble and Luris.
Unless you think your opponent's going to like block, I mean, Dom could have attacked with Bowmaster and the 1/1 mass token, and maybe Dom blocks at some point. He will have to because he's at 14, would go down to 13. So, I mean, at some point, Dom is going to have to do this, and it's probably sooner rather than later because it's also pretty nice. Dom can flash in a Bowmaster and block with the Bowmaster itself, and then bring it back with Luris.
Yes, could potentially do
Or
that.
Bullwinkle can, excuse me.
But, they have some time.
Yeah.
Again, offering the trade. This will also gain a little bit of life. You can buy them more time to hold these Bowmasters. Mox Ruby is an embarrassing draw.
Oh, a mountain's not good in your Dimir deck? Because that's all that is right now when you're playing it early. I've heard all these stories be like, yeah, I mean, why do I want this Mox? I have mountains. I'll trade for that. Way back in the day, be like, I'll just trade you 2 mountains for this Mox Ruby,
We've learned a lot about Magic in the last 30 years.
All right, we're seeing an attack in here with a big crunchy construct here. Looks like a 6/6. Hull Breacher and constructs work pretty well together with just gaining a bunch of treasures.
Yeah, this is a very big construct. Not quite, I guess you've got to compare it against the life game from the Luris, but it's a good enough clock.
Yeah.
Now Bullwinkle decides I've got to run these Bowmasters out. Probably going to chump block with the Orc army. I wonder if they're going to try to race back.
Yeah, I mean, life total is pretty low. I like just blocking with Bowmaster here, flashing it in next turn, get your value. Yeah, love this play by Bullwinkle. Bullwinkle also, we've been definitely singing Dom's praises. Bullwinkle I've seen around as well. I don't know exactly who it is behind the Moto name, but someone we've definitely seen.
Very impressive resume, especially in the Boris and Asha matchups.
Am I supposed to know that reference? Okay.
Girls before swine.
That's a little too old for me.
Well, like 1962.
Yes, that's
An
way too old for me. You're an old soul, Ross.
old man.
That's true. That's true. All right, force of will taking out opposition agent. No flash shenanigans here. Still being able to Orcish Bowmaster here. And this whole breacher just can't block. So
Yeah.
far, I mean, the story of these early vintage rounds, of course, small sample size, but the Demir decks just look good. They look very good.
Turns out there's a lot of good blue cards in Magic's history.
And when you get to ramp into Lurrus, like Lurrus is just incredible. The fact when I got to play Lurrus when like not a ton of people were playing it outside of Hammer and Modern, I just felt like the biggest brain person ever. I'm like, why are people not doing this? You know, it's just so powerful, so insane. Nice to see other people doing this. And Dom correctly bringing the Bowmaster from the graveyard, or Bullwinkle, excuse me, bringing Bowmaster from the graveyard here.
The needle off the top, not going to do a whole lot.
Just wanted to draw a card here to try to get something. That's definitely spells desperation to me.
Well, we still got the big construct token.
Yeah,
Not a
but
whole lot going on for Bullwinkle.
so 6. Bullwinkle can put Dom to 6 with the other British Bowmaster. Attack for 3, 4. So Dom's on an effective 2. But I mean, all he needs is a key to win, right?
Yeah, Key will certainly win at any time. The Pithing Needle is embarrassing. I guess we can needle Mishra's Bauble, but Dom doesn't know that Bullwinkle drew a second Bauble off that first
Yeah,
one.
exactly, because Lurrus is dead.
Yeah, and you can't recast it without the Lurrus anyway.
Yeah, so you were correct your first sentence there. Pithing Needle looks embarrassing.
Yeah. As it is wont to do.
Yeah, and I mean, you don't want to draw those cards. They're saga targets. You want to never see them ever, unless you want to search for them. Your opponent forgot to fetch their fetch lands or something, and you were like, and then they ask the constant question, can I respond to that? You can't. No, you cannot. That's unfortunate. So we got some rearranging. Clearly not a key on top. Otherwise, Dom probably would have went for it. Doesn't go for the attack as well, though, Ross.
No, I got to play defense against at 7 life against the pressure that Bullwinkle is presenting.
Okay. So there's 1 bauble and a force of negation is picked up as well.
Leave up our flash things. Can't really attack here, so we're sort of at a stalemate, but one player has a Sensei's Divining Top.
One of my least favorite cards ever printed.
Same.
I remember playing Magic when it was very popular and extended, and every round went to time. Fun.
Dom did not. I guess Dom had already looked on it.
Yep,
so
Dom already knew.
Didn't have to do the recheck.
Yeah, and maybe, is kind of top locked, essentially. Okay, how's Skull Clamp here? Is that good?
Seems pretty good.
Okay, right?
I would turn this Bowmaster into 2 cards.
Yeah, absolutely. Or you don't want to clamp up to get the other creature any bigger.
You could clamp the Orc and attack. So, either take 3 or let me draw 2 cards off of it.
Yeah.
And then the second Bowmaster represents another clampable creature.
Wow.
Instead, going for the Bowmaster immediately.
This is at Dom's end step, though.
Okay.
So, untapping, and I mean, now at this point, that's game. No. Brainstorm off the top, obviously very good. Probably, maybe even best job it's going to do is just putting that Skull Clamp away. Skull Clamp's not insane right now. All the boomers in chat will be like, wow, Corey, of course Skull Clamp's insane.
Okay, I think I still like the clamp.
Yeah.
Draw some cards.
All right, so it looks like this is going to be a hard cast Force of Will. And I think Dom's probably just going to be okay with it.
I don't know if you hardcast the Force, especially with Needle in hand.
Yeah.
Needle the clamp next turn.
But it's already done the clamping.
Yeah, maybe letting them turn the Bowmasters into 4 cards is...
Yeah.
Dom says, yeah, that is too much value.
All right, now it is possible to force back, but then Bullwinkle is at the mercy of a top deck key.
But the needle will just shut down the skull clamp at that point too. So
Yeah.
obviously Bullwinkle doesn't know about the needle. So the force of negation is a lot more tempting without that information. We know this is not going to end that well. So brains.
Starting with the brainstorm, see if we hit a land. Yeah, or if he just doesn't care about this. It's 6 life, but you still can't really attack if you're Bullwinkle. Those are some cards.
I imagine the a little awkward that we can't keep the saga and hold up force here. He's got to put 2 cards back, but probably more important to hold up the force. So I imagine the Mox and saga go back.
Yeah.
Saga on top.
I think Mox and Lorian revealed probably in place. Oh, wait, no, you do need the blue mana. Never mind.
Yeah. Okay, they do decide to keep the saga, so there is a window here for Dom to find key and resolve it.
Uh,
Okay, Wasteland, a solid answer to the saga.
yeah. And now you can top and see if it's there as well. So that was set up by Dom.
Is it there? Well, no, if Dom activates the second ability.
Yes. Then it'll be trouble. So now we can cycle this Lorian Revealed too if you want to reset the top, but I think Dom's probably pretty okay with just top decking the Force and then passing. I think that was the card that would be left on top.
Yeah, seems better than Mox Jet.
Yeah.
Wasteland. So really nothing in the way of gas here for Dom coming off the top, even with top filtering his draws.
Yeah. But that does open the door for Force to, you don't have 2 blue for Force, so to fetch that. And all right, Time Walk can just get a redraw if you want.
Reasonable.
Does it?
Not the best time walk I've ever seen.
All right.
Sometimes you just gotta cast your Explorer.
All right, and this is one of our last matches going. So after this, we will be heading to a break, but don't go nowhere. This match is just getting good.
This is only game 2, right?
Yeah, this is only game 2. Demir Control up a game.
Yeah, Dom about 20 seconds, 25 seconds ahead on clock.
And yeah, that is a real thing when it comes to Magic Online. You gotta play the clock, and it definitely becomes a factor in almost every format these days,
Yeah.
Magic's hard.
It makes the time vault kind
Yeah.
I like the third opposition agent.
So, looks like Dom's whole plan against these blue style decks is just opposition agents and hull breachers.
Yeah, looks like he might have morphed into a fair deck. We haven't seen Tinker, we haven't seen to beseech the mirror.
But we have seen Wastelands.
Wasteland will takes out the second blue source, and the Lorien Revealed no longer really works. Opposition agent shuts down any tutor effect, so
Yeah.
no land cycling to get another island or Bullwinkle.
Oh, that is all of them?
It's not all the islands, it's just opposition agent stops you from tutor.
Oh, gotcha. Yep. So was that a good draw?
Fine.
Well, you can't search, right?
Oh yeah. Jesus.
Opposition agent is like the Narset of vintage.
Yeah. I just don't fetch lands are so ingrained into my brain at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, opposition agent definitely makes my brain hurt. It'll be responsible for many mistakes from Ross and I throughout the weekend. Hope you all enjoy it.
We've been staring at each other for a long time.
Yeah. Now clocks are feeling like they're going to be coming more into play. And as I say that, Dom goes below the clock. So now not only has to win 2 games in a row, but is now losing the clock fight.
Yeah. And
really isn't ahead on the battlefield yet.
No, and it's going to make it even hard for him to execute Time Vault key kills. On Moto, you have to keep on tapping it and taking an extra turn and find a way to actually kill them.
In real life, you can just say, I'm going to take all the turns. You're dead. Here's my deck, All right, Mox Emerald coming down. More just staring at each other, jockeying for position here. Entering turn 16 here of Bullwinkle. So here we see Commander All-Star Soul Ring coming down, which not bad here actually.
We could have hardcast a Lorien Reveal.
Yeah. Looking to maybe play around Spell Pierce, which is correctly in the hand. 3, 4, 5. Yeah, if we draw any land, we can play around it next turn. Or any blue source to have some permission back. I like Bullwinkle playing a little conservative here, just recognizing the ball's in your court to do something. Where if Bullwinkle just kind of sits back, eventually draws some cards, they're at the verge of beating Dom anyways by just getting that construct out of there. And look at how different of a game this would have been if that Wasteland wasn't top decked like 10 turns ago from Bullwinkle.
Yeah, and Dom also had a Wasteland for Bullwinkle's later Urza Saga. So
Yes.
they both had immediate Wastelands for those sagas, and a single extra construct on either side, I think, would swing this game.
Speaking of constructs, here is Urza Saga. Another Bowmaster was picked up from Bullwinkle, but no black mana right now, thanks to that absolutely annoying opposition agent. What a terrible card.
What did that Pithing Needle name?
I think it.
Wasteland? Yeah.
Name
Yep.
Wasteland Protector Saga, that makes sense.
Yep. Okay. All right. Yes. Oh, checkmate, I believe. Don't you do it right now?
You can do it with the trigger on the stack.
I guess, but you want to do it at some point, right? Okay,
that is hilarious.
Okay, here's going to be a fun tension point, Ross. We're going to see this Lorien revealed cast. Do you Spell Pierce it? I think you still would, right? Because then you get a construct out of it.
Yeah.
That's all it's saying is, do you want to, draw 3 cards to get a construct? And I think Dom would have been plenty fine with that.
Oh, Bullwinkle rethinks it, says, you know what, I won't cast the Lorien Revealed. So now we're at the end step. Top gets activated.
Draw stuff. God, that's hilarious.
Oh my god. That, that could just sort of, lock up this game. Dom's getting so low on time, approaching 4 minutes.
I mean, at this point, you're starting to look at game 3. We might be in one of those really awkward scenarios where it's like, okay, take off all your stops, F6 and discard. Who's timing out? Not my favorite style of Magic, I'll tell you that. But all right, now it looks like we're going to see Lorien revealed. That shocks me.
Yeah, maybe waiting for another blue source.
Yeah, probably just saying, you know what? I'm going to play defense. Okay, there's the key.
Spell Pierce and Flusterstorm. Oh, there was a Force Negation there,
Yeah.
wasn't there? I guess with under 4 minutes, they just don't care.
Yeah. But now you start attacking. I don't like that play by Bullwinkle.
Yeah.
It almost seemed like that was just I was clicking fast. I'm serious. That felt like that was a misclick.
So this game is now Dom's. Dom is going to win game 2. It's a question of how much time he's going to be able to leave himself to win game 3.
Yeah.
And these Tinker decks can win very quickly.
We've entered garbage time where there's a perfect little key for a perfect little lock or for a perfect little vault. Gonna take all the turns, get in with this construct. Right now, Bullwinkle is doing the correct thing, playing the clock game. Be like, you're gonna have to attack me this many times.
It's only going to take 4 more turns to end this game because you get 1 more block and then 3 more attacks.
Spell Pierce it.
Yeah, I have no idea why Dom is playing top and doing other things.
Yeah, just attack.
I would be doing nothing.
Attack F6, attack F6, attack F6.
And this is awkward because now Bullwinkle is able to use the Misty Rainforest and cast his Bowmaster for more blockers. So that's going to cost Dom even more time.
It's going to get Force of Will, then it's going to get 4.
Okay, so Force of Will plus 2 more turns will be enough. Dom has probably cost himself a solid 10, 20 seconds. With that
and that becomes a real thing at this stage of the game.
But and this Force of Will is going to get met by all the counter spells in Bullwinkle's hand.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to probably see Force of Negation, leaving Flusterstorm.
Now, even double Spell Pierce doesn't
do
it.
Yeah, double
So-
spell pierce doesn't do anything.
So now it's
Two
four.
more chump
Now it's 4 more
blockers.
turns. Block there, block next turn, and then you still need 2 attacks. Yeah, that's now he's probably cost himself a solid minute.
We're now entering turn 23, most of which have been taken by Dom. Block. And Bullwinkle is doing the same. F6 to you, F6 to you. Dom doesn't remember how many times he's activated this vault, so let's activate it one more time for safety. But this should be attack for 7, untap attack for 7.
Yeah, no need to activate the vault next turn, so we should have about 2 minutes to win game 3.
I don't like it if I'm Dom, that's for sure.
Yeah, this is one of those awkward ones. Like, the games just went long,
Yeah.
slight edge on clock, and it's really Sensei's top that drained Dom's clock.
And I mean, realistically, Dom did win our last year's end of the year tournament, if I'm remembering correctly, right?
I believe you're correct.
And that is how Dom qualified for this. If you do well in those events, you can kind of defer some invites, kind of train it up as you will. So Dom didn't play the qualifier to get into this. And that could be like, oh, I'm learning my deck in the first couple of turns as well, Easily could be that style of game. So game number 3 here of round number 1. We have an absolute banger for the first round here to be bringing you at the Mana Trader series. If you're new here, first of all, just thank you so much for coming along. Ross and I do these events, anytime we can, as well as on the back end, we got our fearless leader, Adrian, clicking all the buttons, making us look good. So please come and watch us. We'll be announcing our format for next month tomorrow. So keep an ear out for that, and then you can start qualifying and getting ready for that format. But I mean, these tournaments are awesome, Ross.
They are super fun. We always get a sort of dense field for these monthly events because everyone's got to, got to put in some work, either qualifying from big finishes like Dom did, or qualifying through that sort of preliminary series, playing a bunch of matches. So, it's all people that are playing at a high level and know their decks really well, and that's as weird as that game was, where they stared at each other for a while, you don't get games like that unless both players know what they're doing.
Exactly. And that was a good game. So, all right, buckle in, everyone. We got 2 minutes on the clock here for Dom. Gonna be starting it off. I see the 61 card special in Dom's deck. Love it. Ray of Enfeeblement, as well as Sagas, and Hull Breachers. This is a perfectly reasonable hand. Just try to do Saga things. That could be fast, could be not fast enough. We'll see.
Ray of Enfeeblement is a nice one. It deals with all the creatures out of Mono White Initiative while also dealing with Bowmaster, Dark Confidant, Ragavan.
Ooh, I like that. That's nice. All right, so we see a banger of a start here for Bullwinkle. Mox Ruby, Soul Ring, Cycle Lorien revealed, discard Bobble, nothing else from there, but has some treasure cruise, has a needle, and this needle is going to be a banger.
Yeah, needle on Saga here might.
But wow, was that a top deck Black Lotus from Dom?
It was, which is getting pierced, but then pierced back, and now
it has to be forced,
Lotus,
right?
No, I think you really need the treasure cruise.
Holy cow. Now you can Hull Breach right now if you want.
Oh no.
Are we about to see a murder?
Well,
is it Lorien revealed? Oh, we can't. Never mind. Yeah. Is it treasure cruise time?
I think it is. We can play it for 4 mana, and we have 4 mana with the land.
Oh God!
This is concentrate, get Hull breached.
Okay, we were just like, please, he has a family. All right, but that was a lot of actions taken from Bullwinkle, so Bullwinkle did fall down a little bit.
Another Tinker target drawn for Dom.
And just says go. Now we're probably just going to see Needle fired off on this Saga, and there goes Dom's plan A.
Yeah, and found the other Black Source, so we can use the Soul Ring, float 1, then play the Luris. Have Force of Negation up the entire time, start drawing some extra cards. Very nicely navigated from Bullwinkle here.
Okay. There is Ray of Enfeeblement.
Another creature Ray kills.
I mean, Ray kills everything, it seems. So.
Yeah, it's just 1 mana terminate in this format.
No big deal. All right, once again, looking at the clock here, Dom's up to 1 minute and 22 seconds. I don't know if we can do it, Ross.
I mean,
Three,
yeah,
four, five,
with
six.
the
You can cast the Sphinx next turn if you draw land, which we have with the Lorien revealed.
well, you needed it to be either a black, or no, we have the black source from
Yeah.
C.
So
Yeah.
Black Lotus can be all white mana. Sphinx of the Steel Wind. I don't know. It's like what, a 6/6 indestructible.
It's flying first strike lifelink or flying vigilance lifelink. Pro
Okay.
red, pro green.
Does the
It
things.
definitely has flying lifelink, pro red, pro green.
Okay.
As one other keyword ability.
Okay. So here is this recall off the top. This game looks like it would be slam dunk in Dom's favor if time wasn't a factor. As it stands, anyone's game here.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of running out of time.
Yeah, because I mean, Bullwinkle's locked out of everything right now because of this whole breach. Whole breacher, I should say. All right, draw step, pass to you. 48 seconds. Can Dom clear this out for something?
This ancestor will meet the force. Oh no, we drew Bowmaster.
Talk about punish for waiting. All right, never mind. This game's over. This game is over.
There's a pile of counter spells off the ancestor when the damage is already done by a creature on the battlefield. And yeah, now, regardless of time, you got to give the edge to Bullwinkle.
Yeah. And I mean, to be fair, that was a case of Dom wanted to wait with that recall, and maybe if this time wasn't the biggest factor, maybe wouldn't have done that. But all right, is this the Sphinx? Looks like it.
Yeah, Drew. Yeah. Okay. Sphinx of the Steel Wind.
Is it good enough? First strike, vigilance, lifelink, protection from red, protection from green.
It just has both keywords. I was like, it has one or the other.
Yeah,
It just
yeah.
has them all.
Okay. Now we draw some cards. 15 seconds for Dom. You gotta like his chances if this game went a little bit longer, but as it stands, Treasure Cruise for some extra cards. Bullwinkle's doing the best game actions he can. But I don't know if it would even be enough.
Oh my god. Dom is going to be so... Yeah, you don't even have time to play
nothing.
lands. Can't take game actions.
Go. F6, Dom.
No blocks.
Yeah, but going to blockers takes time. 8 seconds. Fatal push on
My own creature to try to waste your time.
But Dom F6, that was a pointless one right there. Okay. Oh, man. Can Dom do it? It is 4 seconds. Here comes this. Dom should be just clicking. No. 1 second. Dom F6 to attackers. Is there going to be enough time? No. Bullwinkle pulls it out and wins the match with a lethal Sphinx attack being made. And that is not how you want to start your Mana Trader series. Brutal.
And the big issue was the attack with the opposition agent in game 2.
Yeah.
If Dom doesn't attack with the agent and just keeps attacking with the construct until all the blockers are gone, then you don't have to deal with that whole nonsense from the Orcish Bowmaster and the fetch, and you save at least 30 seconds.
Yes.
And you easily win that third game.
Oh, man, a heartbreaker for Dom Harvey here, but congrats to Bullwinkle advancing to 1-0. Now, that round went really late, so we're going to quick take ourselves a 5-minute break, and then we'll be right back with round number 2 here at the Mana Trader series. Wow. All right, everybody, coming back a little bit early because, believe it or not, that was the last match. So we're going to be following Ely Cassis here, aka Shuffle Pwned. And we're going to be starting it off here. We'll get these hand cams going.
Playing against Serum Visions.
Serum Visions. And
Not
playing
great
a
card
much
in
better
Vintage.
card than Serum Visions, aka Ancestral Recall. And we'll see what Blue Tinker versus Demir Control. Both these players are 1-0. That hand doesn't look right.
It's like we might have our hands reversed.
Either way, something's being screwed up by Adrian. That's all I know.
Yeah, it looks like the top hand is Ely, so he
Yeah.
goes for the Ancestral on turn 1.
Okay. Pretty good. And there is that one of Skull Clamp. And maybe we are up against Shops, huh? Okay. So Demir Control against Shops. I'm excited for this. All right, unpack that hand a bit, Rods. What are we looking at up there?
We got a really good one because turn 1 with these shop decks, you want to play the lock pieces to slow your opponent down.
And what are these lock pieces?
So Sphere of Resistance is a big one. Just make everything cost 1 more. You
Okay.
have plenty of mana to pay. And then Trinisphere, that's the restricted one. Actually, is Sphere? Oh, Thorn of Amethyst is also restricted.
Okay.
Sphere is unrestricted.
Trinisphere, everything costs 3.
Yes.
Annoying as hell to play against.
Yeah. So even when you pitch cast a Force Spell, gotta pay 3.
Yeah. Oh, brutal. Okay, so here we go. We played a lot of permanents. Not a Luris deck, though.
So, yeah.
Ely's hand did not develop after that recall as well. It was pretty bad. Black Lotus for Portable Hole, as one does.
Yeah.
And then Trinisphere.
Portable Hole the Mox. Now we have 4 mana to play the Trinisphere under the Sphere.
Jeez.
Because we went for the Sphere first, we played around a Force of Will or Force of Negation. You'd have to counter that one.
But you know what Ely's pretty happy about? Kind of that. It's just like, okay, Ely's like, I'll be playing Urza's Saga.
Ooh. Well, there's a Saga here for Serum Vision, so they're feeling good. But Ely has multiple Sagas and a Wasteland. Oh, uses the Wasteland on the workshop.
I mean, that does shut Serum Visions down from spells, so I get that.
Yeah.
But hindsight, if Ely had perfect information like we did, he might have just went for Urza Saga there, huh?
Yeah, and now it's 3 Sagas against 1, but Serum Vision Saga is coming down first, and
It's
already,
bigger.
Yeah, has way bigger. So
yeah,
I think you got to say advantage over there.
Okay.
And if he ever draws another Mishra's Workshop, now we can play that Steel Hellkite. Or I guess we're still 1 short there.
Steel Hellkite costs 6, and it's like a hasty dragon of some kind, right?
Like, a haste. When it like connects, you get to like powder keg things.
Okay.
It destroys permanents.
Cool.
And is a big flyer.
So we see some cards picked up from Ely, and it just doesn't matter. Everything costs 4, unless.
So if it's 2 or less, it'll still only cost 3.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Trinisphere always checks at the end. You do all your other cost adjustments, and then if it's still less than 3, bring it up to 3.
Okay, still brutal,
Yeah.
but a little bit better for Ely and maybe a bit of a nombo from these Shops deck.
Yeah.
Now, what are these Shops decks trying to actually like close the game, win with outside of Saga? Like, is there any of these? What, the 5/3 Lodestone Golem? Is that still a thing?
That one's
or-
restricted, so they all have one a copy of
Okay.
Lodestone Golem.
Okay.
Lodestone Golem's awesome. And that was a straight 4 of when they allowed it.
Yeah.
It sort of varies. It just whatever big artifacts you want to play. Steel
Whatever,
Hellkite,
big
we see
dumb
as the option here.
artifact. Okay.
Yeah, sometimes they have like Walking Ballista. I've seen Worm Coil Engine. That one's very good against Goblin Welder.
Okay.
Now they have Urza Saga though, so that's a big one.
Yeah, Urza Saga is just so good in so many decks. I
Yeah.
mean, look at this. Just cranked out 2 8/8s.
Saga working under these sphere effects is really important.
Yeah.
Now, both for the shop deck themselves and for opposing decks.
Yep.
We see that's all Ely can do here as well. It's just the fact that Serum Vision's constructs are so much bigger, the deciding factor.
And Ely got so punished this game with that early Wasteland on the workshop, which would have been completely useless. And
Yeah, I guess still work because Workshop planes 2 Mox and still doesn't cast the Hellkite through the
Yeah.
resistance. So yeah, would have gotten punished, but
Ely didn't have perfect information, went with the information dealt, and it was perfectly reasonable there.
There's a Soul Ring on the other side, so we would have cast Steel Hellkite by now if they.
Well, the Soul Ring just got searched off Urza Saga.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
true.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Which also is one of an Urza Saga target.
Yeah.
I mean, you think like Urza Saga and for Mox Opal feels busted. When your Urza Saga goes to chapter 3, add 3 colorless, like that is quite powerful. And now all of a sudden, Ely needs something now. Is there anything off these sagas that can deal with constructs? You know, like I want to say Aether Spellbomb, but it doesn't feel like that's what these decks are trying to be
Well,
doing, right?
Ely's he's gonna make another construct. He's gonna find another artifact. So
Yeah.
now we're gonna have 2/4/4s. On the other side of the constructs are 2, 4, 6, 8. Not okay. They're just big enough that you can't even double block. That's a
Okay.
problem. But we do have a Mishra's Bauble. No, but we have to make another construct.
Well, you can Skull Clamp. You can equip Skull Clamp to the construct, right? To boost it up a bit. Does that help?
Yeah, that gets us there.
Okay.
But then
But
we
now
still have
3
to deal
mana
with
for a bobble, baby.
or play a bauble. That actually works even better because it pumps both. So now we can double block.
Are those
and
constructs?
they're 9/9s and we have 2/5/5s.
So the Steel Hellkite is just going to be GG if we top deck a land?
We got a top deck workshop specifically.
Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4,
Or
5.
workshop or ancient tomb.
Probably not Academy, huh?
Academy will do it. That makes 9 mana.
Oh. Oh. I was thinking Library of Alexandria.
Yeah.
Yep.
Galarian Academy will do it.
Academy had to have been probably the best draw then, huh?
Yeah.
So now these come
Now
in
they're
and you just have
10/10s.
to double block, right?
Yeah, I think you have to double block one of them, trade 2 constructs for 1, and then you're at 1, and I don't know what Ely can draw to deal with the Steel Hawkeye and the giant construct.
What a draw from Serum Visions off the top.
Yeah.
You know what? When you need an answer, go to the library. I mean,
Go
that's
to the Academy.
dang it. I butchered that bad joke. All right, all right. Serum Vision's picking that one up. Gonna head to sideboarding here. Yeah, interesting. So let's pull up one of these shops lists and we'll start looking at the sideboard a little bit and we'll see kind of what gets brought in right here. So this is the Demir control deck. And here is a version of colorless shops, maybe not the exact one we're seeing. Ross, kind of piece together, what do you think you want to bring in against this deck?
Yeah. This version that we're seeing on the screen, I think, is a more aggressive version of
Yeah.
shops than the one Serum Visions is playing.
Yeah, it's more prison elements in Serum Visions, right? Like,
I mean, there's still a good number of prison elements. You see 4 Sphere Resistance, 4 Null Rod, and the Trinisphere here.
Okay,
But it's more about the creature curve. You see
Yeah.
that this version is really low with the Patchwork Automatons, the Nettle Sis, and things like that. So do you want to play bigger creatures, things like Steel Hellkite, or do you want to have a lower curve? But
Okay.
that's the real tension. Regardless, both of these decks in the sideboard are going to have some more interaction if they want to bring it in. You know, if you want access to something like Dismember, or if the games are going to go long, Crucible of Worlds.
I'm
can be
looking
very
at
good.
Crucible. I think Crucible Wasteland against this Demir
Yeah.
deck where you can just keep
And
them locked under Trinisphere
also-
plus that.
Crucible Urza Saga.
Oh, yeah. No kidding. That's a win con in itself. That's all you need. So, all right. Interesting stuff. We'll take a look at Ely's deck list here one more time while we wait for these players to get going.
This is probably the disadvantage of being Demir. When you're playing white, red, or green, those are
Yeah.
the colors that are good at dealing with artifacts and enchantments.
Sure. Yeah.
You don't really have the kind of targeted stuff to bring in, so you're relying on things like Dismember out of the sideboard in the shop matchups, or things like Hercules Recall, the mass bounce spells.
Hercules
So
Recall.
those will
okay.
definitely come in as good as having something like Force of Vigor.
Now, what is that third card up there? That's just a destroy target land card, right? If I'm remembering correctly, like 2 mana destroy a land, sinkhole or something.
That doesn't look like Sinkhole to me.
Okay, I guess I'm not sure exactly what that is, but I feel like that's a destroy target land type thing. But I'm obviously not the vintage expert. Maybe chat can correct us here in a second. All right, so jumping in here, Serum Vision's taking down Alien Cassis in the first one. No, Yixlid Jailer I saw, but it was the one below that I was looking at. But
Virtue's Ruin.
yeah, there we go. I'm
Okay.
getting word it was destroying all the white creatures, so it is definitely a card for the mono white initiative decks. All right, so looking at Serum Vision's hand first here, we have a Black Lotus, we have a Soul Ring, we have a Workshop, and then we have some artifacts to do some stuff. Now, Crucible
So-
as well, but you don't have the land to be kind of bringing back. That's kind of one big piece that's missing in this deck.
Yeah, but is now insulated against opposing wastelands. Can
Yeah.
play a 3/3 ballista here. Maybe he just wants to play a 2/2 ballista and leave the Lotus around.
Yeah. Okay, is this just Chalice for 2? Okay.
Yeah, also
Dark
reasonable.
Confidant, Bowmasters. I bet this has to get forced, right?
I would guess so, especially with 2 of the 2-drops in your hand.
Yeah.
And it does. And that is also single. The Chalice was added to the restricted 5 or 6 ago.
Good. Nobody likes playing against that. Not
the-
one single person. All right, so now going to go to Ely's turn. It'll be interesting if he wants to go for Saga 2-drop or just Flooded Strand and 2-drop. You know,
Yeah.
I would probably tend to like getting my 2-drops down, especially up against a Chalice deck. Now, I guess you don't have to deal with Chalice anymore.
Bigger problem for Ely, though, is that these creatures are going to get eaten alive by Walking Ballista.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, big old Ballista here for what? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8
Could
for
be
4?
Yeah, it could be a 4/4 next turn.
Yikes.
Big boy.
That is indeed a big boy. Big Robo Boy. Another Bowmaster. Ooh, ideal. Decides to get Urza Saga down to try to maybe just start focusing on constructs a little bit more. If Ely waits with the Dark... I mean, I'm inclined to play Dark Confidant right now. You know,
Oh,
it's
yeah.
the card that's going to draw you more cards. It's better than Bowmaster. Bowmaster is also not for the shop stack by any means. You know,
No.
this is probably where it's going to look its weakest. But I mean, now look at this. I mean, we're going to get this. We're going to get a Plains down and just Ballista for 4. And there's not really any great answers. Now, can Workshop put counters on?
No, it's only to cast artifact
Okay.
spells as Workshop mana. So restricted in what you do with it is easy. This is now a 5/5 Ballista.
Okay.
The mock's drawn.
Anyway, he started blasting.
Yeah. And Ely desperately needs a Fatal Push.
Yeah. Okay, Mox Ruby, not what the doctor ordered. And there's no real scenario where Ely can line up like an Orcish Bowmaster, deal 1 to Walking Ballista, double block, or anything like that. Just because, well, Serum Vision can still put a counter on it and just let that damage resolve. So Ely's pretty priced into just activating Urza's Saga here, and it's not very good.
No, but if you can try to build up, get these counters down, then play the Bowmaster.
Yeah, something for Serum Vision. If Serum Visions were to find like a wasteland, this game's over. With Crucible being backed up, like that would just be too much.
Agreed. Definitely the draw that he is looking for. Because it would be so ideal because you can Crucible Wasteland and still have the mana up for Ballista.
Okay, we're gonna have to be really careful using these powers.
No kidding. We have called the land of the waste here multiple turns, and it's just completely backbreaking every single time.
Have to change our name from the Breach Bros to the Wasteland Whisperers.
It does roll off the tongue. That's still pretty good. All right, so here we go. We're going to see Portable Hole hit, and then a Wasteland.
Yeah, with the Wasteland now.
You might not even hit Saga. I think I hit Underground Sea here. Because, I mean, you get to make one construct anyways. Yeah, I would have liked to see the Sea because the Saga's already going away. But maybe you get... Actually, I lied. You can get Pithing Needle and stop the Wasteland shenanigans, so... Never mind. Best draw possible. Best target.
And the Portable Hole saves a counter on the Ballista to answer the construct anyway, and limits the mana from Ely, so that makes a ton of sense.
I could see Ely just scooping it up right here, to be honest. Like, what do you Demonic Tutor for? Fatal Push?
I think you probably have to DT for Pithing Needle. And next turn you needle the Wasteland and you hope to find push for the Ballista.
Yeah, I think that is perfectly as reasonable as well. There's Serum Visions with that Wasteland off the top. We said it. If that card was drawn, that was going to be game. So that's Ely Kisses fallen to 1-1, our bounty. So Serum Vision gets $50. Little richer here for Serum Vision. That is what we do.
We need to have a $50 bill on hand so we can.
We really do. I
really
just came back from Vegas too. I should have some cash on me. I should, but I'm broke, man. Vegas got me.
With how little cash we use these days, when's the last time you handled a $50 bill?
Exactly.
Like,
Yeah.
maybe,
Hundreds and 20s, really.
yeah.
So
About the Benjamins.
exactly.
None
So
of these Ulysses Grants.
sure. All right, we're going to be jumping into another match here. We'll see what kind of other 2-0s are available. We'll keep an eye on Ely Cassis throughout the weekend. But what I was saying about the bounty here, every time Ely gets defeated, the other opponent wins $50 into their Mana Trader wallet. That can be used for their loan program. You can cash it out as well if you just want the cash straight away. Plus, you get all the money you can win in these tournaments, which they're 10Ks. You can't really play 10Ks on a weekend here in your pajamas very often.
Yeah, certainly not with 70 players in it.
Yes, that is extremely good value. That's for sure.
Yeah, I just saw $143 in equity per person.
Yeah, not bad. All right, we got another match queued up. We will head on in for our backup feature. All right, we got, I know that name. That's Echo Baronin. That's Andreas Peterson against Mono White Initiative.
Yeah, and this looks like the Sultan mid-range deck.
And that's game.
Or at least it was.
There you go, Adrian. Good job getting that Sultai mid-range up there. That's game. We'll try to jump into another one that looks like Mono White Initiative being 2-0. So impressive to them. That's one of the advantages and disadvantages of having this spectator mode aspect is sometimes you go in there and there's not much left to watch. So we'll at least bring one more match to you here in round number 2 before we pivot. So all right, heading into another one. Let's check it out. All right, so catching up here, Ross, what do we got going on here?
So this is Oath against Mono White Initiative.
Okay.
Forbidden Orchard, one of the key cards from the Oath deck, and it looks like they were able to power out a Narset with Black Lotus, so that'll dig them towards an Oath of Druids.
Exotic or Forbidden Orchard is the land that provides your opponent so nicely with a creature, right?
Yep.
Okay.
So they've got it all rolled up if they can find the Oath of Druids.
All right, and Oath does trigger at your upkeep though, so you have to have it in play.
Yeah, we'll have to stay in play for a turn. Triggers on both players' upkeeps as long as somebody has more creatures.
Both players, okay.
Yeah, so if you have more creatures than your opponent and it's your Oath of Druids, they get a creature.
Gotcha. Well, here's Demonic Tutor. I mean, I think I know what I'd want to search for.
And has Force of Negation.
Okay.
So,
So now it triggers our initiative players' upkeep? Oh, no.
Well, it won't trigger because the opponent doesn't have more creatures.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Of course. So it's useless text on your opponent's turn in an ideal scenario most of the time, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, Oath of Druids. And there's a Wasteland that's a little bit late to the party. And here's Anointed Peacekeeper. Does that do anything?
Not really.
Not really, right? We don't know exactly what game we're on here, or maybe our... All right, it is game 2, and these players are undefeated so far.
Yes. Peacekeeper names the Dismember because Wizard is only on the 2 mana. So
Which member did they name?
This one.
Okay.
Spirit takes down the Narset, so but we're about to see an Atraxa Grand Unifier.
Wow. No lands, no problem. Here's Atraxa. Let's get a bunch of cards. So at this stage of the game with these Oath decks, Ross, like, how do we close out the game? Just bury them in value?
Yeah, you just attack with Atraxa.
Okay. But like, there's no trick on top of this, right? Like, once
No.
you get Atraxa, Oath of Druids, do you get another creature at all, or?
So as long as your opponent keeps having more creatures than you, you'll keep triggering the Oath, but the only creatures in the deck are Atraxa.
So it's just going to be Legend Rule Atraxa, go from there. And, Time Walk's pretty good with Oath.
Yeah, that's okay.
Wow, this deck looks awesome.
Yeah, so we'll get to
I'll take another turn, I suppose.
Yeah, I might have even waited a turn on that Time Walk just so I get an attack in with the Atraxa first.
That doesn't matter.
Still, these initiative decks don't have much in the way of interaction. I think they have Solitudes.
Okay. Yep, they definitely have Solitudes. So let's take a look at Oath of Druid, a deck list for that, since this is a rather new one, and frankly, not boring like Mono White Initiative, snooze fest. All right, Ross, walk us through this collection of Magic cards.
Yeah, so when your plan is putting Atraxa onto the battlefield, you want to back it up with a lot of interaction. So you see
Okay.
plenty of interaction with the Force of Wills, Force of Negations, Mental Misstep, Fluster Storm. Pretty typical that we've seen out of other blue decks.
Okay.
But in addition to Oath of Druids, there are several other ways to cheat Atraxa onto the battlefield. There's 4 copies of Show and Tell. So you can just power out a Show and Tell for the Atraxa if you draw one. There's also 1 copy of Flash, which is restricted. So I don't know if you remember Flash.
Flash Protein Hulk shenanigans,
Yeah,
right?
that was the combo in Legacy in 2006.
Now, do I know what it does? Absolutely not.
Yeah.
I remember that was the whole Flash Hulk,
Yeah, it's 1 in a blue. You put a creature from your battlefield or from your hand onto the battlefield, instant.
and sack it at
But
end
then,
step.
you immediately have to pay the mana cost of the creature less 2 colorless. So you turn 2 colorless of the cost into 1 in a blue to give your creature flash.
Yeah.
But with Atraxa, you just let it die. You basically get 2 mana for an Atraxa trigger.
Okay, which
So-
is very much worth
Yeah,
it.
2 mana to reveal the top 10 cards of your library and put 1 of each.
You do
type
have to
in your
have the
hand.
Atraxa in your hand, though, right?
Yes, it has to be in your hand.
Okay.
So because of Atraxa triggers, that's why you see some of those Planeswalkers, the 1 Narset, which is restricted, and 2 copies of Oko. So you can dig for those. And then tutors to set everything up. Demonic Consultation, Vampiric Tutor, Demonic Tutor, all extra copies of, do I need an Atraxa to Show and Tell into play? Do I need the Show and Tell? Do I need Oath of Druids? Do I need Forbidden Orchard to give my opponent a creature for Oath of Druids?
Okay.
So this is like, very similar to the control decks, but instead of playing Dark Confidant and Orcish Bowmaster and Urza Saga, you're playing this Oath package as your way to win the game.
I do like it. So looking at the sideboard here of this Oath of Druids deck, what are we trying to do against initiative? Because nothing jumps off the page to me, which might say this is a good matchup.
Yeah, you're generally good against creature decks
Yeah.
when you're playing Oath of Druids.
I believe it.
Yeah. I imagine the Dismembers will come in to give yourself additional creature removal.
Okay, just deal with the Peacekeeper.
Yeah.
And that is the only initiative creature we kind of deal with, or at least that we see in Vintage, right? So other Legacy fans will see the red one. That will be a little bit of a card that they go with. But in Vintage, it's just Anointed Peacekeeper. The 3-mana one. Or is it Season?
No. There's
Season Dungeon Master.
Dungeoneer.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, Peacekeeper is just another disruptive element for them. Thalia, and that's why you only see white initiative decks, is because they have the other disruptive creatures that you need.
Gotcha.
Vintage.
I guess I phrased my question poorly. The only initiative creature is the 1 4-drop, right? Wasn't there a 3-drop initiative creature as well? Season.
There's Season Dungeoneer, and
which is the 4-mana one,
and the Crusader.
Okay.
White Plume Adventure is the other one.
Yeah. That's the 3-mana one, right?
I think that's the 4-mana.
Okay.
But it might be. There's a 3-mana one and a 4-mana one.
Yeah, I know the 3-mana one got banned from Legacy, because that was deemed too powerful to be able to curve those into each other. I wasn't sure if that's still legal in Vintage, but I guess we're gonna find out.
Probably find him.
Chat, you can help us out here. Any Vintage masters in the chat?
Both Slayers mulliganing. This Chancellor of the Annex could be awkward for Wizard.
So just one was revealed, right? So it was a mulligan.
Yeah, I think one got put on the bottom for
they do stack though, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
They each have a separate ability, but it'll only happen on the first spell that's cast for Wizard. So if you have 2 Chancellors, the first spell will be counter unless you pay 2.
So as it's going to stand now, this Chancellor is going to do Stone Cold nothing, because we're just going to go fetch land, pay 1 for a Mox Sapphire. That's done. Turn 2 Oko. Where if you had double Chancellor, this would be doing that same thing except turn 2. Having 2 Chancellors in your opening hand from these mono white decks just is not very good.
Yeah. But the second Chancellor would have essentially allowed one of these creatures to resolve for sure.
So now, what do you go for? I mean, almost no matter what, it's getting countered. But okay, White Plume Adventure. Sorry, chat. That's exactly the card that I was thinking of, but I could not remember the game. So this is clearly not a restricted card at all, right? We can just play 4 White Plume Adventure, 4 Seasoned Dungeon Master, and just go to town, huh?
Yep.
Okay, so here's Thalia getting Force of Willed, pitching the Atraxa, and we're going to see everybody's favorite, ripped Planeswalker, Oko, Thief of Crowns.
Yeah, and we drew a blue card in that Cataxian Probe, so it has Oko plus Force of Will. And Oko in Vintage is also really nice because you have a bunch of artifacts lying around.
Yes.
So you could start, making 3/3s a lot faster than you can in a lot of other formats.
And my favorite thing ever is turning a Black Lotus into an Elk. Be like, you know what? You've done your job, Black Lotus, by adding mana your entire career. let me take care of you and just create you as a little harmless elk. All right, here's the adventure, almost assuredly getting a Force of Willed.
Yeah, and this is an Oko game now for Wizard.
Yep. A Young Wizard, 2002.
Wasteland takes out the green source. We have a Phyrexian sensor for next turn, but at this point, that doesn't do a whole lot.
Okay.
Oh, that was pretty good.
That's possible?
That was okay.
Yeah.
I probably would have tapped the Mox Sapphire to cast it, but yeah, whatever.
You got too excited. Okay,
Yeah.
now can we? Oh, we can't show and tell
So,
quite
yeah.
yet. I guess we don't have anything to show. But now it's just time to get busy.
Yeah, we can't just pitch that the show and total force will counter their next threat, and then
Wow.
turn the Mox into an elk and attack for 6.
Now, do you even counter Phyrexian Sensor? Do you care about it?
Probably not.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I mean, the other cards are not going to be cast anytime soon.
Yeah, Mirror's Call is a land, basically.
And this is game number 3 at these players being both 1-0.
Even this Archon of Emeria isn't threatening.
You mean that elk? All right, we'll maximize on that one.
Sensor is a 3/3. Maybe you do force this one with your opponent at 11. You can just force this attack for 6, put them to 5, and now if they
Yeah.
tap the Ancient Tomb, both of your creatures are lethal.
Yeah, I think I like being a little conservative on this one. Honestly, I don't like playing show and tell. I mean, actually, I take that back. I was going to say you don't want to play it because you know about the Chancellor right now. Okay, Black Lotus, surprisingly not very good. Now, you can exchange control here, right? So you can give the Mox Sapphire.
But I
That's-
just want
yeah.
to attack.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's turn
Like,
the
how's
Mox
the
into a
sensor going
land.
to do anything? Honestly, next turn, we'll probably see this Black Lotus turn into an elk, which is hilarious.
Yeah, I think so too.
Oh, baby. Oko's still an incredible Magic card.
Yeah, and this is just O tribal deck. You have Oath of Druids and Oko.
Oh, okay.
It's O tribal.
Can we get that changed for the deck name there, Adrian?
Or maybe we can call it O Town.
O-Town? I like it.
Yes, esoteric 90s boy band O Town.
The classic, yes.
They want it all.
They want it all.
Or nothing at all.
All right, we'll stop singing now for you, chat.
I will never stop singing. Definitely not for chat.
Not even if there's a fire. All right, here comes elk number 3 in a hat.
It's elk in a flower suit.
Yeah. Here we go, an attack for 6. And wow, do you want to take half your life? Nope, you got to block. And now Archon, I mean, what's our best draw? Season Dungeon? It just doesn't matter right now, right? Like,
Yeah,
I
it
don't
doesn't matter at all.
I don't think our bottom player has any way of coming back.
You're in Garbaggio time.
And I think it's just game because you have to tap the Ancient Tomb to play anything. You go to 6, Force deals with it, and then Black Lotus.
We could play the Thalia without taking damage, but the
Yeah.
Thalia just doesn't even do anything.
Yeah.
Not as big as an elk.
Man, are we going to see? I mean, such a vintage thing. We're going to see it won by Oko ticking up on a Black Lotus. I mean,
It's the most expensive elk of all time.
That's game. All right, everybody, welcome back to the booth here. Coming in after round number 2 here of the Mana Trader series. And Oko, Thief of Crown, still good card draws.
Yeah, very, very good one. And, was able to just completely take over that game. Didn't even need Traxxas.
Didn't even need it. So, all right. So before we go to break here, I believe our director is going to let us know if there's any more to check out. Okay. Sounds like we do have a couple left. So while our director tries to find us this, a little reminder, if you want to be a part of this series, or if you just want to, try out some decks in either this format, modern, pioneer, standard, what have you. If you don't want to buy a bunch of cards, you don't want to break the bank, try out the loan program. The loan program's really awesome for Mana Traders. I've been using it, well, forever, to be honest. I used to, back in my day, buy decks, realize I hated playing this deck, sell them, buy a different deck, lose this whole 30 tickets in each exchange going up and down. And, bots loved me at the time, but my wallet did not. So if you want to save some money as well, !Bash Bros in the chat. This is the best code in the land. So you can save yourself 15% off your first 2 months loan subscription. And, start trying it out today. You can basically rent any deck at that gold tier I think modern is kind of the trickiest format. Some decks are a little pricier if you're doing, really expensive Omnath decks or something like that. But for the most part, you can find a deck in every format at that tier or even the lower ones if you want to check it out. So exclamation point Bash Bros in the chat. It'll give you a promo code and you can check it out there.
Yeah. And as we said earlier, the power on Magic Online not nearly as expensive as it is in real life. So
Not nearly, you mean not even remotely close.
Not
Yeah.
in the same stratosphere.
Exactly. The same. I'm like, okay, obviously I can't afford a Black Lotus online, but it's like, oh no, it's like 8 tickets or something, so it's no big deal. You can play this format, you can play any of them. So, all right, if we're ready, we can jump into another match and let's check that out. Round number 2 action here. Checking out one more. And there we go. We got Bullwinkle, who was fresh off the win last round, right?
Against Dom.
Against RNG Specialist. Another really, really nice Magic player.
And, well, that was the end of the game, but not the end of the match.
Yes.
So we're likely going into game 3 here.
Cool.
RNG taking game 2. So Bullwinkle going to be on the play for game 3. And this looks like another Demir control mirror.
Yeah, it does, but I do see that time vault. So there's just the time vault key stuff going on top. So maybe more artifact focused, but for the most part, probably just a Demir control mirror match, huh?
When you already have a couple tutors and Urza Saga, it's really easy to just put Vault Key in your deck.
Yeah, exactly. Vault just looks really great. I mean, to be fair, it's a heinous Magic card if you don't have the key. 2 mana do nothing.
At least the key can, sometimes net you a mana with Mana Crypt or Soul Ring. Sometimes it can untap constructs. So you can play a little offense, defense.
Yeah, if you let's maximize that art right there one more time. So you see this shouldered up person here. Underneath that, it's Grinding Station. So it's just the same thing. 2 mana do nothing, but helps the combo decks, like helping Underworld Breach, our baby in Modern.
And this is probably the 12th different Oracle text that Time Vault has had in its lifetime. Years ago, they didn't, Wizards didn't like Vault Key, so they kept trying to errata how Time Vault worked so it wouldn't work with Voltaic Key.
Okay.
There's a lot of different, very clunky ways that they oracled it, but then it started working with other things like Flame Fusillade, which is a 3-and-a-red sorcery that lets you tap a permanent to ping any target.
Okay.
The Time Vault used to work where you could just skip a turn to untap it, and then you would tap to take an extra turn. And so you could just untap it repeatedly and just skip your next 1,000 turns. So you deal your opponent 1,000 damage. It was nonsense.
Wizards is just like, come on, just play nice, y'all. Yeah. Every time we fix this card, you break it again.
After like 6 failed attempts at finding the right Oracle text, they're just like, screw it, it'll work with Key now.
Yeah, exactly. You can take all your turns you want. Next step is banning it, I guess. So. Yeah, honestly, all Magic gamers are gonna game. They're gonna find a way to break cards over and over like this. And you got to respect it. It's always funny. So, all right. Getting ready for game number 3 of round 2. This is going to be a tournament where, what are we going to need for top 8, Ross? Is this going to be like 5 wins and you're maybe sitting okay, or like auto 6 wins? What's it looking like?
So we're 7 rounds. So 6 wins, you're 100% in.
Okay.
And we're going to have several X2s make it because we're just over that cutoff for the 7th round of Swiss. So by my math, we should have 3 or 4 people at X2 in our top 8, 4 or 5 at X1 or better.
Okay. Gotcha.
So a good start is all the more important in this tournament because several people at the high end of the tiebreaker lottery are going to make that cut.
Okay.
So you really want to start off with 2 or 3 wins. That sets you up to be able to go, limp into the top 8 with a 5-2 record.
Fair enough. And Magic Online, we have the great joy of no draws allowed. I love it. Get those draws out of there.
A lot fewer X2s would make it if we allowed draws.
Yeah, very true. All right, so game number 3 here. Bullwinkle on the play against RNG Specialist.
See how the players start. We saw that, the control mirror, it was a huge advantage for Demir when playing against Jeskai because of how powerful Bowmaster is. But in the straight mirror, when both players have 4 Bowmasters, it's a lot trickier.
Exactly. And I mean, just mirror matches are always pretty close, It's no one's going to gain a huge edge here.
Yeah. Interesting that both players still have Force of Will, and I know in these kinds of matchups in Legacy, you're typically boarding out Force of Will.
Yeah.
You don't want the card disadvantage, but Vintage so powerful that you probably still have to leave it.
Fair
You
enough.
just do so much on turn 1. Just doesn't really happen in Legacy.
All right, so we see Bullwinkle coming down with turn 1 Mox Ruby and Underground Sea. Now that Underground Sea was fetched immediately. Oh, okay, we did have the bobble to manipulate a little bit. Otherwise, you almost always want to leave your fetch lands up just to protect yourself from other wastelands, right?
Yeah. Yeah, if you're not using it, you can run afoul of opposition agent if you're worried about that. So there are some punishes in both ways, but I would say you're a lot more likely to get punished by wasteland.
Fair enough. All right, so we see from RNG Specialist start with Urza's Saga, double Mox, and has some Bowmasters to have a good start. It's a fine draw.
Yeah, I would say definitely matches up pretty well against the Force of Will heavy draw on the other side. You can trade a Bowmaster for 2 cards. That's fine. Still have 1 left over
Okay.
to start applying some pressure. Ooh, Treasure Cruise though, that is
Nice one. Not the best against 2 Orcish Bowmasters, that's for sure. And we got Ross double checking the list now. We do have these available. I'm pretty sure my director can correct me. I believe we have these available to the public in the chat. Maybe what's the command on that one, Adrian, so people can check that out? Okay. Exclamation point standings or deck list. You can try both of them out there. One of them should yield you the list if you want to kind of play along with us and take a peek at the lists and to kind of see exactly what kind of tricks they're up to. Any big changes from Ely's list from either of these?
so neither of these players are playing Dark Confidant, which
Okay.
I think is the more common build. Ely might just have a soft spot for the Boomer card.
He is indeed a boomer, correct? Yes.
But no, the lists look pretty similar here. They both have all the busted, restricted Dimir cards.
Yeah.
Kind of a shame that people don't play Yogwill anymore.
Yeah, you just play Breach, right? Who needs it? And I mean, half of these decks have Delve cards.
Yeah.
You have Lurrus where you want your cards in the graveyard. Like, it makes sense.
I know.
Yeah. It's just sad, right?
Yeah. I'm just boomering.
You're just boomeranging here. So, all right, we have Brainstorm here for RNG Specialist. And cycling away with Lorien Revealed.
So, both players just kind of setting up, trying to line up their threats. The fact that RNG Specialist has a Force of Will to protect this Lurrus and Bauble makes it a more appealing play, but do we need to fire off the Force of Will on this cruise?
Probably. I mean, this was the cost for RNG Specialist with buying Lurrus there. Like, you have the hard counterspell in your hand for this Treasure Cruise with double Bowmaster, so slightly punished there, to be honest. But let's see, if Demonic Tutor fetches up Recall, we could really see a huge turn next turn. And that's what we've been seeing, right? Demonic Tutor for Recall has been a pretty common play.
Yeah, and once your cruise gets countered, that definitely makes sense. Interestingly,
wait, who Demonic Tutored for the Recall? Because the RNG Specialist drew it now.
And now, well, the recall is not going to resolve, but it is going to get the Force Will out of the way so that when Bullwinkle goes for their recall, it's going to get double Bowmaster.
Oh my God. Okay, with 2 cards in hand, I believe, yeah, it's Underground Sea and Recall. Now, there has to be a huge red flag going up from Bullwinkle because it is open information that there was a Lurrus in hand with the mana to cast it, plus a Bauble in the yard. So that was already a great play. So, it's going to be very risky to think this recall is just going to be all good, no problem. But it might be fired off right now, huh?
RNG Specialist also knows that Bullwinkle just Demonic Tutored. So RNG Specialist should know this is an Ancestral, which means Bullwinkle knows that RNG knows that there's an Ancestral. So is Bullwinkle thinking, oh, this is just a bluff to get me to not Ancestral?
This just picture, like the alien meme, with the guy with the big hair. It's just like layers, man. All right, here we go. We see the recall. drawing a bunch of cards, 3 Bowmaster triggers, firing up this Orc army all the way to now going to be a 5/5. There is the Fatal Push available to deal with the 5/5, and you could leave just the 2 Orcish Ballmeisters around and start firing up a Saga token or something. But either way, big advantage to RNG Specialist.
But you need the fatal push for the Lurrus.
You got it, right?
Yeah. So I think we're just gonna see a couple Saga tokens, and that will hopefully contain the Arc Army. But of course, as soon as you're relying on Saga, your opponent draws Wasteland.
Wow.
That's how Vintage works.
That is how Vintage seems to work. And be like, if you get 1 construct out of your Urza Saga, you feel great. If you ever get 2, something went drastically wrong for your opponent.
Yeah. And I assume we'll see Bullwinkle take this damage.
I think you have to.
They know about the Lurrus.
And now even Lurrus getting destroyed by Fatal Push, it's fine, but it's still a clean 2-for-1 because you get a bobble back. That's just how powerful Lurrus is. All right, so here is the Nightmare Kitty.
Even better than a 2-for-1. You didn't even spend a card. Lurrus came along for free.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Didn't even need a draw step.
A 2-for-0.
Ugh. And this Mishra's Bauble on Bullwinkle's side of the battlefield is looking poopy against these Bowmasters.
Yep. So here comes Urza's Saga. That's going to destroy that. Now Revolt is turned on for Fatal Push. Probably firing it off on Lurrus right now, so you can also draw off Bobble, you would think. What else are you going to do? All right, Nightmare Kitty heading to Dreamland.
No, it's just we need another removal spell.
You need like 3 removal spells, I feel.
Ideally, but at least the Bowmasters aren't killing you if you have this construct.
Yeah, you can't even really activate the Bobble right now. Like, it's so awkward. Okay, so there is Lurrus. And now we have Lurrus, plus you can sack Bobble now, but you really can't. Because if you activate one of these Bobbles, double Bowmaster just kills Lurrus.
But now the construct is big enough to trade for the Orc army. So now we're at least just kind of staring at each other.
Well, until there's like one thing from RNG Specialist, like a Fatal Push.
Very good.
Very good.
Pretty good.
All right, so it doesn't just pick off Lurrus, or do you pick off?
I think you hit the construct token and attack.
Okay, but then you probably take it. But yeah, there's just nothing for Bullwinkle to bring back right now. That's the problem. Yeah. Like, Bobble is great, but it's not perfect. That's for sure.
If you sack a Bobble, then the Bowmasters will kill the Lurrus.
Yeah, so, just one.
Yeah,
just one
Bobble.
Per Bobble kills the cat.
Yeah, I'm in on just dealing with the construct token. Let's go for the jugular.
Yeah, I think I like it too. But that is the decision point that RNG Specialist is going for right now. All right. What would you do? You would for sure just deal with construct?
Yeah.
But the thing is the flip side is an Orc attacks. If you deal with construct, take 5, go to 3. Lurrus attacks back. Now you go up to 6, and then I guess you die. So,
then it's lethal on the way back.
Yep. Okay, I'm in. If it wouldn't be lethal and Lurrus could start running away, and then let's say you top deck Fatal Push, then things snowball out of control. But the thing is, your first Fatal Push has to go with the 5/5. And these Bobbles are dead, which is frustrating. Man, the texture of Legacy and Vintage has just been flipped upside down with Orcish Bowmaster, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's just such a powerful card in these fair matchups.
And I mean, Flash on that card too is just unnecessary, I feel, I mean, it probably wouldn't be good without Flash, but
there's a lot of things they could have changed about it.
They didn't.
The damage is done.
Yeah.
It's Orcish Bowmaster's world. We're just living in it.
Exactly. I thought it would be boosting me for branding with Orcish Ballmeisters, but you know what? I'd rather not have that branding. I'd rather the card didn't exist because it's not my play style, I play decks that it's good against.
Same. Cheap creatures and draw cards. It's all I ever want to do.
So look at this. Lurrus does hit the bin. So now this Orc army can trade with Construct. Look at how defensive RNG Specialist is playing this. I don't know if I like that.
Yeah, this is going to give Bullwinkle time to draw back into the game.
Yeah.
And if Bullwinkle can just find an answer to the...
Ooh. Hello.
I was going to say if they can find an answer to the Orc army, they can start attacking.
Yeah.
They've got a big construct, but
Now we get to like Bowmaster and kill your Bowmaster.
You get a Bowmaster, I get a Bowmaster, baby.
I'd probably Bowmaster before they can possibly draw a Force of Will.
Yeah, probably. Or Force of Negation. Oh, wait, no. Excuse me. Force of Will. So, yeah, do you cast it here? Probably.
Yeah.
Use your mana. And still, I mean, at any point, if you can deal with both Bowmasters, all of a sudden Bullwinkle gets a free divination, and then huge advantage back to Bullwinkle. But as it stands, if we would have went with this other play, you know, to be fair, Bowmaster would have been a great draw anyways.
Yeah.
But the construct wouldn't have been there. Bullwinkle would have been at 3, and now you have perpetual chumps on Bowmaster. So honestly, maybe RNG Specialist did pick the better play in hindsight.
Bowmaster would have been very good against the aggressive.
Agreed. It's just good against either play. Just messed up. Okay, so we had a draw and just a land played, it looks like. Nope, there's 2 cards. Whoa, Time Walk. But didn't cast it.
Just a redraw, basically.
Okay. Doesn't want to attack. Okay, Black Lotus.
Yeah,
Impressive magic card, but not great right now.
Embarrassingly bad.
Yeah.
Don't even know why it's restricted. It's
Why do you
bad.
even play that card?
Got it.
You have enough mana right now. Like, why need it? All right. We do have just 2 lands for Bullwinkle, so just draw going here.
Yeah, it's really just going to come down to who can find key threats first, or one answer on either side really swings the battlefield.
Really snowballs either side. So another Time Walk fired off by Bullwinkle. As once again, just a redraw. And a pause in the main phase. Maybe we drew something spicy. Repeal.
Ooh. Could just, if we reset that arc, we lose our Bowmaster.
Do you have to repeal?
Repeal my own Bowmaster.
Okay.
This is a little awkward to do on your own turn, because as the active player, you'll have to your abilities will go on the stack first. So they're going to get to ping down your orc army before you can go to a 2/2, so you'll be left with only a 1/1 orc.
Yeah, I got punished for not playing that island, it looks like.
They just needed to repeal on the opposing upkeep.
Well, I mean, this was a repeal on their own card, but if they would have played Island in response to this ability, could have played Orcish Bowmaster, pinged upstairs, and then it would have been a 2/2, right? So I guess not the biggest deal, but either way, this deals with the Bowmaster. Here comes the bobble triggers that Bullwinkle has been setting up for the last like 4 turns. And Bullwinkle being able to draw these 2 cards is going to feel great.
Yeah, we do now leave open an attack for the opposing orc army, but you can chump with yours.
And you're drawing 2 cards. Well, you can chump with the orc. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Wasteland off the top for RNG Specialist is no good. So RNG is on a 6/6 and a dream. And it might work. It easily might work. So here is 2 more artifacts to crank this up to a 5/5. Big enough to just double block if need be, but no, doesn't look like Bullwinkle is keen to that.
Interesting. Says I need to get immediate value out of this mission bobble.
Bobbled themselves as well with top decking a Misty.
Well, they must have not liked what they saw. The fetch does bring them to 6, so this is a must-block threat. The orc army on the other side of the battlefield.
Yep, doesn't even want to attack with anything to fear a removal spell and just dying on the spot. Urza's Saga off the top is excellent.
Yeah, that might be best possible.
Yep, and just a Mox Emerald off the top for Bullwinkle. Not what they wanted to fetch into. Needs an answer and like needs it now. Second repeal maybe?
I think there's only one in the deck.
Okay. Repeal, of course, restricted as well. I'm just kidding. That's probably not true.
No. We found Mox Emerald, so another artifact will get our construct big enough. And we found another Mox. Okay. Okay, so now Now we've answered the Orc Army, but this Urza Saga is a problem.
Cranking out 3 3s, then 5 5s. Oh, make them even bigger. Yeah, I mean, huge advantage to RNG now. Both players kind of showing their hands. Blood in the water.
Now, if Bullwinkle can find a wasteland, they'll survive for another turn. Then they'll go to 1 and need to find an answer to the construct.
Yeah.
They need
And
to
that's if they don't top deck a... The Wasteland Prophecy continues. So now Bullwinkle is still dead to an artifact.
Yeah, dead to an artifact, dead to a Bowmaster,
Yep.
and
Dead to a light breeze.
Bullwinkle really needs to just draw some card draw spells. Lorien Revealed would be great. Oh, there's
That's
an
game.
artifact.
All
You
right.
got a Mox, I got a Mox, baby.
All right, so that is RNG Specialist advancing to 2-0. Really great player, friend of mine. Playing a nice little Demir deck. I like it.
Yeah, and I think
Demir's
that
looked good.
it was pretty critical, the decision of what to Fatal Push. Do I go for the Luris or the Orc Army? And honestly, it felt like maybe either way, the other creature was going to kill you.
Yeah.
Because we saw the Orc Army actually kill because they went with destroying the Luris.
Mhm.
If they had left the Luris around, then the Bowmaster that was immediately drawn would have
Been
potentially
just
started
infinite
unlocking.
chump blocks kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that, that could have definitely, run away with the game just in a different
Yeah.
way.
Agreed. So really close one, kind of razor thin margins for that a couple turns there, but vintage, pretty exciting Magic. We're going to take ourselves a short 5-minute break, and then we'll be right back with round number 3 here on the Mana Trader series. Don't go anywhere. All right, everybody, welcome back to the Mana Traders series here featuring vintage cards just as old as Ross. Gotta love it, right?
You know, they're not that much younger than me.
Yeah, exactly. Barely the same age as you, huh?
Yeah, and they're even closer to you. Well, they're like slightly younger than you are.
Yeah.
They're old.
Wow. You had to throw me in the old bus as well. You are so much older than me, so.
Not that much.
All right, a couple
Like
years, that'll
two and
count.
a
So.
half.
All right, we are
Let's round
approaching.
that down.
Yeah, okay, absolutely. We're approaching round number 3 here of the Mana Trader series here, featuring vintage. Now, the next round we're going to be checking out, we got a fan favorite. I know, definitely one of my personal favorites. We got Sandy Dog MTG, who is always kind of inclined to play these aggressive, proactive, powerful strategies. And well, the mono red of the format is kind of mono white initiative, the deck that is the most played in the metagame right now at a big whopping about fourth of the field, so about 25%. So let's take a look at what an initiative deck looks like. You know, maybe it's not our favorite deck to see across the table from us or anything, but it is very popular. It is played quite a bit. So Ross, walk us through this deck.
Yeah, if you're familiar with this deck from its days in Legacy, at least before White Plume Adventurer was banned, this looks pretty similar, but with the upgraded fast mana. We've got that full set of jewelry with the 5 Moxen, Black Lotus, and Soul Ring and Mana Crypt. So, that's just going to ratchet up the power level of the deck. Because of the quality of the fast mana, the
Yep.
one Trinisphere is a really valuable card. That's great to play in the early game. And then just a lot of good disruptive creatures and adventure creatures.
Sounds great. Well, let's see it in action. Round number 3 of the Meta Trader series right now. All right, and kicking off into the game here, we got Y Principal up against Sandy Dog. Ross, maybe you can check out and see what Y Principal's playing. Oh, is it is it a mono white mirror?
Oh.
All right, we're going to be seeing all the initiative. These games are probably not going to last very long. What does this mirror match look like, Ross?
This mirror match is definitely about who comes out faster, and I think also who has solitudes. Solituding
Oh,
opposing
okay.
creatures, especially hard casting it in the mid to late game is going to be really big. So,
Okay.
yeah, early explosive potential and solitude are definitely big. That
Okay.
said, if both players are able to maintain parity, draw a bunch, we go deep into the game, they make a bunch of land drops, then you start seeing things like a Myria's Call and Chancellor of the Annex take over.
Actually
So
be a big deal.
because of that aspect of these decks, the late game dynamic changes quite a bit.
Gotcha. Oh, look at this, Ross. So as I'm seeing a turn 1 Thalia from Y Principal. And if Sandy keeps this, it's a hand that very much gets wrecked by Thalia, right? Kind of.
Yeah, but the thing is,
You just play the Mox, pay for it, then pay for another one.
Yes, Sandy's
Yeah.
not keeping this hand though. There's
You-
two
you don't keep
Moxen
this?
and only one spell.
Okay.
Only one spell. There, it doesn't do anything. It
Okay.
just has a bunch of mana.
That is fair.
One or two threats over one of the lands and a Chromox would make this hand quite good, but
Yeah.
it's two mana flooded at this point.
But you definitely keep Y Principal's hand, right? Like that's a perfectly reasonable one.
This is a reasonable one. I'd be a little bit worried about opposing Wastelands because it's kind of mana light.
Yeah.
But I think on the play you got to keep it.
Yeah. Because just turn 1 Thalia, turn 2 Archon's pretty good.
Yeah.
Oh, it was
They
shipped.
mulliganed. Okay.
Okay.
Thalia's probably one of the weaker cards in the mirror. That's
Gotta be.
on
Gotta
the
be.
play. It's still quite good because
Yeah.
you stop your opponent's fast mana.
And you just play all your fast mana and then you play yours. But even that, like, what? You just play, you play your first land, tap it for a Mox, tap that Mox for a Mox, like
But
it's.
it slows them down by a turn.
Yeah. Okay.
Instead of having a turn where they play a bunch of Moxen and a creature, they
Yeah.
have to spend a turn playing out their mana,
Sure.
and then you get that much further ahead. One extra turn is a big deal.
Okay. 1 turn being a big deal here. Let's see. It's kind of tough to even see how many times these players have mulliganed. This is going to be one of the bigger things in the White Initiative mirror match. It's just who has a better fast turn. And now with Sandy, I do see double White Plume Adventurer and then 3 mana to cast it. But how many Chancellors do you keep? And we don't know exactly how many times the players have mulliganed here.
And yeah, these decks are incredibly similar. They're playing a 73 out of 75 card mirror.
Okay. It's just basically the same, huh?
Yeah. Principe has a Lauren of the third path in the main, whereas Sandy Dog has a Soul Ring.
Okay.
And in the sideboard, Sandy Dog has 3 the Tabernacle at Pendrell Vale and 1 Containment Priest. Y Principe has 2 Tabernacle and 2 Containment Priest.
All right. And let's get some word from our director. What are they mulliganing down to? Because I believe you can see, right? Okay, so 5 for Y Prince and 6 for Sandy at the moment, but both still debating it.
And, well, they have very similar hands.
Yes.
At 5 cards, it's hard to see Wise Hand doing a whole lot because you need Wasteland, Chrome Mox, Lotus Petal, something to pitch to the Chrome Mox, and a 3-drop. So are you just playing an Archon and calling it a day?
You know, that 7 that we were looking at from Y Prince looking a lot more appealing now.
Yeah.
Bet we'd be able to turn back time on that and switch that up. I thought that 7 looked pretty reasonable,
Same,
to be honest.
But if Thalia's not that good in the matchup, then I can understand mulliganing it. But this is punishing this because Chromox and Lotus Petal are the exact fast mana cards that get a lot worse when you start mulliganing a bunch. You'd rather see the real Mox and Soul Ring, Mana Crypt, things like that. And Principe doesn't even have a Soul Ring in their deck, which I find a little strange.
Yeah,
Soul
what's up with that?
Soul Ring seems great in this deck.
No kidding. I would think you just, you treat it with the vintage as kind of the commander. You just put a Soul Ring in every deck,
Most of them.
Yeah.
And the Lauren is also good. And we see it in the hand there. I'd rather it be a Soul Ring.
Yeah.
If that was a Soul Ring and you could have, Wasteland, still be awkward because you kind of need Chromox for white mana. Keep Wasteland, Lotus Petal, Chromox, white card, something.
The one thing I'm very sure of is I'm happy we're here in the booth and we don't have to make these decisions about these hands because I don't see a clear path for any of these hands, like to keep, to mulligan, what to put back. It just seems like a really tough decision in this mirror match because both decks can attack from so many different angles that it's just really tough to pinpoint what you want to be doing. So, all right, so these are the kept hands. Y Prince about to start this up and keeps Crone Mox, keeps Lotus Petal, keeps Chancellor. I like keeping Chancellor and Mox if you're going to keep them because then you get the ability from Chancellor and it goes immediately away to Mox.
Yeah, but this is a hand that's just trying to run out of Archon and then draw out from there. And the Chancellor of the Annex is from the Sandy Dog's hand is going to stop that from happening.
Yeah.
At least stop it on turn 1. So both players are going to have to slow down a bit, play their Chromoxes for 1 through the Chancellor on turn 1.
Yeah, because otherwise Sandy had the turn 1 White Plume, which has just got to be insane.
Yeah. And it could have been a potentially interesting hand for Y Prince if they had a Soul Ring instead of the Lauren, like in Sandy Dog's list. They could have kept Soul Ring. They could have kept the 4-drop instead of Archon, Soul Ring instead of Lotus Petal, and gone Wasteland, play Chromox, pay with the Wasteland for the Chancellor, then play Soul Ring, and just have the Dungeoneer for the next turn.
Yeah.
Which is a much more powerful threat than Archon of Emir.
Definitely. Yeah, Archon does not seem very good.
Yeah, that one's... It is generally just a good card if you can play it turn 1, because you stop your opponent's fast mana. And any... that's just a strong turn 1 play in Vintage and all the time. But yeah, it does get a lot weaker as the game goes on, though it flies. So this is a matchup where like the ground can kind of come up with creatures. Yeah. So having a flyer could potentially be good as well. This looks like Sandy is struggling to figure out how to reveal his Chancellor of the Annex.
Or it looks like Sandy is double queuing and making our job miserable. One of the two. We'll see what's going on here. Maybe we'll go away to a different match if we don't see any play here in a couple minutes. Okay, here we go. There we go. Chancellor's revealed. And it's game time. All right, so there is that. What is that? Valky of Gorgeth, aka Wasteland.
Yes.
How do you like promo cards that also change the name of the card? Are you a fan?
Corey.
Yes.
I loathe
Yeah, I'm not a fan either. I
with
must say.
every fiber of my being.
Well, don't hold back, Ross.
It is unconscionable.
To just change the card name, huh?
Absolutely unconscionable.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't like it here either. Adrian loves it though. He's a
Adrian,
monster.
I will hunt you down
All right, here
like
is
a
the
common
pay.
dog.
Deciding.
Oh, look, it says Wasteland on it. If you zoom in and then squint your eyes really hard.
Yeah, yeah.
Hold on,
Oh,
let me
there
put
we
on my
go.
glasses. Yeah, of course, it's Wasteland, of course.
Yeah, looks like we might be having a case of Sandy Dog is double queuing.
Too many Q's in the queue-itis.
All right, so you get rid of the Chancellor here. Now you play the Mox, you say go, and now Y Prince just has exactly one Archon available. And remember that Archon is still available for Sandy as well, so we're going to see probably the exact same turn. Wasteland, Crow Mox, pay for it, play Lotus Petal,
pitch
go.
Chancellor to the Chrome Box.
Wow, this is the pure definition of the mirror match. But I really like Sandy's position on this game a lot more than Y Prince being able to White Plume Adventurer instead of Archon. Seems great. So read that one for us, Ross, for anyone who's not familiar with the powerful initiative card that is banned in Legacy, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So 3/3 for 3. When it ETBs, you take the initiative. So you enter that special initiative dungeon, and you progress through it once a turn. And then at the beginning of each opponent's upkeep, you untap a creature you control. If you've completed a dungeon, you untap all creatures. So it helps you play a little offense, defense once you start completing the dungeons. But just the value from continuing to progress through those dungeons. Just do a little bit extra. You know, you got a scry here, a little life here. You know, maybe you make a token, maybe you draw a card.
Yeah.
It just adds up over the course of 2, 3, 4, or 5 turns.
Fair, fair, fair. All right, everyone. I think we are going to actually step away from this match. Pretty clear that we have some double queuing going on and not necessarily the most fun to watch. So apologies for that. Let's find something else there, Adrian. Okay, perfect. We're going to come back to us in the booth here as we figure out a match. You know, that's the joy of Magic Online as well. We can't control our players from double queuing or not. And you know what? That's up to them. And if you're playing a deck like Mono White Initiative, I guess you got some time to do it, huh?
Yeah, definitely a deck that doesn't play quite as long as those Demure control strategies.
Yeah. Okay, so let's check out another 2-0 ideally. And it looks like we got one picked out. And now we're jumping in mid-match.
Yeah, there's the White Plume Adventurer. So we're already
Yeah,
in the
this is
dungeon.
pretty much what we're getting up against shops here. So let's check out the record on these players. It does look like both are 2-0.
So this is Moon Madness on Mono White Initiative.
Okay.
And is that
Basil? Basil?
Basi? Basi?
Ah, okay. I thought it was Basel. I thought it was a Austin Powers reference there.
So looks like the exact list that Sandy's playing. So basically,
Okay. We're getting a little bit of that.
I don't think there's a lot of variation in these initiative deck lists. And then the shops deck, this one is a lot less creature heavy than one of the lists we showed earlier.
Okay.
Has more interactive elements, crucibles in the main.
Sure.
It's going for that Golos plan at the top end. And yeah, a lot less. Really, only 9 creatures. So
Wow.
Nettlesis 2, I guess.
That is a lot of Goloses, though. So 4 Golos. We see 2 Golos in hand with land number 5, essentially, going to be played next turn. So Golos will be online. But now here's the question. Is Boomer Golos better than Zoomer White Plume Adventurer?
How is Golos the Boomer card? That card was released in like 2018.
Well, in comparison to White Plume Adventurer.
These are just a bunch of Zoomer cards.
Okay.
It's just Zoomer
Lodestone Golem is the King Boomer.
Yeah, Vintage is just Zoomer cards with Boomer mana.
Boomer cards with places to be. So.
Yeah. And so, the mana denial should actually come to be quite good, even as the game goes long. The question for the shop stack is, can you stop the early creatures? Because your mana denial is really bad if your opponent's continuously attacking you with White Plume Adventures and the like.
Fair. And we are getting word that Shops did win the first one. So even if this game isn't looking great, looks like we'll have a third game to go into. And what do you think? How does this matchup usually play out? Because these are two of our bigger decks.
Yeah, I do think the initiative deck is the sort of beatdown deck in the matchup.
Yeah.
You've got to come out quickly, get some things down. And the Shops deck is trying to play a longer game. There's actually one of the things I like about Golos in the Shops deck. It's a 3/5. It's a good blocker.
Yeah.
So
I mean, as you
go
say that,
with-
this is a 6/6 coming in.
yeah, that's big. And really nothing in the way of
Yeah.
from the Shops deck. They get some, usually have some dismembers in the sideboard, but it's like none in this list.
Interesting.
A couple Worm Coil engines.
Yeah, I did see a Karn in there. There was only one.
It's restricted.
That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
There is only one, but
Yeah,
it's
Karn is
awkward.
busted in Vintage.
Yes, it's also really awkward to have a restricted card that also restricts your sideboard. You know?
Yeah, so that they don't go too hard on the Karn sideboards. This is mainly cards that they would have anyway. You do have the one Lattice.
Yeah.
That's like, your one concession. But Argenta Massacre is kind of a cool one.
Okay.
Still not bigger than this White Bloom Adventurer.
But what is? All right, here is Golos. We get a land out of here.
Find another workshop. Could find an academy. Could find
Wasteland, I
is
guess.
Karakas good at all? These aren't legendary creatures. So
They sure aren't.
not
They feel like
really.
they should be.
Yeah, the Golos is legendary, but you don't want to bounce your own Golos. You're not in that mode. I'm sure those games are fun. Really.
Oh, yeah,
I just
absolutely.
played a 5-mana rampant growth every turn.
That's my kind of magic.
6 mana if I'm tapping the Karakas.
That's my kind of magic. Another card I want to bring some attention to there is Lorien of the Third Pass seems incredible in this matchup. Just a creature that can draw you card, find you more initiative, but also just come into play, destroy some stuff.
Yeah, and that is a 2 of in the sideboard here for
Okay.
Moon Madness.
None in the
Definitely this
main?
one. No, none in
Okay.
the main. I got some more Swords to shares the 4th Solitude, so a good amount of removal post board, which should be helpful. Though, as I said, this is a less creature heavy version.
Okay.
But post board they've got those Worm Coils, so I would probably max out on answers to Worm Coil Engine.
Sure.
Because that one, if you don't answer that one, it's just takes over.
Yeah, but I mean, like Solitude, right? It's
Yeah.
just.
Oh, you have good answers to it.
Yeah.
4 Solitude, 3 Plow.
But if you don't have it, absolutely. So we did see, what is that, Inventor's Fair that got searched up, gained some life, and just try to stay alive, it seems like.
Yeah, but
I mean, what are we heading into the final dungeon? Isn't that like draw 3, put something into your hand?
real
The
top
game's usually
10.
done by this point.
Yeah, you just get a creature with some counters on it.
Ah.
Oh, just an 8/9 Chancellor of the Annex.
Hexproof. Oh, what are these abilities? Doesn't matter.
Yeah, I think this is a very snowbally matchup.
Yeah.
Whoever is ahead on turn 3 is going to win 90-something% of the game.
Yeah, so mulliganing's probably a really big deal here, huh?
Yeah, got to come out of the gates fast. Being on the play is going to be important as well. So Bozzy
Yeah.
gets to be on the play here for game 3. And I would say probably slight edge to Shops just because I like their late game a little bit more.
Okay. And being on the play, like I'm with you. I think
Yeah.
whatever is doing the more proactive thing is really going to win. And you said it, snowball magic at its finest. And Vintage just seems like it is that way. If you're not up against these blue control decks, that's when you see really skill intensive games. But otherwise, some of the cards in Vintage are just so powerful that every deck by design is going to be really fast and proactive. And if your answers don't line up with your opponent's threats, some games look like they're completely non-games and you get obliterated.
Yeah, and that's just the power of Vintage.
Yeah, agreed.
We see versions of that in every format. You get run over sometimes in Standard when your opponent curves out 1 through 4 or 2 through 5. You can get blown out early in Modern or Legacy with certain draws.
Yeah.
Those early scam draws in Modern, for example. But Vintage, every deck has ridiculous explosive capability because of the widely accessible fast mana.
Yeah. Well said. Well said. Okay, so looking at, I think the shop side we kind of looked at, there's not great sideboarding. So looking at Mood Madness, is there anything that you scream? We kind of saw the Lorien of the Third Path already, but anything else that really jumps off the page to you?
Yeah, definitely like the couple Lorens. I like the exile removal. I think these
Just
null-
Swords of Plowshare type things, or
yeah,
what do
sword,
they got?
the fourth Solitude, because there's 3 in the main, and then
Okay.
3 copies of Swords to Plowshares.
Okay.
And I think there's 3 copies of Null Rod, and while you have a good amount of artifact mana yourself, usually when you're the person on the play, you're able to get ahead and then Null Rod and make it harder for your opponent to catch up.
Enough. All right, looking at the hand to start from Bozzy, that looks bad, right? Okay,
Yeah,
so
it
Workshop
doesn't-
in hand has got to be pretty good. But Workshop does not cast Karn, correct? It's just artifacts? Or is it
Correct.
colorless?
Workshop does not cast Karn. You are
Okay.
correct. So that Karn is probably the card that would go back. Just because it's so difficult to cast.
But double Revoker is kind of awkward too. Like, is Revoker even good in this match? I guess it does.
You just shut down the mocks that they happen to draw that you didn't draw.
But like, you don't play those until you're about to cast stuff, right? So. But that being said, this hand looks pretty awkward as well. Like, there's no turn 1 play.
You're right. There's no awesome turn 1 play, but there is Chancellor to slow the opponent down, and then you just play a Mox and a land, and the next turn you get to Dungeoneer.
It's probably keep, right?
Yeah, I think that's good enough on the play, but it's borderline.
It's on the draw though, right? Aren't we on the
shops.
play? Yeah.
Okay, on the draw it's a lot worse.
Yeah.
Because you're gonna reveal the annex on turn 0. Your opponent's gonna pay for that with some sort of piece of artifact mana, and then you're gonna do nothing on your turn 1, and then they're gonna be able to be ahead.
But then turn 2, you do just get to cast Seasoned Dungeoneer, right?
Yeah,
uncounterable.
Unless they wasteland.
Very important. Okay, so it looks like mulligan to 5 here from our shops player, and let's see, what do we got here?
Turn 1 Trinisphere, turn 2 Golos. That's pretty nice.
Oh, wait, how's it turn 2 Golos?
Because we have the Mox.
Oh, okay, I didn't see the pearl there. All right. Oh yeah, you have to pay for Chancellor. So turn 1 Trinisphere would not have been a smart play.
No.
No, now you can still do it, right?
No, because they played the Mishra's Workshop. They needed to play the Urza Saga to. Oh, they're just throwing away the Mox so they can play
Okay. Because you can't pay for the Chancellor mana with the Workshop. I was gonna say, otherwise you just pay and you use the mana from the Mox to pay. Yeah. Okay.
But that's fine. So they get their Trinisphere down. The punishing card here would be a Wasteland for the Mishra's Workshop. That would really set back a Bozzy. So they took that risk.
I mean, it's already gonna set back our initiative player, right? Like turn 2 Archon, I guess, is okay.
Yeah. So they'll get to play a Myria probably here, and then next turn have Ancient Tomb into a 3-drop, Cavern into a 4-drop.
Yeah.
So it's still a solid curve, and Bozzy isn't doing much of anything here. That Chancellor was really big.
Yeah.
The Chancellor really, slowed the opponent
And then
down.
how does it feel to top deck Chancellor? Is it always just a Tiltaroo?
It's pretty bad. But this deck has a lot of mana. You can.
Yeah. So the big thing is Golos is not the play of this turn. Even if we top deck Mox, whatever, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So there's no great play. And Urza Saga here is not good with Workshop.
It is not, but you kind of have to play the Saga to get to Golos.
Yeah. But if you don't draw another land, then your Saga is just disappearing. I guess you go get Soul Ring.
Yeah, eventually you find Soul Ring. So
how about a second Golos? Is that good?
It's not the worst. So you got to play the Saga anyway. So you're guaranteed Golos at least in 2 turns.
Yeah. But here's a big problem too is if Archon comes down right now, no land is able to cast it, right? Or do we have any basic lands? Probably not.
Probably. I don't think so.
Yeah. So here's Archon of Emeria, taxing mana that would come into play. So top decking an Ancient Tomb or something, which would have been cool. And that would have been a great draw. And it's still fine. But it's still going to mean Golos is not going to be able to come into play until next turn.
Yeah. But what it... no, if we... Yeah, we still can't activate Saga next turn and play the Golos.
Well, we can't activate Saga at all.
I mean, activate the second Saga. So you could float one from the first Saga, get a Soul Ring, use the Soul Ring to activate the other one, but then you're one short of Golosing.
That being said, here we go. Everybody's favorite little Dungeoneer.
Yeah, and this is just a solid curve. It was really the Chancellor to keep Bozzy off balance to make this curve good on the draw. It sort of stole the play.
Mm-hmm.
It was kind of like a Gemstone Cavern.
Yeah, and we'll see.
In reverse. Instead of pumping you up by 1, you hold back them by 1.
There you go.
But it has the same effect.
So what kind of land are we going to get with this Golos? Anything spicy? Because it's going to be tapped.
So we could get another Workshop.
Do you ever
we
get
could
anything like Tabernacle or something? Or
could get yeah. I mean, Tabernacle is an option, but it's not that good. Your opponent has the creatures already. They have mana to pay.
yeah.
So I don't think Tabernacle is great. You could get another
So you
Saga.
can Golos plus Sphere resistance here. Is that even good? Plus put in a Tabernacle. I mean, that's a lot of things at least.
Yeah, that'll stop your opponent from doing much of anything, but they're still going through the dungeon and they have a flyer.
Yeah. So the initiative, you draw a card at the beginning of every draw step. How exactly
Mm.
does that work again?
Initiative, you progress through that dungeon.
Sure. Yep.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So yeah, you really want to be able to take the initiative from your opponent, and Golos can do it in a couple of turns, maybe. Not looking great.
This is going to be a slog to get back into the game from Bozzy. So they're sort of planning out their next couple turns here before they figure out what to search for with this saga, and that's smart. You really want to make sure you're getting exactly the card that you need.
Yeah, and while some matches go to time and you got to sweat that, not really a factor for these two decks.
There's a Shadow Spear.
Oh,
that could be
baby.
a cool one.
Sign me up.
If we're racing, find a Shadow Spear. I imagine we'll just get mana. Yeah, and that is the Soul Ring. So
Soul Ring, so incredible. Oof. Imagine if we had that beauty in Breach. So many fast combo kills. All right, so what did we pick up? We got the Sphere. Gotta just Golos here. We're gonna have 1 mana available, but not gonna be able to activate this Urza Saga any way, shape, or form, right?
yeah, all they can do is cast the Golos because
And the Sphere.
no, the Sphere's uncastable because of Trinisphere.
Yep.
And there's Archon, so they can only play one spell anyway.
Yeah,
There's a lot of reasons they can only Golos.
Brutal.
Everybody, these are both decks that aim to sort of slow the opponent down with those kinds of effects, either tax your mana.
Yeah, let's hover over Archon one more time as well here. I believe it's it is just one spell each turn. Okay, it wasn't like non-artifact or anything like that. All right, so yeah, you're right. Not a lot going on there.
And they do find another Urza Saga. I like that because I think making constructs and finding Shadow Spear is the path forward.
Yeah, I think so too.
Because we can find Mana Crypt, so we can use Soul Ring to activate the Saga on 2. Next up, when it goes to 3, or next draw main phase, and then find Mana Crypt with it and activate the other one.
Okay. And then Soul Ring, another restricted card, right? We can't get 2 of those.
Yeah. Soul Ring is
way restricted, huh? Restricted. The ultimate restricted.
That one's been restricted since like 1996.
It was restricted as it was printed.
Yeah. Then we'll have Soul Ring, Mana Crypt, Trinisphere, 2 constructs, and a Golos, so there'll be 6/6s.
Okay. And I mean, that's great for our side, but what are we going to have on the other side? So
the 2 counters from the initiative lets us get in for 7.
Yep. So 7, you just got to take this, right?
Yeah.
So you can maybe attack back and steal the initiative. But the initiative's not great. Is there any basic to search? Because that's chapter 1 of the dungeon, right?
Yeah, they play 2 planes.
No, I'm saying the shop stack. Does it play a planes where if you get into the initiative?
But you don't take, that's not the monitor.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Initiative may be the most confusing thing ever.
So if we make some 6/6s, the 6/6s will check the Dungeoneer because it's a 5/6 right now.
Okay.
We will take 2 from the Archon, go to 9, potentially take 3 from the Mana Crypt, go to 6, and then find our Shadow Spear and make another construct.
And then start attacking with 1, re-equip kind of thing.
And then we'll have a 9/9. This is actually a lethal attack next turn. Or, I mean, lethal damage, but there can be blocker.
Okay. Interesting. We'll see how this plays out. And as it stands, our initiative player's hand is still pretty bad.
Yeah. The key here for for Mood Madness is they never had one of those strip mine effects.
Yeah.
4 Wasteland, 1 strip mine in both lists here. If they had a Wasteland or a strip mine
for that workshop game, completely.
But instead, Golos and Urza Saga doing a great job of turning this game around.
Yeah, the value is outrageous.
So I think the line is there. We get to. Ooh, they're floating.
Okay.
That's interesting. Just getting the Shadow Spear now.
So Wasteland doesn't. Ah, that's strange.
Yeah, it seems hasty because the Shadow Spear on the Golos isn't even that good.
Yeah, and what are you gonna do with that floating mana anyways? Cast
Yeah.
another Golos? Very strange.
Yeah, I think they kind of tunnel vision onto this line because I I think making constructs that turn and getting a mana crypt would have been significantly better.
Yeah, you get the initiative here, right?
Oh, you do steal it.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, yeah. You had me doubting myself. I was like, I think that's how it works. We are very big experts on the initiative here, but like I was saying, there's no basic land to search here,
Okay. So the
so it
goal really
doesn't
was
really
to
matter.
take the initiative
But
back.
it just doesn't seem good to me. You know, unless you're just Golosing number two, but this comes into play tapped. You don't have a blocker. Oh no, the land comes into play tap. Excuse me. So you have a blocker, but it's just for the Thalia. This is reasonable though, because I guess you just get another Saga now.
Another saga or an academy if you want a bunch of mana.
I don't think you need the mana as much anymore. I think I like Saga here, but it's not amazing. Because if you get Saga, then next turn you can tap the Soul Ring, make a construct from the one about to go to chapter 3, and then you can get anything that produces mana and Saga it up for the other one. But that does involve you not equipping Shadow Sphere, which seems like a problem.
Yeah, now everything just doesn't look that good. I think
Yeah.
if we had just made two constructs that turn, you were at 11, you weren't gonna die.
Yeah, I mean, getting the initiative here was a thing, but I don't know how impactful it was.
Yeah, and they weren't gonna hit the I guess they would have gotten to the second to the bottom tier, and if they
Yeah,
had another initiative card in hand, they could have gotten to the bottom. So maybe that's what Bozzy was scared of. They didn't want that
yeah,
to happen. But I think that was a risk he probably had to take.
yeah. We'll see. As it stands, what we have 5 mana, 6 mana, so none of these 7 drops can be cast. So this is going to be a dud of a turn outside of some initiative. So Caracas was the pickup there, but no legends. Like the only legend is the Golos to be able to be bounced back and forth. It's a reasonable play.
So we can eventually start bouncing the Thalia.
Yeah, okay. You can bounce Thalia, but Thalia just doesn't seem that impactful to bounce. And this Dungeoner is still enough power to get in. And of course, you can just, when it attacks, have one of your cards uh, gain protection from creatures and explore. Why not?
Okay.
Honestly, did you know it explores at the end?
Nope.
Like, why not? Just a very reasonable magic card. Okay, so there's the Explore. Archon off the top, put to the bottom. And there is a hit. Initiative coming back. And now we have the choice. Let's get into that undercity, excuse me. Let's maximize that dungeon, see what our options are. Okay, so we went for just the lose 5, take 5. And now what do you do from here? Cry?
Yeah, it looks like the initiative was just a little bit too much. It was doing a whole lot.
It always is.
Yeah. So that's the reason we had to go for that, the aggressive life gain turn.
Yeah, just to not get hit here. But yeah, it just made everything awkward. Yeah, because you can't block the flyers, you can't block that. All right, so it was a really heads up play from Bozzy. It looked weird, but this is the only line that kept them alive. So props to them, slops to us.
Hmm.
You just love the initiative, don't
I
you?
despise it.
I really do despise it as well. What do you think, chat? Are you with us or are you initiative fans? Are you with us or are you evil?
Why is there so much text on this thing?
Like, just cut off some of the ability. Just the 3 mana or 4 mana, 3/4, the initiative alone would be good enough. Commander cards are just ridiculous. I'm on a commander show, and half the cards I look at them, and I'm like, what in the heck is going
Yeah.
on with this card?
It's like, okay, first thing is you got a 6/6. It has
Yeah.
protection for everything.
Yeah.
You also get 12 mana. You
Yeah.
also get to slap Steven Green in the face as hard as you can.
Exactly. Those are the good cards. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
Have you ever read the card Jessica's Will?
Yeah.
Okay. That card was the first one where I read it and I'm like, what? Or how about Dockside Extortionist? You ever read that one?
Yeah.
Unreal.
ETB, you got 47 treasure tokens.
Exactly. They still don't even use my treasure, believe it or not. Monsters, I tell you. Okay, so we have Golos connecting. We have the next dungeon of the Undercity. Does this help us out in any way, shape, or form?
No.
Okay. That's what I'm thinking, because this dungeoner just attacking has 3 counters on it. Let's hover over that dungeoner. Yeah, so we got a 6/7 here, so you can just give it protection from creatures, and that should be it.
That's game.
That's game. That's gonna be, and honestly, looking at some of the 2-0s so far, the early part of this tournament so far, looking dominating by Mono White Initiative. They're here in numbers and they're doing well.
It's like 5 of our 2-0s, which is 18 players.
Yeah, and now you can even refresh, and we'll probably start seeing 3-0s, and we'll really get a picture. So that's going to be it for this match. We'll see if our director has any more for this round. If not,
Like you got a couple
Okay.
of 2-0 matches still going.
so that is going to do it for this round. We're going to take ourselves a little bit longer of a break here. So we're going to take a 7-minute, and we'll be right back, ready for round number 4. And this is where the top 8 dreams start to become a little bit more clear. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. everybody, welcome back here to the Mana Trader series featuring Vintage. I'm Corey Baumeister, that's Ross Money Merriam, and we're going to be bringing you coverage all weekend here of this really awesome 10K. We're going to be doing 7 rounds today, and it's what, like 86 people-ish, so it's kind of that mid-tier 7-round event, correct?
Yeah, 86 people, so that's 7 rounds. Should leave us with, that's 8 times 86 over 2 to the 8, so 86 over 32.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Or 2 to the 7, so over 16. Should leave us about 5 people at X1 or better, 3 X2s after round 8.
I feel like you could have made that answer a lot shorter, but here we are. That's what you get with Ross Merriam. He's got to be precise and annoying at the same
Gotta do
time.
the math.
So, yeah, okay, fair enough. It
You
looks
can't
like
rob me of an opportunity to do math.
I totally can, and I've been trying to my entire
Yeah.
career.
I'm failing.
All right, Ross. So, let's see, Adrian, can you pull up standings at all for us here after round 3? As you're figuring out if you can do that, Ross, let us know how many EXO players are we looking at right now, and kind of how's the tournament looking as far as like what decks are overperforming.
So I see 11 players at 3-0.
Okay.
So these are the players that have started unblemished, and it looks like a lot of our most popular decks. 3 copies of Mono White Initiative, 3 copies of Demir Control. That one was a little bit less popular, but
Yeah.
it's been doing quite well. So
It's looked great on camera every time we've seen it.
yeah, that one seems like the big winner so
Yeah.
far in the tournament. Also, a couple Oath players. We got a Shops player.
Okay. And here we go. This is what we're seeing on screen as well. Here we can start scrolling down,
Yeah.
looking at some of our 3L players. Sandy Dog did win, I hear, with 1 minute left on his clock.
Yeah,
Impressive.
Knows how to work Moto. And then we got a couple Tinker decks,
Okay.
left in the field. 2 very different builds of sort of, whatever we're calling Tinker. One of them is
Sure.
a paradoxical outcome deck
Ooh.
with a coveted jewel.
Love that.
We're just tinkering for Gilded Lotus basically.
So let's check out one thing while we're on this page here. Let's go to that phase 1 and kind of just work you through how these tournaments look. So this is the qualifying round. If we scroll to the top 2 players we have here, which I believe Kifo 86, and I can't see exactly what that other one is, since the line. There we go. The study group. Those were the top 2 as far as the qualifying season. So these 2 players are qualified to what we like to call the Adrian Invitational at the end of the year. Just our end of the year tournament where you got to play 3 formats. It's super exciting. Mana Traders gives away a ton of prize money, and it's just an awesome tournament. Dom Harvey is our reigning champion, taking it down last year, excuse me. So we have those 2 joining the pool, as well as the people who placed first and second in this tournament. So once you get to the top 8 tomorrow, great. You did some good work. You're going to win a lot of money, but you also get your chance at making it to that tournament. So really good stuff there. And if you want to join this Mana Trader series, we do have word that next month's event is going to be Modern. Everyone's favorite format. I'm pretty sure our favorite format as well. I'm a big fan.
Yeah, and that's the format that I think people are pretty familiar with right now. It's what they're playing for regional championship qualifiers.
Yes.
So,
Yes.
we're in the sort of heavy modern part of the calendar. So that'll be a really interesting one because the metagame will likely be changing more week to week than it does the rest of the year.
Totally agree. Okay, so let's jump on in. And one last thing. Yeah, jump on into the match here. We'll get that ready for round number 4. Oh, excuse me. Pairings are up. Okay, so we don't have that quite yet. So one last thing on the Modern aspect. We'll be letting you know exactly when this Swiss tournament is, either if it's at the end of the month or one of the weekends following that. And then the qualifier season will usually start in about a week and a half. Usually starts at around Wednesday, midweek. And then you have a good chunk of time to qualify yourself to make it there.
Yeah, so definitely plenty of time, and that's the last one before the Invitational, right? Next month's.
Oh yeah, I suppose, huh?
Yeah, because the Invitational's
October.
in November.
I thought maybe it was December. So maybe there's 2 more?
Oh yeah. I'm wrong. I'm confusing invitationals.
Yeah. So October, November. So there will only be this
2 more shots.
2 more shots at this to get you into that final tournament. And you got to love those ones. We had a blast commentating that one for sure.
Yeah, and that one is going to be, the crown jewel of the year. All really great players.
Yes.
Always a fun tournament to commentate because it's just banger match after banger match.
and 3 formats too. So like you really got to be a specialist on Magic Online. And we see the specialists, kind of forming throughout the year. We see the same names in the top 8 of these tournaments. And I mean, that's great paydays for them. Like we were saying, 10K. If you get that bonus money if you are a part of the loan program as well. So if you ever play in these tournaments, and you should just have it all the time, get the Mana Traders loan program. It pays for itself in value. And it's really awesome stuff here. So looks like we're jumping into RNG specialist and
the jig is always up. This is
Okay.
the really cool Tinker deck. It is mono blue and is going off with Paradoxical Outcome and Coveted Jewel.
Okay, what's Coveted Jewel?
So you
For
know how
anyone who
Black
doesn't know that
Lotus is
one?
really good?
Yes,
And you know how Ancestral Recall is really good?
I do. Yeah.
Okay, mash those cards together.
And make it cost 6.
Except you don't have to sacrifice it. It's
Okay.
Gilded Lotus and Ancestral Recall mashed together.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, and
That's a card.
You play 4 copies of Phyrexian Metamorph. So once you tinker up the Coveted Jewel, you just start metamorphing it.
Oh my, that's awesome. That is awesome. I'm excited for this. So as we're firing it up here, we got a workshop on turn 1. We got a bunch of Moxes. We have Coveted Jewel here. Is this a turn 1 Coveted Jewel?
So we have the Opal and they're playing.
So looking to just not want to do that?
Yeah, I guess not. I think going for the Trinisphere first against Force of Will. So that makes a lot of sense. So we're going to play the rest of the hand out, and we'll Trinisphere.
And you probably have to counter this, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And then there's not another counter spell. And oh my, this deck is awesome.
Yeah. So we've got our Trinisphere to bait the Force Will. Probably have to pitch Lorien Reveal.
Or Treasure Cruise, probably.
Yeah.
You might need the Lorien Revealed for mana.
What if you just pitch the Time Walk?
Don't you put such blasphemy on Time Walk. That's a turn 1 Time Walk.
Yeah, but turn 1 Time Walk doesn't do a whole lot.
It gets your Saga to chapter 2.
Okay. When you draw Urza Saga, it gets a lot better.
Yeah. So you get this, you get Mox Pearl, you can play Urza Saga, Time Walk, no counter spell on the other side. And reminder, these players are 3-0. Still early in the tournament, but you get to that 5-0 spot, then you're looking at the spot and be like, oh, I might be in already.
Yeah. And with some XGs making it in, winning early to improve your tiebreakers, very important.
Very important, absolutely.
Soon we will see the Time Walk here, and then we'll get to 3 cards in graveyard with the Delta next turn. It'll probably just be a construct turn. See if RNG can find something something better.
All right. Walking on some time.
I thought they were walking on sunshine.
Whoa!
Don't it feel good?
No.
I knew there would be more sane.
All right, here's a Mox Jet as well. So these constructs are going to be 4/4s. You get a land as well. Do you Treasure Cruise here? That's 3 cards in the yard.
We can pay 5 mana for a Treasure Cruise if we want to, which is not
terrible.
Not the worst.
I think it's better, especially if you knew the hand of just Coveted Jewel. Like if you can counter that, you feel pretty good, right?
Yeah, there is a Sensei's top, so they're going to be able to dig a little through their deck. But top in these shop decks is not nearly as good.
Yeah,
because they don't have a bunch of ways to shuffle their.
Okay. So here it is. We'll see what RNG specialist's decision is.
Construct or Ancestral Recall. I shouldn't call it Ancestral Recall. It's like it's
Lorien's Revealed. Yeah. Get it right.
They have decided to go for a construct.
I like it because I think you get a construct here. Next turn, you can probably construct as well and Treasure Cruise. Now, that is going to mean Coveted Jewel is going to just happen. And it's going to be brutal. Yeah. Recall Black Lotus.
This is a magic card.
That is a magic card.
Now let's see if we can find some Phyrexian Metamorphs.
Oh, baby.
Ooh, that's a Force of Will. So if the Coveted Jewel can find any blue cards, we might be able to counter this Treasure Cruise.
Okay, here it is. The most coveted jewel.
From everyone's favorite set, PZ2.
Commander card, probably? I don't know.
Well, there's another Force Will to pitch to the Force, and then Paradoxical Outcome for next turn to
Or
bounce on
right
the-
now.
Oh my god.
Why don't you do it right now? And here's the trick with the top.
Yeah.
If you activate to draw, then you just get a free draw. Oh,
So we're gonna bounce the
baby.
top and the 3 Mox in and draw 4 from the outcome. And
Why
then
not the
1 from
Coveted
top.
Jewel?
Yeah, I guess you just do that too.
Oh, yeah? Because you can recast it right now, right?
No, we're
Not
2 mana
quite,
short.
but
Oh, we're drawing 5 cards, so we might draw some more mana.
all right, our hand cam is going to do some
Drawing
work.
6 cards, sorry.
Okay, have we played a land?
Yeah, they played the Ancient Tomb.
Okay. So now,
So that's
come-
actually a pretty weak set of 6 cards.
well,
right?
there's more. It
Yeah.
scrolls.
But it's 4 lands.
I mean, there's another outcome, right? Maybe
Oh.
that hasn't been updated.
Oh, we drew Soul Ring too.
Okay, so that's 3, 4. Mox Opal is 5. Is there one more mana? Because then you get to Jewel. Doesn't look like
Well,
it.
the other outcome should net us more mana.
Yeah, if that hand hasn't adjusted, it looks like it's in the hand. So do it again, right? Run it back.
Then
This deck's awesome. This deck is incredible. Here comes the trick again. Tap top, hold priority, paradoxical outcome for 5.
and then draw for top, so 6 more cards coming.
Wow.
Nice treasure cruise.
Yeah. Oh, you drew 3 cards? Pinch his cheeks. That's so cute.
There's Time Vault. Did we also find Key?
Oh, yeah, you can just win, huh?
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah. How many outcomes are we playing? All 4?
Oh yeah.
This is just a PO deck.
4 outcome for the One Ring.
Yeah, honestly, let's relabel this deck Paradoxical Outcome, because that really is what it feels like. And
Yeah.
RNG Specialist had enough.
Oh, 11 drawing 11 cards.
I mean,
We couldn't beat that.
is that good? All right.
That was better than making a contract.
That was pretty spicy, I must say. So, all right. Let's see. I believe we do not have this PO's deck list up, Adrian, but if you got the other one, you can bring up one of these Blue Temple lists. We'll take a peek at that and see how do we combat this always up, the jig is always up deck list. All right, so looking at this, here's a... Yeah, so this one's Ely's.
Yeah,
a little
RNG Specialist
different.
is not playing Dark Confidant.
Okay.
So that's more, yeah, there's another list of it.
So
This-
what do we like here?
Well, I like most of the counter spells.
Yeah.
Do we have any sort of Null Rod effect? Doesn't look like it.
In that specific list, but I guess you can take a look at the one we actually have
Yeah,
here.
the-
And it looks pretty similar, right?
Yeah, I like. So the Mindbreak traps are going to be good.
Okay.
That's good against Paradoxical Outcome.
But like, it just counters the outcome itself, right?
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
but I like countering Paradoxical Outcome.
I mean, it did some things there. I'll tell you that.
We'll probably need the Pithing Needle for the One Ring.
Oh, is there just one ring or?
Oh, there's 4 copies of the One Ring.
Oh man.
There's-
See, I am just a sucker for these style of decks. Like I believe the last time we visited Vintage, Paradoxical Engine plus the One Ring was kind of the deck of the tournament, right? I believe it was like Mind Candy that like went 7-0 with it. Lost in the first round of the top 8. Either way, it was a One Ring Paradoxical Engine deck. I picked it up immediately after that, and I was having a blast. Ended up maybe not being as good of a deck, but this one I definitely want to try out a little bit more. All right, sounds like we're ready for the second game. So let's get into this and see if RNG Specialist can do anything to stop that insane PO draw. There's Black Lotus.
Black Lotus, but not really anything to do with it.
But there's still a Black Lotus. Yeah, do you keep it? Do you mull it?
Yeah, I mean, the Forcible is nice, but you really don't have
Wow.
mana.
But look up top. I mean, that looks nice. We have 2 Moxes. We have a Workshop. I guess we don't have blue, but you have Grim Monolith to ramp as well.
This is
you can
turn
play
1 Wormcoil
Grim
Engine.
4, 5, 6. Yeah, turn 1 Wormcoil Engine, and then turn 2 Wormcoil Engine
Yeah.
with another one. But with a Force of Will, that would be negated. So honestly,
It's got to be a keep too, because even if the Wormcoil gets forced, You just need to draw 2 more mana, and then you outcome back the 3 artifacts,
Yeah.
and you're off and running there.
The real question is this a keep for RNG specialists? And it doesn't seem like it is, right?
Actually, you really only need the blue source because you can metamorph one of the Grim Monolith
Okay.
with the workshop. If you draw a blue source, then you can PO with 2 mana floating, once the 2 mocks in the monolith and the metamorph, and draw 4.
Okay.
You
Well, you don't have. Oh, yeah. Gotcha.
You have turn 1 Wormcoil, and if Wormcoil gets forced, you just need a blue source to draw 4 cards.
This deck is impressive.
Yeah, and if it doesn't get forced, you have a second Wormcoil.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sneeping that.
Sneep has been declared.
And RNG did decide to mulligan that opener. Has Black Lotus in the 6 too, with Spell Pierce, Orcish Bowmaster, Lorien revealed. Okay, that I like a lot more. We can just go, land Lotus, go, hold up Pierce / Bowmaster. The question is, does anything get pierced?
Yeah, do you go for it?
You'd have to pierce a Mox.
Mystic Forge, that's got to be even better than Wormcoil if that can resolve.
But with the Monolith needing to tap for the Wormcoil, I think you go for the Worm first, because then you can Mystic Forge next turn.
Yeah, well, we'll see. This might get Spell Pierce. I mean, this is tempting, right? Spell Pierce a Swamp.
Yeah, it's definitely tempting to just pierce a Mox, but that would just allow the Mystic Forge to resolve.
Yeah.
It's not going to be good, but it's, tempting from the uninformed seat RNG specialist.
Yep. Wow, way to throw some daggers at RNG specialist. All right, so Mox Jet resolves. Now you can play the workshop. And realistically, if you go for, I mean, this is getting Spell Pierce for sure.
That one's not resolving.
Yeah. But even if you went for like a Mox there, you still couldn't pay for Spell Pierce, which is kind of entertaining. A must counter there.
Well, if you had gone for Mox, then played Monolith off of the workshop, then you'd use Monolith and the other workshop mana for the Forge, you'd still have the Mox enough to pay for Pierce. So could have played around Spell Pierce there, chose not to.
Maybe looking to play around something else. And there is a Wasteland? Is that in the hand the whole time?
Yeah,
okay, all right.
They just drew a second Bowmaster.
Impressive.
So now, the fact that they didn't go for the Wormcoil engine is very awkward. Now you really can't cast anything.
Grim Monolith, go.
You can play Grim Monolith, and then you can metamorph the Monolith just to get more artifacts out for the outcome.
I don't know if that really accomplishes anything, because you're not untapping it. I think you just say go. Or you metamorph. It's not opponent's things, right? You can't.
You can metamorph their Lotus.
Black Lotus. I mean, I think that's what you want to do, right?
Yeah, I would do that.
So maybe we might see double Bowmaster fired off here and just be like, well, it's a dream.
But then you just can't copy the Monolith and need to draw blues.
Exactly, but like just shutting off the whole Black Lotus thing. We'll see, if they value it enough.
The Lorien revealed will end up getting...
Or they just go double Bowmaster here.
Yeah. Oh, it won't get cycled now. It'll get cycled later.
But... yeah, it might get cycled now. They might not want to fire both off. I think I would as well, but there's a thought to it.
I like the pressure.
Yeah.
Also, the fact that they're willing to like copy artifacts means they probably have an outcome.
And no pressure. Going for the Lorien revealed.
That's strange to me.
And I mean, you can just Bowmaster now, so I guess I kind of get it. But
you could have just added 2 more damage this
time.
Yep,
I think I'm with you.
That 2 more damage doesn't affect their clock. It would be 13 with 4 damage a turn instead of 15.
Defense grid's as big of a brick as it can be, right?
But it also bricks some of the draws out of RNG.
Didn't even get cast, though. Maybe... yeah, that is strange. Oh, wait, are we trying to untap? That doesn't accomplish anything, does
just tap one Monolith, untap the other one.
Another Orcish Baumeister off the Tizop. Here we go. Yeah, you're right, though. Would have been at 7 right now. This Bowmaster would have just been lethal, huh?
They would have been at 8. It was 2 damage that they gave up. Just the attack.
2 damage plus the ping. That's 3.
Well, you're going to get the ping anyway.
Oh, okay,
yeah,
okay.
You get the ping
Sure.
regardless. Yeah, so just barely didn't affect the clock.
Still, we're upset. All right, here is another Bowmaster, and wow, this card is incredibly annoying.
Yeah.
Jig, went for the 4-drop early, didn't play around Pierce with it, and then left themselves stranded with the Worm Coil.
Yeah.
If they had gone for the Worm Coil or played around Pierce, I think they would have had another threat.
Yep.
Instead, left themselves relying on drawing a blue source, never found it.
And now, even if a land is found or something to cast this Worm Coil, it would stabilize the battlefield. But still, Lurrus getting back Black Lotus and stuff is still pretty good as a follow-up, even if that happens. There's got to be something here right now. Coveted Jewel, another 6-drop. All right, well, that's game.
Wow, that was a terrible sequence of draws, but
Really, it was.
I think it was a terrible sequence of draws that was enabled by their choice of play on turn 1.
Yep, absolutely. Being able to, like, just imagine if a Forge was on the battlefield. Some disgusting things happen,
Yeah,
that's for sure.
You would have at least seen like 5 more cards.
Yep.
At the very least.
Yep. As it stands, we get a game number 3.
Okay. Definitely, we've talked about it all day. So important to be on the play.
Yeah.
For people that have mainly played Pioneer and Modern formats that you see a lot in paper. We talk a lot about how important it is to be on the play in Llanowar Elf matchups.
Yeah.
When your Llanowar Elves immediately tap for mana and cost 0, it's even more important.
When your Llanowar Elves are not affected by Summoning Sickness and they're free.
Yeah.
And sometimes they come with 3 in one bat, you know? Yeah.
Sometimes it's 3 Llanowar Elves.
Yeah.
In a trench coat.
Yeah, look at this. It's just free Llanowar Elves everywhere. Talking like a true elf gamer over here, huh?
Crazy place. Crazy things happen.
It. All right, game number 3 here from The Jig Is Always Up.
What? Oh, what if the jig is down?
It's always up. Can't you read?
So it's both down and up? It's bound?
They're getting jiggy with it, and it's always up. Nothing can stop them. They're all the way up.
Dismembers is a lot against a deck with not many creatures.
Both have time walks.
And
Tolarian Academy.
Mishra's Workshop, Grim Monolith into Academy. The One Ring Time Walk is pretty good.
Well, wait, isn't this a turn 1, the One Ring?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's also good.
And if they go for it, it's going to work, but it's very risky if it doesn't work, right?
Yeah, you just got to go for it.
I mean, we said that last time, but all right, let's see.
Just do it.
Do it.
Do it.
God,
you won't do it.
We're great commentators, just antagonizing the opponent. Okay, so there was the mulligan here. Force negation. Yes.
So they can counter the turn 1, the One Ring.
With Urza's Saga, you probably pitched that Time Vault.
Yeah,
that looks pretty bad, but you do have the Saga, so it's not awful, but I think you'd rather want to keep the lands. I mean, this hand's perfectly reasonable, right?
What if we just pitch the Bowmaster? We don't have black mana.
Yes, agreed. Yes.
Saga Time Vault is our plan to win the game. We've got a Force of Negation.
I would have loved that to happen. That doesn't look like it's the case.
Saga. Rethinking it.
Get that Bowmaster out of there.
Yeah, we don't need Bowmaster. We're just going to take all the turns.
There we go. RNG listened to you. And of course, this is delayed, so they did not listen to us, just so y'all know. All right, we're going to see probably turn 1, the One Ring. Which is not going to go great. And these dismembers are going to look bad.
Yeah.
Like, this is not the style of game RNG is going to be playing.
Yeah, I'm honestly surprised they even came in. There's just so few creatures. I mean, Lurrus is obviously a thing, but you're the deck that's trying to be proactive and you're on the play.
And I mean, sometimes you sideboard to what you just lost to. And, not saying this was a mistake made by any means, but some players do get tunnel vision by that. Be like, I just lost to a 5/5. I'm bringing in a card that gives something -5, you know? Here we go. There's a plan. And I mean, there's nothing in hand for.
No, they need to find another copy of the One Ring.
Yeah. Like now. I mean, I guess, you can't even time walk right now unless you find something to play.
We're 1 short of casting the Stone.
Okay, but I believe it's 4 mana to untap, but you can't even untap with the workshop mana, can you?
Nope. The only castable spells are dismembers.
I think that was a tap for 1. Be like, is it really only 1? Come on. Can it be 2? Be a lot cooler.
Yeah, and this is game next turn.
Oh no.
The 1 probe, so RNG's going to get to see how bad Jig's hand is.
I mean, the jig is up now.
Yes. It is.
The jig is
100%
officially
up.
always up. Another saga here.
Yeah.
RNG specialist is licking its chops, ready to advance to 4-0 and be a tournament leader so far. Going into the next round.
And you got to feel with some 5-0 sneaking in. If you start at 4-0, like you've got to. Ooh.
If there's a recall, there's a way, right? I don't know what you can find outside of that. I mean, I think it has to be one of those kind of absurd PO kind of turns, but let's see.
You just find like Sapphire and more artifact mana.
Exactly.
Time
Just
Walk for
cast
next
time
turn.
walk to start.
That could get somewhere.
Oh my god, that's perfect, right?
Yeah, we get to even play the Might Stone and Weak Stone.
No, you don't.
Yeah, Moxjet Mox Opal plays Time Walk, and then Ancient Tomb Mishra's Workshop plays Might Stone. Because we haven't played a land yet.
Oh,
that was
the blade.
Perfect.
Unreal. Target me. RNG specialist looking like they have it all, and all of a sudden, this is a nightmare.
Oh my god.
You just gotta. Okay, so doing that first. It doesn't matter. No spell pierce available or anything. Draw 2. The One Ring as well. So here's an extra turn. Now, what can the One Ring find? I mean, still needs something now, right? The jig is not completely up.
Yeah.
The One Ring is only draw 1. Karn has got to do it. Oh,
well, Karn just shuts down the combo by itself.
Goodness. RNG specialist had it. And the jig is always up. Your recall into 2 lands. One had to be a blue source.
The jig is up, but for you.
This is unbelievable. Call an ambulance, but not for the jig is up. Now here's Karn. You can search for what, anything?
Can we lattice? Is this game the other way? Yeah, we can lattice. We got 3 floating.
My god. And look, the mana wasn't even tapped by RNG in response to make a construct because, it's just like, well, I'm dead.
Yeah. Well, they knew they had the dismembers anyway, so because from the probe. So you could have made a construct just to force another game action.
All right. Well, I'm going to put an executive decision and say we're going to watch the jig is always up next round because this was unbelievable. Vintage Magic at its finest here.
I can't believe that.
Look at RNG specialist.
Dead solid perfect for 5 cards in a row.
4 for sure. I mean, 4 and then the draw step of card. Like, even after that time walk was not out of the woods, had to get a banger card. There were a lot of them, don't get me wrong, but this was the absolute banger.
Yes, the one, and that's a one of everybody. Cards restricted in vintage. Only got 1.
Wow. And the recall. I mean, it had to get the recall into 2 Moxes to create time walk mana. And the Ancient Tomb was gravy on top.
Stone.
Yeah. Wow. Bravo, jig is always up. You did it. You did it. All right. Let's double check. See how we're doing for this round.
Somebody needs to like DM RNG and just be like, don't watch the replay. Just don't watch that one.
Unfortunately, I've already seen RNG specialist in chat. I guarantee they're going to be watching this one.
Don't watch
We're
that
sorry,
one.
my friend. That was an absolute slaughtering.
You don't need to see that.
Yeah. Honestly, we should put a parental advisory on the show after that.
Just shield your eyes.
No kids.
Shield your eyes, please.
All right. Sounds like we got a fresh game 3 all queued up. We're going to watch one more game, and then we'll break round number 4. But let's check it out. Let's dive in. That was unbelievable. So Serum Vision, I believe these players are 3-0. Getting ready for one last game between these 2 gamers. Starting off with the Mana Crypt.
Yeah, Serum Visions we've seen earlier. They are our shops player, I believe.
Okay.
Our one shops player, undefeated.
Doing some fiddle bending.
Yeah.
Some fiddle bending has been declared.
So yeah, this is a colored version of the shop stack just for Oswald Fiddlebender and a one of Portable Hole. And then
okay.
Ooh, but we have the Soul Rend. This is a card that's in the Dimir sideboard sometimes for mono white initiative.
Okay.
It destroys a white creature, and then you draw a card at the beginning of the next upkeep. A slow trip. So yeah, kill the Fiddlebender.
A delayed trigger kind of thing?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's how they used to cantrip back in 1996.
Okay.
Regular cantrips were too good.
Okay.
That's why Mishra's Bauble is done that way, because it's technically Ice Age block.
Ah.
They did it in the way they would have done it in
Oh,
1995.
Magic's a crazy game. All right, so here we see Trinisphere plus Wasteland getting fired off, and now we have next turn Strip Mine plus the One Ring. Is that good?
Can't do both
You can't?
because you need 4 mana for the One Ring. We only
Is it Mana Crypt add 2?
Yeah, so we can play the one. Oh, you just can't use the Strip Mine and the One Ring.
No, you use the Strip Mine for mana, and then it's uncounterable with Trinisphere, right?
Yep.
So this is going to be excellent.
Yeah, we can't Strip Mine anything anyway because I left the fetch land uncracked. So yeah, have a nice copy of the One
And
Ring
can't
here.
recall or anything. Like, really masterfully played so far from Serum Visions, just making sure this was going to resolve.
But I see Force of Will and Force of Negation in the opposing hand. So how did this Trinisphere resolve?
Correct.
Maybe a premature F6.
Maybe.
And they're getting max punished because now I don't think much else is resolving.
Yeah, and I mean now, like,
relevant.
what are you gonna brainstorm? I mean, the thing is, a resolved One Ring against these Dimir style decks is just basically GG, right? Like, this Hercules recalled, if it's timed correctly, might be okay.
Yes.
Actually, I think this is it. Okay, so in response to the draw, you can Hercules recall, and then Serum Vision will float some mana and stuff, and then when you go to replay stuff, then you counter it, I guess?
Yeah. So we'll just Hercules right now. You know, don't let you untap and draw more cards.
Sure.
So we can Hercules right now. You know, they'll have access to 4, maybe 5 mana with a land.
Yeah, this is
maybe
good.
More with it. The fact that Serum Vision doesn't have more lands in hand will make this Hercules a lot better. But there's still nothing going on the Dimir side. You know, you can Forcible something and Force a Negation something else. That deals with the One Ring and the Trinisphere. But then you don't have any answers for anything else that's left. There's still a Golos back. There's a Portable Hole to deal with the threat if you make a Construct token.
But it is tempo as well, so I don't know. This will be an interesting game for sure.
Yeah, I think it's what they have to do, but
for sure.
They have no pressure, and that's the problem. This is Alael.
Yep.
Pull up their deck list. Yeah, they are just a Bowmaster, no Dark Confidence.
So just
like
very
Illy.
much a control deck. As much of a control deck as it gets.
They have the one of Time Twister. I haven't seen that in the other lists. That can be a combo with Bowmasters.
Oh, it sure can.
Take 7.
It sure can. Okay, so we've decided to not recall.
Okay. Well, time to draw some cards.
Yeah. But I mean, the thing is, if you tap the One Ring, you can, in response, recall, and you don't get the cards. So it'll be interesting to see the timing here. But I think Serum Visions is pretty priced in to tapping right now.
They should still get 1 card off the One Ring because it should last known information the number of counters that were on it.
Incorrect. So if you do it right now, they do not get anything.
Really?
Because it's the tap, and if there's no One Ring to be.
Says tap, put
done.
a burden counter on the One Ring, then draw a card for each burden counter on it. It doesn't last known information here?
I don't think so. We're going to see, I guess. So those are all known cards. Oh, you're right. Huh.
Yeah. You've probably seen it where they tap it and has no counters. And
and then you like Leyline Binding.
Because then it uses last known information still, and it says, oh, it had no counters on it.
Okay. You're right. I have played that card so often too, and I still messed it up. Impressive. So here's the one thing that's kind of brutal.
You play the cards. I know how the game works.
We're a perfect team. So now here's the thing that happened with this whole sequence of not recalling. Serum Vision's got an extra card.
Yeah.
Got an extra 2 mana of Mana Crypt.
Yeah, and that's a very relevant.
And that's enough.
That extra card turned into a land.
Yeah.
And a Mana Crypt is 2 mana, so that's 3 extra mana. That means they can recast both the One Ring and the Trinisphere this turn.
Hated that play by our opponent.
You could even go Sphere Resistance here to bait something out.
Yeah. Either way, really did not love that play by our top player here.
Yeah, had to Hercules main phase. I think I've only been commentating for like a year, a little over it.
Mm-hmm.
And the number the number one mistake I see people make is not casting their instants on their main phase.
Exactly. Cast them at the most opportune time.
Yeah.
Maximize your cards.
Instants aren't better than sorceries because you always cast them on their turn. It's because you get the option. You can do it whenever is best.
You just have to, players have to ask themselves plenty of time, like, okay, if I don't do it now, what could happen? And if that play can involve something that's much more worse for you, if the player sees it, you usually want to give them the benefit of the doubt. Now, sometimes they will mess up, don't get me wrong, but look at this. Cast Golos instead.
Trying to go for Golos plus Strip Mine? That's fine.
Golos plus sphere resistance, I guess. But wouldn't you want to?
We haven't played the land.
Yeah,
Because you can't sphere first if you wanted Golos.
exactly. Yep.
We're just going for mana denial.
Wow,
So yeah,
okay.
hold the mock, strip mine your land. I'm fine with that.
I like that too.
Yeah.
And honestly, this whole game has been played where Serum Visions is trying to make Trinisphere good. And if you strip them enough lands where, let's say, they pass the turn with 1 mana, Trinisphere is going to counter every play they would have the next turn.
Yeah.
So you have to brainstorm here and you have to try to hit a land. Kind of. I mean, you do have the force here, but wow, that was bad.
Also, going for this immediate mana denial turn also makes the opposing wastelands and strip mines worse.
Yeah. Wow, that was brutal. Now, our top player is just drawing back-to-back fatal pushes with no way out. Ew. Vomit.
Yeah. So you go Sphere of Resistance here. That has to get Force Negation, and then you get to resolve your Trinisphere.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess, right? Whatever you do, you're going to cast Sphere Resistance and Trinisphere this turn, and the One Ring next turn when it's free and safe to resolve.
If the first one resolves, regardless of the order, you can't cast the second.
Yeah, but you're going to have one in play. So it'll be interesting to see what our Blue Temple player does, because, man, there's just like no way out when you're drawing. It's going to be 2 turns of like, okay, I'll play Soul Ring, maybe play Pithing Needle, but you're drawing 2 fatal pushes here. I guess you get to buy Luris at some point, but this is all bad.
So if they play this Sphere of Resistance, okay, whatever. Don't care about Pithing Needle.
Yeah.
Now it makes it much easier to counter the Sphere of Resistance too. Oh, and you're not drawing a land either.
I don't like that play.
Yeah. I also don't
all right.
Well, we have the needle, I guess. So the plan is to needle it. But now we get to play Soul. Oh my god.
Oh!
We didn't call this one though.
Oh, of course it was there though. My god, every wasteland off the top is just the difference in every single game, match, set.
That could have been a big deal, because if we brick there, then you let your opponent resolve their Soul Ring, Pithing Needle to 1 ring.
Yeah.
And now they have Soul Ring and a land out. They could potentially play through the spheres a little bit.
Yeah.
And buy some time, but yeah, finding the wasteland there is just game over.
Man, Wasteland has been the MVP of this tournament, and it's not remotely close. Turns out Vintage, it's just as good as Legacy, huh?
Well, it might be even a little bit better, because there's things like Tolarian Academy, Mishra's Workshop,
Library of Alexander, and stuff. Wow, y'all, that was incredible. So yeah, huge congrats, advancing to 4-0. And we're gonna have not too many 4-0s left after this, correct?
We'll have 5 or 6.
5 or 6, okay. So that is going to do it for this round. We're going to take ourselves a short 5-minute break, and we'll be right back with round number 5 here of the Mana Trader series. Don't go anywhere. everybody? Welcome back to the Mana Trader series. My name is Corey Ballmeister. That's Ross Money Merriam, and we got Adrian in the back. We're going to be bringing you coverage here all day from this series. And we're going to be heading to round number 5. We're just waiting for our players to get up. We got to watch one more match of The Jig is Up, or The Jig is Always Up, excuse me, because that was absurd.
Yes, running Ancestral Recall into the nut 3 perfects to win with a time walk is quite a way to end a match. So
Pretty good.
yeah, and now these players at 4-0, they're thinking if I win this match, I'm in.
Yeah,
And I think they're right.
I would think
haven't-
so as well.
I haven't fully crunched the numbers to be 100% sure, but I'm very likely in with a win here. We got 5 players at 4-0, so 2 to 3 of them are going to move to 5-0. If it's 2, they both get paired, should be able to draw. If it's 3, one of them will get a pair down.
You can't draw, you silly goose.
Oh yeah, can't. One of them will get a pair down.
Yeah.
If there's 3, but regardless, like I guess if you can't draw, then they're thinking like at 5-2, my breaker should still be good enough. But
Should
maybe
be,
not.
but we've seen it on this series. I mean, I think it was like 2 times ago when we were doing coverage. Karate Dom 5-0 into 5-2, didn't make it. So it's definitely not guaranteed. You need 6 wins to completely lock it up. This 5th win is definitely going to be a step in the right direction.
Yeah, it'll get them to the where they're either in guaranteed or they at least have a sweat.
Yep, absolutely. Okay, so here we go. We got Serum Visions up against The Jig is Always Up. And honestly, these players have been playing very well. These are kind of the 2 players. RNG Specialist got a little unlucky, but he's been playing quite well as well. And here we go. Blink and you miss it. Turn 1, Soul Ring, Mox, Shadow Sphere, Sphere of Resistance, Crucible, Wasteland as the follow-up. Is that good?
Yeah, so you're definitely going to need some artifact mana to stay in this game because your lands are not sticking around. Fortunately, The Jig is Always Up does have some of that artifact mana with Manifold Key, Soul Ring, and Mox Opal.
Yeah, I suppose. But here we go. We're going to see Wasteland number 1, and here's Crucible. And now you're in that Crucible lock, so you got to really plan out when you want to play your land. Ancient Tomb off the top.
So we can play the One Ring.
Can we?
Is the Manifold Key to untap Soul Ring.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you just jam that.
Yeah.
Slam it 100%.
We can play the Mox Opal first, too. It costs 1, gets you in 1 back.
Yeah.
So, just get that one down. We've got the artifacts.
Okay, so this is looking great for The Jig is Always Up.
Yeah, Ancient Tomb was an excellent draw.
So far, it's always been up for the Jig.
And now, Seer Visions has this fast Crucible lock, but with all the artifact mana on the other side,
Doesn't matter.
yeah, they don't have any pressure of their own. The One Ring is going to threaten to run away with this game.
How's the Mishra's Workshop helping that equation?
It's not.
Yeah, here we go. Wasteland go. And now The Jig is Always Up is going to draw 3 cards to start. We have PO. We can just do that if we want. And this tax on all of these cards is just not looking that good. Oh, yeah. And you can, of course, just untap the One Ring, make it, I'll draw 6 cards this turn.
There's a Workshop. Still not enough to cast Coveted Jewel.
Okay. With the cards we see, this does scroll. Our hand software can only do so much. It's getting overworked.
Yeah, 10 cards in hand now, so we can't see one of them. We can see 9 out of 10. Don't know what's under that Force of Will.
Okay.
Another Mishra's Workshop. Okay. But
So it looks like playing the Saga, and I mean, we'll probably see this blown up now. That was bait, essentially, saying that no matter what, I'm not using the Workshop mana for anything. This looks like just your turn.
yeah, not a great set of draws.
Yeah, still fine though, right?
Yeah, I mean, you still have the One Ring going.
And here's Golos, but it can get Force of Willed.
Likely will get Force
I
of
think
Will.
so. It's the only card in hand. I mean, what else are you going to do? You're drawing. Next turn, The Jig is Always Up is going to draw 1 card per turn, 4 off the One Ring, and then 5. So you're going to draw 10 cards next turn. No big deal.
Probably going to cast this Coveted Jewel, too.
Why not? I mean, step 1 is draw 10 cards. Step 2 can be whatever you want.
We do have to use the key on Soul Ring instead of the One Ring in order to cast the Jewel, but I think it's worth it to get the extra 3 mana out, too. And you still draw 3 cards off the Jewel.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's fine. And you want to not get too carried away with the One Ring. Like, I like a setup turn here and then win the game next turn more than likely. And your setup turn being draw only 8 cards.
Yeah.
You
So
know?
yeah, probably doesn't even. I was gonna say probably doesn't even tap the One Ring.
Yeah, of
but
course you do.
because now you're just gonna have to discard the hand size.
Oh, who cares? Discard your extra lands, right? City of Traders, Saga, gone.
But you do have 3 mana from the jewels, so we can play that Mox. Ooh, Karn is nice.
And you're never gonna die to your own One Ring, really. You can PO it back, plus you can just cast other One Rings. So, I mean, once again, the jig has always been up.
All Ancestor Recall, looking for more artifact mana.
Yeah, and this game could be over. Who knows?
Doesn't look like we found it.
And I mean, the Sphere Resistance is doing some resisting.
Yeah, there's 3 cards in the hand that we can't see under the Mystic Forge.
I'm in love with this deck, Ross.
Nice one.
Yeah, I have found my vintage deck. I love doing dumb, stupid things like this. All right, now we see a normal hand here. We got 3 lands, another couple One Ring, Karn the Great Creator, Mystic Forge, and yep, Wasteland, play a Wasteland, your turn. The jig and the hand size has always been up.
Well, Phyrexian Metamorph can copy the jewel. It also reset the One Ring if we wanted it to. But I think getting the mana off the jewel is important.
Is this Lattice? So you untap the jewel.
I
That's
assume
one
it's Lattice the next turn.
5, 6, 7. I think it's Lattice right now.
Sure.
6, 7. Yep, you pay for it. And Lattice is you just extend the hand. We're like, you got it. Now, we probably won't see the game end on the spot. Serum Vision's like, okay, you got to find a way to legend the One Ring out, but should be very trivial. We know it's in hand and ready to go. You know, that's one combo that I'm glad is no longer in Modern. That was not my favorite. I remember having to deal with that for one big tournament, and it was the first SCG Invitational I ever played. And I'm like, wow, this is awful. And then it was banned shortly after.
As if Karn wasn't good enough.
Yeah, they just paired it with a card combo where you can, and there it is. The jig's up.
Show you the other one, copy the One Ring, and you're dead.
All right, let's take a look at a shops list here and kind of think, what do you do up against this? But it seems like a good matchup to me for this PO decks, but what do you think, Ross?
So the shops deck that we're looking at is a little different than the one on your screen.
Okay.
This is a list with Oswald Fiddlebender.
Fiddlebender
has more bigger creatures. Isn't the more aggressive version that you see on your screen, which is probably worse in this matchup because I think you've got to be aggressive.
Yeah.
And looking at the sideboard, I like there's 4 Mindbreak Trap in Serum Vision's sideboard, so I like that. Light on the Void doesn't really do anything. Void Mirror could do some things.
Yeah, none of those cards jump off the shelf to me.
Well, Void Mirror stops them from, POing and recasting their Moxen.
Yeah.
It's not great. It also affects your Moxen.
If it was just your opponent's stuff, sure, I'm on board. But
I think if I'm on the play, I like Void Mirror because you can play it turn 1.
Yeah. And you can play all your other stuff and then play Void Mirror.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Really, this is about mana denial and finding 1 or 2 threats to close the game after denying a bunch of their mana.
I like it.
While against a lot of decks, Crucible Wasteland or Crucible Strip Mine is really good. Against the decks with a pile of artifact mana, honestly, not that effective.
Yep.
It's probably one of the weaker mana denial elements of the deck. The Sphere was really doing the most of the work.
Reasonable to me. All right, getting into game number 2 here with the jig is always up a game. And that hand looks good.
Yeah, that's a turn 1 Void Mirror with 3 Moxen and an Urza Saga, so we can start making constructs.
See, I was looking at the jig is always up. I see Black Lotus and everything. Like, wow, both hands are incredible, huh?
Mox Pearl, Black Lotus, Mox Sapphire, dead. Which means Paradoxical Outcome, well, would have been dead, but now we do this Mana Vault, so...
Still, wow. That was an absolute beating as far as the turn 1 Void Mirror. Nice call on that sideboard in there. We've been calling it so far. We've called every initiative line wrong, but we've called everything else perfectly.
Decided not to play the Mana Vault, which I think is a little strange. Oh, no color, because Void Mirror stops that too. It's no colored mana. It's not just 0 mana cards.
Way to even out your calls there, bud.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Counter it.
Yeah. Oh, the island is actually a great job. We could have played Mana Vault off that island.
Oh yeah,
we still
well, there we are.
We
yeah.
still can.
So we could make a construct here if we wanted to,
Definitely.
or could set up for Covetous Jewel next turn.
Why did we cast that Mox?
I don't know.
Okay.
Nobody knows.
But it was pretty provocative, though, right?
Yeah, it got me going, and I'm the people.
Whoopsies! I think that we got our answer.
They thought it was a sphere resistance.
Ah.
So they tapped the land. Okay.
Ah. Okay.
Yeah, a little bit better than sphere here.
Well, you probably would have played one of your Moxes on turn 1 if it was sphere, right?
Yeah. And now we've got 2 7/7s after these.
So the jig is always up, just made it known to us that they messed up.
We'll find Soul Ring and play Crucible. So now we have 2 8/8. So this is and another Saga. So this is lethal next turn.
So pretty close games.
Yeah.
And I think I like Void Mirror on the play or the draw after seeing it on this game. Like,
yeah.
Obviously it would have been way different. You know, it honestly might have done nothing on the top if it was on the draw, but
well, it still would have made the paradoxical outcome a little awkward,
I guess. But
and they needed to draw the island anyway. Otherwise, well, once you have the Mox, then it's fine.
Either way, I believe that's game.
Yeah, and I believe in a thing called love.
I believe in a thing called love.
Just listen to the rhythm of the heart.
It is beautiful. Great rhythm. I think you have a heart murmur. Check out.
I'm in danger.
I'm in danger. All right, we see Soul Ring. We have the mana for Mana Crypt. Are we just POing here and praying?
We're even praying for. We can't do any of the
a
crazy
different
nonsense.
outcome.
Yeah. This outcome is so paradoxical. I didn't win the game. And yeah, now we just can't cast any more spells. We have no colored mana.
And even if you could, the Mind Break track was there to cancel it as well. So, yeah, Serum Vision taking it down. Now,
Void Mirror.
We love it.
Thumbs up.
Game number 3 going down, and this is basically our first winning in. Now, things could go wrong, but this easily could be one of our players advancing to the top 8. We'll still probably take an eye on some 5-0 players next round to for sure have someone locking up the top 8 spot.
And then even the loser of 4-1, they'll have a couple rounds to 2-0 for sure, and 1-1 with a sweat.
Yeah, 1-1 with a big sweat at that point. All right, so looking at the hands, we do have the jig is up on the play now. There's Black Lotus. There's Mishra's Workshop, but not a lot else, right?
Yeah, because the Workshop doesn't do anything towards those 3 POs. So yeah, I gotta send that one back.
Ew.
Yeah, had a player in Academy that didn't do anything.
Now, Ancient Tomb plus Mocked plus another land. That's a turn 2 ring with backup. So you get that key out of there, and you get another card out of there.
Yeah, but the second card out means you either have to give up your counterspell.
If you were mulling to 6, this sounds fine. But mulling to 5, this is a true decision. What do you put back? Force a negation?
Maybe you put back the Mox and just go for turn 1 Saga and wait on the ring. Okay. Just make some constructs while you have your Force.
Look at you.
Because the Saga can just find Soul Ring, and then you can ring with Soul Ring, Ancient Tomb.
So let's see. What do we got going on here for Serum Visions?
Yeah.
This looks like a nice hand, first glance.
Fortunately for the jig, there is no Wasteland. That would be a disaster.
Yeah, it would be up if that was the case.
The jig would be down.
Yeah.
But this is a turn 1 Golos. So Golos will find a Wasteland.
But there is Force of Will to deal with this. But wait, does Mind Break
it's only if your opponent
Okay. So you got it, right? You can't beat this.
Yep, gotta Force Will that.
All right, now a Mox or something to cast this 1 ring, it would be huge. Mind Break Trap is 3, right?
Yeah, you have to play 3 spells to make Mind Break Trap free.
So let's see. If Chalice is played on 0 just to play around it, I mean, it's kind of awkward, but now if the jig is up top decks that line is out. But you could top deck like one of
Grim Monolith, Soul Ring, Mana Vault, still had a few options.
Metamorph is not terrible. You can copy a Mana Vault or something, right?
Yeah, you could, but I'd rather make a construct. We're gonna get to 1 ring next turn anyway. Because the Saga Search. And then you could Metamorph the ring later. Better. Yeah, Chalice for 0, immediately draw Mox Jack, classic vintage conundrum. It happens a lot. It happened a lot more when you got to play 4 Chalices.
Yeah, and everyone can look at this and be like, wow, that was such a silly play. It's like, well, you were playing around them drawing Black Lotus. Chalice is an interesting card in this format when everyone has to play 0s because Black Lotus is in every deck.
But they have more zeros than you, and you've already gotten to play one of your zeros in Mana Crypt, so
Yeah.
it was definitely favoring Serum Visions to play the
And I mean,
Chalice.
someone's got to be a zero, someone's got to be a hero. So,
But what if you went from zero to hero? You could basically be both.
okay. Well, that would be if you get this chalice off the board, then you'd go from zero to hero.
Yeah. And not many ways to do that in this deck.
Nope. Okay, so now One Ring is cast first. That's uncounterable. And yeah, if you like it, you should have put a ring on it, and that's exactly what the Jig is always up decides to do.
Black Lotus is not going to do anything. And we got 4/4 constructs on both sides, but the constructs for Serum Visions are going to grow by 2. He's going to have 2 6/6s.
Yep.
After this Urza Saga is all said and done. Can't get in for damage this turn because of the One Ring protection.
Well, you can, but it won't deal anything. But you're allowed. Tabernacle, that doesn't do much, does it? In
Not
fact, it probably
really.
does more damage to Serum Visions.
Probably just getting. Okay, get Pivot Needle.
Needle on the ring.
Yeah,
okay.
Needle the ring.
I like that.
And I think I'd play Tabernacle just to stymie their mana.
I mean, it does tax 2 instead of 1 since both are
Yeah.
adding 2. So interesting. And now you're taking 1 off this ring forever.
Yeah. So this is probably tap Soul Ring, use Sensei's Top, pay for my construct.
Oh, okay, sure. So yeah, at least you got a mana
Yeah.
filter.
Sensei's Top means you'll never have floating mana if you don't want to.
And you'll never have friends. True. Sorry, that that was uncalled for. I take it back. So the Jig is always up. I'm sure you have plenty of friends.
Wow. Just coming out, guns a-blazing.
It's like, the people that just play tops or like, Ristic Studies, all these kind of denial cards be like, you got to do the joke of, you must be super fun at parties type thing.
This Metamorph might be copying a construct.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of
Then
thinking.
we'd have 2 5/5s against 2 6/6s. You could double block.
Yeah. Could also counter or copy Pithing Needle to like, yep, nope. I was saying proactively deal with like a wasteland or something, but
you're still going to take 6, go to 4, and you're taking 1 a turn from the One Ring, and you have Ancient Tomb. So that's a problem. And then you're going to have a 1 construct on each side, and yours is smaller. Multiple problems to think about.
okay, and there's a One Ring for Serum Visions.
Ooh,
Uncastable
but
at the moment.
Serum Visions now goes to 7, losing the Mana Crypt flip. If they attack and you double block 1 construct to live, then you've got a 4/4 construct that can come back, bring you to 3, and the Mana Crypt could kill you.
Oh. Playing with fire here. It's coin flip.
But you're losing the race anyway because you're taking 1 from Mana Vault, taking 1.5 from Crypt on average. They're only taking 1 from the One Ring, so you can't stare.
So wait, are these 6/6s
It's
against
2,
5/5s?
Yeah, so you double block 1, take 6, go to 4, 3 on your upkeep from the One Ring.
Yeah.
Now you've got a 4/4 because one of your constructs died. You attack Serum Visions down to 3, and you just cross your fingers.
Now, Mana Vault deals 1 no matter what, right? That's the tax for that? Okay.
You have a chance to untap it on your upkeep for 4 mana.
Yeah.
They don't have the access to 4 mana because they just have Karakas Mana Crypt.
Yeah.
So they'll take 1 on their draw step.
Sure.
But that's after the Mana Crypt. Mana Crypt happens on the upkeep.
Okay. So, or you can somehow get this boosted. Not really a lot of ways unless you get, a 1 mana way to do this. So here is the pay.
Oh, I think this match is going to come down to a coin flip.
To a coin flip? Oh, we love that. Or do you hold back if the Jig is always up? Like,
I don't know how many Mana Crypt flips Serum Visions lost, but it has to be a lot.
I don't think they lost the last flip. I think they just took 1 last turn for what it's worth.
But how are they at 7?
Mm.
That's a time walk. Oh no!
Oh!
But they can't cast it
Why?
because they'd have to Ancient Tomb and then they die to their own One Ring.
Oh my god! The One Ring has been devastating. And the Phyrexian Metamorph could have copied the One Ring, but then you're missing the pressure. I think you have to just be like, all right, it's coin flip time.
Oh, it's definitely coin flip time. But that's incredible.
Wow.
Yeah, and it comes down to the Tabernacle taxing their mana. Otherwise, they would have had the mana for time.
Yep, Tabernacle's actually done some work. Here it is, a coin flip for the match, everyone. How are we gonna stack it? Oh, I love it. Wait a minute.
They're taking one from the mana vault. So how we
But they're at 4.
yeah, so they take one from mana vault, they can take 3 from crypt.
Oh, it's 3 from
Yeah,
crypt. Okay,
somehow-
gotcha.
Somehow we lost an artifact.
The top. The top
Yeah.
got topped away for some reason.
Yeah, I don't know why.
But I guess it doesn't
Yeah.
matter, right?
Yeah.
Oh, it looks like they won the flip.
Mana Crypt comes up for Serum Visions, and they are going to move to 5-0.
Wow. I mean, I get when some matches are coin flips, but that's taking it to a whole new level.
You know, I watched a 200-person vintage tournament come down to Game 3 of the finals, and it was a single Mana Crypt flip
Wow.
determined the
I
outcome.
think I remember seeing another big vintage event where it was determined by Oko animating a Black Lotus to attack. Like, this was a paper vintage event as well,
Right.
so it looked especially wrong putting a little elk token on that Black Lotus. It should be a sin, you know.
Yeah, do what you got to do.
All right, so Serum Vision takes down. The jig is always up in honestly just 2 beatdowns of a game. None of the 3 games were remotely close. They were just complete beatdowns. Let's see if we have any of
Everyone was
our.
close.
Let's see if we have any of our undefeated still playing. Doesn't look like it, right?
Looks like we have 3 of them still playing.
Okay, so let's jump into one of the higher records there, Adrian, and we'll see that because that was a pretty quick one. We'll have some time here. All
This
right.
is Wizard 2002 against. They must have gotten paired down.
Yep, this is a pair down.
Wizard 2000. This is one of the Oath of Druid stacks, and yeah, they've already oathed into Atraxa. They're looking pretty good.
Should we call it early? That's game.
I mean, these initiative decks can do some crazy stuff.
Yeah, honestly, there's probably an extra line of text underneath that dungeoner that says, like, if Atraxa's in play, you also get to do something.
Oh, Tinker for a Bolus is Citadel, eh?
Ooh, don't mind if I do. How about Vampiric Tutor to put something on top? You in?
Ooh, what do I want to cast next?
For free? For freezy? Yeah,
This
we'll
is
have
nice.
Adrian start queuing up the next match because this one's probably done. It was Time Walk.
Ah,
Okay, this might not be game 3 as well, so
Time Walk. Now we can get another Atraxa trigger if we want it.
why not?
We'll just Bolus the Citadel then.
Okay. Like to attack for 7. Ooh, Black Lotus on top.
Sensei's
Sure.
Divining Top also good with Bolus the Citadel.
Oh yeah, you can just always keep drawing it. Basically, like one draw.
Yeah, it just becomes Yawgmoth's Bargain.
All right, Wizard wins the match. That is another one of our exos, right? Like they were playing down.
Yes.
So we're gonna have 3 players that are gonna be at 5-0.
Yep.
So we'll definitely watch the 5-0 match because that'll be a for sure winning in for next round. They might already be locked, but of course they don't want to put their fate up to chance, up to a coin flip, if you will.
Yes, the Mana Crypt flip that is tiebreakers.
Exactly. So we'll have Adrian jump into another match. And the last undefeated, we're going to jump in right now and see what they're up to.
Yeah. Moon Madness against
Allies
Allies
Forever.
Forever.
Okay, and first glance, this game's over.
Yeah, the Demir control deck attacking for the win. Good instincts, Corey.
Thank you. I'm not the most experienced play-by-play commentator, but I was able to piece that one together. So if anyone needs any advice in chat or anything, I gotcha.
This person attacking with 4 creatures is probably ahead.
We'll see if there's any of the lower ranked players we're jumping in. That was kind of bad luck, but we get that ready to go. Just a reminder, everyone, if you want to play in this series, I have a correction. The next one is actually the open series, so you don't even have to play the qualifier rounds. These tournaments get to be large. Okay, so they're tough. You don't have to do anything. You can just join and just play a free $10,000 modern event. Thanks to Mana Traders here, and it's going to be big. It's probably going to be a 9-10 round tournament. But it's a good way to dip your toes in, see if you like this style tournament. And everyone at the Mana Trader side, they run an extremely well run tournament, really smooth. And if you want to save some money to be able to rent a certain modern deck as you practice for this end of the month event, which the date will still be TBD, exclamation point Bash Bros in the chat. That'll give you 15% off your first 2 months loan subscription, and it helps support the channel, and we really appreciate it. So check that out if you're interested in playing some modern. And what deck would you play?
I would play an Underworld Breach strategy.
As would I. with Rona. Oh, yeah. Sounds like we got a fresh game. Let's jump on in. Okay. So, turn one Trinisphere. And these are 3-1 gamers.
This is LL. We saw them earlier. They are on Demir control.
Okay. And big shout out to all these hand cams. We got a lot of hand cams today. Big props to all the players getting that hand cams software in so we can watch this one. It's real nice.
This is Lucarion on Mono White Initiative. So, yeah, Initiative deck looks pretty stock. They've a couple Phyrexian sensors in the main as a more flex spot.
Yep.
Yeah, other than that, looks pretty typical. And yeah, Demir deck looks pretty stock as well. This is the one that has the Time Twister.
Okay.
They could Time Twister with Bowmasters as like a combo kill.
Sure.
It's pretty cool to me. I would do that.
I like it.
My opponent was at 6.
It's a good way to finish it off. And then your opponent flashes in 2 Bowmasters, and you're like, well, shucks.
Well, it depends who's the active player. But if you're Time Twistering, then you are. So yours go on first, so theirs was all first, and that's bad for you.
That is bad for you. Good evaluation there on the fly there, Russ.
No threats here for the initiative deck is a problem because the Demir deck will take control if you give it enough time unencumbered to get its mana base set up and, start drawing a bunch of cards, maybe get this Bowmaster down.
So are you saying the Demir deck is getting the initiative now by playing spells?
Well, they still have a turn or two because the Trinisphere is slowing down this game. So
yeah.
Next turn, there's the option to either Bowmaster for LL, or they could just strip mine this Ancient Tomb.
Yeah, pretty. I think if you see that your opponent's their whole payoff turn here is Null Rod, I think I want to just play spells. Because if you deprive them, they easily could have another Ancient Tomb, and they're just trying to get something. But
they've also cut themselves off of Artifact mana, so that Chromox no longer works.
Oh, okay. All right, that's way better then, because they can't cast a thing, right?
Yeah, not unless they had another Ancient Tomb, which they do.
So
we know the hand is 2 lands.
Exactly, but they would have to top deck the 3 mana Initiate card as like the only good thing. So you're right, this is a real cost now.
Yeah. You just also have to figure there's no way they play Null Rod that turn if they have any 3 or 4 mana creature in hand.
Yeah, not a chance.
So which also probably tells you that they have lands.
Which also probably tells you they don't have like Chancellor or Amiria's Call, like something that the Mox would be needed. Like this is a very valuable lesson for new players. Doesn't matter the format you're playing. Your opponent playing cards really says a lot about their hand. So your opponent is always leaking information, whether or not it's by their facial expressions, their body language, or just how they play their spells, how they play their lands. And the best players pick up on everything. Yep. You're incredibly great at this stuff when it comes down to why did a person do this? Me and you for Versus Live, we would do this constantly against each other. And it's something to keep an eye on.
Interesting, no end of turn Bowmasters there from LL.
Yeah. What are they playing around? Like Solitude? Because that's not active.
Yeah. Chromox is a perfect draw for Incarian. It's completely shut off by your Null Rod and the fact that you don't have spells to imprint.
Yep.
So ideal.
Perfectly ideal.
Yeah. And now at this point for LL, they'd rather keep the Strip Mine in play. They'd rather have their own mana.
And here's Archon. So at any point you can Strip Mine plus Fatal Push it.
I want to get this Bowmaster down. Let's start killing them.
Yeah, that's what I want to do.
They have 2 Ancient Tombs. Like any damage you deal them is valuable.
Yes. I want to Bowmaster to the face and then untap, maybe Strip Mine, kill Archon, but Archon's not even a big deal right now.
Could also just fetch Fatal Push.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so now 4, 5, 6 mana available. So now you can kind of consider getting rid of an Ancient Tomb. Maybe they have land 7 for Amiria's Call. Maybe they have a Chancellor in hand or something.
Yeah, definitely something to keep in mind.
But instead, here's 4 mana, which, what? Oh, wow, there hasn't been a spell cast yet. There's a Chancellor on the stack. Okay, things make a lot more sense. That makes more sense. This is turn 4. Hasn't been a spell cast. All right, Chancellor tax has been paid. Everything makes sense. All right, we see Bowmaster firing upstairs. Now untapping and having the option to probably just dismember this Archon and strip mine if you want. Or you could get frisky and like start brainstorming. I think I like that the least. Just kill the creature.
Yeah. Opting for a dismember.
Yeah, it doesn't really make sense to pay the life loss with
yeah.
dismember because you still have to pay 3, right?
Yep.
So do you hit an ancient tomb at this point, or you're just like, ah, whatever? Because I mean, they could just wait and double spell next turn, you know?
I would have considered hitting planes because it is a strip mine.
Oh yeah, to take out Solitude. Good point.
Yeah. I think I would have hit the planes.
I think I still would.
Yeah.
Because then you know if there's Solitude, you know if you can attack. If not, it's a big liability.
Yeah, because you used your dismember instead of a fatal push.
Yep.
Fatal push doesn't hit Solitude.
It's like attacking in with your 2/1/1s and Solitude not only killing one, but then you get to eat 3 and then attack again and gain 3. Like, this is a risky attack right now. But just saying, like, ah, whatever. So you can strip mine of planes and then cruise, right?
Yes.
I like that.
You can actually end up paying less. I believe Delve has a strange interaction with Trinisphere. Because Delve counts as paying the mana for some reason.
Sure, why not?
I've never understood why Delve counts, but Dismember doesn't.
All right, there's the plume. Probably wins the game on the spot. I don't know.
And nothing they could have really done about that. You do have the Fatal Push for it.
Yep. So it searches for a land, and then you take the initiative back. So this is actually pretty good for what is this? Arula?
Aelale, I think it is.
Aelale? Okay.
Yeah, Aeale.
Okay.
Aelale 37.
Ready then. Wait a minute. You're not fatal pushing now, are you?
They haven't made black mana. I think they're brainstorming.
Oh, okay.
Which is fine. They can brainstorm, fetch, untap, strip mine, then fatal push.
Uh-oh. Are we about to witness something bad?
Oh, there. Okay.
I think we were both like, oh no. Don't do that.
So what are we tutoring for? Are we just getting the key?
Vault key. I mean, it's not GG, right?
No, it'll take you 2 turns to cast them, and then yeah, it would be GG next turn.
Yeah, and you can steal the initiative this turn, so you can get a basic land.
But I'm just more inclined to kill the thing and attack them. The more damage you deal them, the worse.
So they got Time Twister.
Oh, yeah. So that's the game.
Oh,
yeah, they had the combo.
Oh, we were talking about this too. You had your perfect moment. Oh, this is great.
Oh, yeah.
You can draw 7 cards. How lucky. Wow.
This can potentially run afoul of Solitude.
No, there's only 1 card in hand.
But that you're in a Time Twister.
Oh, no. Incorrect. 2 Solitudes?
Well, that you can't do because of the sphere.
Well, regardless, they didn't go for the Time Twister, just went for the initiative.
So they're just setting it up for next turn.
Now I would love to see this strip mine on a land, on a plains. It would be a great play. Like, you don't need it, but Solitude's still risky. Like, if you can shut off the Solitude line, I think you're set. Okay, didn't draw it anyways. Nothing matters.
Yeah. I think they're just dead to the Time Twister.
They're twisting.
Twisting the night away.
All right.
Everybody's feeling great. Twisting the night away. One more time. No?
Was this when you used to go to old-fashioned dance parties in barns and stuff?
It's a Sam Cooke song. Come on. Sam Cooke.
Sorry, I'm not a million years old, Ross.
Oh, we just have a time walk off the top too?
Time walk, time twister, whatever.
Okay, so we vamped tutor for time twister, has never cast it and won anyway.
Time's an illusion here. was really hoping we were gonna do the kind of run it back thing, but instead of that, it's like it's the twister, you know?
We could
All right.
also do the twist.
Dude, the twist. And the initiative is gonna be win by taking 5
Oh
from
yeah.
the Demir deck, just saying, you know what? I wouldn't have suggested that you play this initiative card because it ended up backfiring immediately.
Eh,
And I mean, you still just got to play your card, but
the mono white player had their turn one Tritocera. They kept their hand on the
yeah,
strength of that. Had no follow up. Just
yeah.
absolutely none. Basically, the entire game.
And you
Time
just
they
can't
cast-
do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. In Vintage, you need powerful hands that do something, either disrupt and do a game plan, or really just do your game plan and hope your opponent doesn't have it. You can't just disrupt and hope for the best when you're not a control deck.
Yeah.
You know, if you're a control deck, you can do those kinds of things. But if you're a shop stack trying to play the only disruption role, no, that ain't it.
The goal is turn 1 lock piece, turn 2 threat,
Yeah.
and then you go from there. But if you're missing one of those 2 steps, then your deck kind of falls apart.
Very true. Did I hear that was it and we're going to break their director? Okay, sounds like it. So that's going to be the end of round number 5. We likely have 2 or 3 people that have locked it up, but we're going to get a for sure answer next round. We're going to be following the 2 5-0 players and see who is going to be our first player in the top 8 tomorrow. And remember, top 8 does start at noon Eastern time for all you vintage lovers on Sunday. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with round number 6. All right, everybody, welcome back to the Mana Trader series featuring Vintage. My name is Corey Baumeister. That's Ross Merriam. We're not going to waste any time because we have our two 5-0 Magic players playing against each other as a treat for y'all to see who's going to be undefeated and lock up our very first top 8 spot here. Serum Vision, they've been playing great versus Wizards 2002, also crushing it. We got Oath. We got shops against each other.
A classic vintage match. People have been playing Mishra's Workshop against Oath of Druids since like 2001.
Oh, baby. Well, I mean, this wizard was born in 2002, so they're doing it.
Yeah. It looked a little bit different back then.
Sure. Now, that's a Gaia's Blessing in the main. What the heck's going on there?
Well, that's meant to mill over with Oath of Druids. So because with Oath, the cards get left in the graveyard. If you end up having to Oath several times and you're revealing with Atraxa
You
triggers,
might deck, huh?
you might deck.
Sure.
So you have the one Guy's Blessing to help prevent that. So, but drawing it is quite rough. That said, the rest of this hand is so good.
They mulliganed.
And it's a 6. Yeah.
How ideal.
So that gets put on the bottom. We have turn 1 Ancestral. Hopefully we can find an Oath. If not, we have Brainstorm to keep digging. We have a Beseiju, which is a great answer to the lock piece.
On the draw, with Sphere of Resistance, with Mana Crypt. And I guess that's it. So Oswald Fiddlebender, why is this card here? It looks kind of weird to me. Like, what does this card do? What is it doing in the deck? I'm confused.
Well, you have, this sort of explosive start in these decks, and then Fiddlebender gives you sort of this versatility moving into the mid game. You turn your dead Moxen into more things. You can turn lock pieces into relevant stuff. You have a bit of a toolbox of threats in the deck with this one Wormcoil Engine, one Steel Hellkite, one Argentum Masticore. So you can start working your way through the deck to find some of these really powerful engine cards.
And you can get any artifact. Is there a mana?
No, it's like it's one more than what you sacrifice. It's like
the birthing pod. Yeah. The Fiddle Pod.
Yeah, it's birthing pod for artifacts.
Okay. A strange card that we haven't seen a lot of, that's for sure.
No, it's a relatively new addition to these decks. And there's also a one of Paradox engine that can start going off with the one ring.
Okay.
So you can sort of set up combo kills with it. It just gives you, shop decks historically have sort of been all in with my opening hand and hope it's good enough.
Yeah.
And so having a card like Fiddlebender that not only gives you consistency, like it can find a second lock piece if you need it, but like lets you set up really powerful end games, even if your follow-up draws after your opening hand aren't very good.
Okay.
Is a nice addition.
So that was a pretty good draw, right? Well, we have 3, 4, 5, 6. We can cast that plus still activate Fiddlebender.
Yes, because we have exactly. We have 8 mana.
So could you sack Steel Hellkite to go bigger to 7? There's probably no 7 mana.
We top out at 6.
Okay. Still good, and it's not less than, of course. So
correct. But Steel Hellkite can destroy destroy all the zeros if you really wanted to.
And what does that really do?
Just to deny your opponent the mana, like
it's not universal. You don't destroy your own.
You definitely. It's only who's controlled combat damage by Steel Hellkite.
Gotcha. The classic vintage staple of Fiddlebender and Steel Hellkite.
Yeah.
All right, so there goes the Crypt. We're gonna get a 1 mana card, Portable Hole.
Just saying, I want to take your mana now. I'm cool with that.
Yep. Now with Sphere of Resistance, I mean, ideally you'd want to just go Oath this turn, right, and say go.
But no Oath. And now we can turn this Portable Hole next turn into another sphere, and then blow up the Mox with the Steel Hellkite.
Ooh.
Keep moving up the chain.
Okay, Mox Ruby up the top, not necessarily huge or anything.
No, but getting another sphere is nice. Then even if one gets Beseiju'd, you still have the other one. So
my question is, how does Wizard 202 ever win the game with Steel Hike being able to activate for 2 and blow up an Oath at any point, right?
Show and tell for the Atraxa.
Okay.
Another way to get it.
That makes sense.
So this is another reason to get the...
Beseiju.
Yeah, Beseiju steals a Steel Hellkite. Okay.
That's pretty spicy.
So that'll work.
That's spicy. Okay. I'll shut up.
So now we need to find more threats, and that's hard to do. So we could turn Sphere of Resistance into Trinisphere.
Okay.
And then next turn turn it into a Lodestone Golem.
Interesting.
Or we could do it a little slower, turn Portable Hole into a Sphere of Resistance, and then always keep a sphere in play. Ooh, yeah, losing the Steel Hellkite's tough.
You could get a Crucible doesn't do much. There's a lot of options, but none of which look great. Losing that Hellkite was actually quite big.
Yeah. We might even want to go instead of Loathsome Golem, we might want to go Trinisphere into the One Ring.
One
next
Ring,
turn.
that's what I was
Yes,
thinking,
start drawing some
yeah.
cards.
Okay, nope. Decides to just go up to another 1-drop. Do we get a key?
Are we just setting up? We could just set a Vault Key. So next turn we just
next
turn we just sack the Portable Hole and get
Time Vault and win.
Time Vault and win. Okay, yeah, that's better.
Wow. Okay, Fiddlebender's really good with Key Vault.
Yes.
I'm here for it.
And yeah, all they can do is
Cry,
All
right?
Wizard can do is just play a top. They've got a Force of Negation, but Fiddlebender says I don't need to cast spells. Unless they drew the Time Vault, that would have been a disaster.
Yeah. I'd be until the Shadow Sphere, get to the yard immediately. You've done your work.
Yeah, don't even give the opponent a Mox back.
You get a vault, I get a key, baby.
I get a turn, honey.
What a selfish player. Taking every single turn. Serum Vision says, yeah, you might be this cute little combo deck. Well, I got a Fiddlebender.
Yeah, really good opening hand there for the Oath player, but they just never found Oath or Show and Tell. So the 2 Atraxas in hand were kind of dead, so the Ancestral really didn't do much, and Fiddlebender really showing what it was worth. There were counterspells left over in hand for the Oath of Druids player. That usually doesn't happen against Mishra's Workshop decks. You usually cast every counterspell you have, but now they've got things like Fiddlebender or Urza's Saga. They can get by counterspells a little bit more.
Yeah, that was impressive.
Okay, taking a look at side Brads, starting with Serum Visions on the shop side. Not a whole lot I like. Oh, the one Grafdigger's Cage is good. That stops Oath because the creature comes into play from the library.
Okay.
So the one cage is nice.
That's like the one thing I feel like Cage ever does.
And then on the Oath side, Sphinx of the Steel Wind can be pretty reasonable to Oath into, but honestly, it's just worse than Atraxa. Yeah, it can't be better than Atraxa.
Wait a minute.
Oh, we got some Force of Vigors. That's
okay. So we have this is a no-lander.
But we have Lauren revealed.
Yeah, and we have Show and Tell's just creatures now, right?
No. Show and Tell can put in the bolus.
Okay, so why didn't we Lorien revealed to play a land just because he didn't want to play into Strip Mine anyways?
Yeah. So if we weren't going to play the lands because we didn't want to get it Strip Mine, we can just cycle it on step.
So now do you force this pitching Lorien's revealed? God, Gaia's Blessing is just the biggest tilter to draw, huh?
Yeah, that's awkward.
Yeah. All right, now there is the Strip Mine. Okay, there's Oath though, but you don't have the other piece.
Yeah, we don't have Forbidden Orchard, so you just don't want to play a creature if you're Serum Visions.
Yeah, and now
and you don't really have to. You've got Time Vault. You just need to set up a key somehow.
Yeah, you can just play Time Vault and then just Strip Mine the land, right? I like that.
Yeah, that'll stop the Guy's Blessing from getting cast. Yeah.
Okay. So one key away from GG, and so far Wizard 202 is doing nada.
Yeah, they
Goose
need
egg.
What they need is an Urza Saga.
Yeah. All right, there's a Crypt.
Probably don't even want to play the Mana Crypt.
Just in case, yeah.
Yeah.
Can you play Wormcoil this turn?
You don't want to against Oath.
Touche. So yeah, just say go, huh?
We're in for a nice staring contest. Well, staring contest is over.
Are we staring?
It was a fun staring contest while it lasted.
Best possible, I imagine, huh?
Yeah. That'll do, pig.
I mean, now it's basically game the other side, right? Vintage is crazy.
Oh, one best possible deserves another. Let's just draw Manifold Key and...
Yeah, there you go.
You know, thanks to the spirit.
It's going to be Wasteland. We've called it before. We'll call it again.
One ring, okay.
It doesn't do a lot. And it probably is going to get forced, right?
I imagine.
Because now Oath's online. It's going to hit Atraxa.
Yes.
We'll see. We'll see if the One Ring gets countered. I think I would.
Oh, yeah. That one out of here.
Well,
you're probably going to find another counterspell or Force of Vigor off of this Atraxa trigger.
Yep. So it looks like Serum Vision's going to have to play that fiddle hard.
Don't think he's beating the devil this time.
No, I don't think so.
Souls for you. They're thinking about it. They might play the Worm Coil.
Yeah, I mean,
Going for the One Ring.
I like it.
Force that.
Kaplooey.
Pay the 1.
No big deal. And now we're gonna see.
Get in there.
Yeah. Assert dominance. Like, I don't want a token. Can you please take that back? And here's the oath. What's it gonna be?
People used to play Spawning Pit as a sideboard card against Oath of Druids.
Okay. What does that one do?
It's a Dark Steel uncommon
Naturally.
that
I didn't know
remember
they
how much
made
it-
playable cards in that set.
they made Arcbound Ravager and Skullclamp in that set. So
Ah,
they were.
I'm thinking a different set.
Yeah. So it's 2 mana artifact. It says sacrifice a creature, put a charge counter on it,
Yeah.
and pay 1, remove 2 charge counters, and make it 2/2.
Okay.
So you would just sit there and sack all the tokens that they ever gave you and put charge counters on it. Never make creatures with it
I see.
until
I
you're
see.
ready to kill them.
And so their oath would never turn on.
Okay. Okay. Interesting.
It would have been good here.
Didn't have the tech.
Yeah. Gotta go back to 2004.
Walking Ballista also been good. On
Mhm.
1, pew.
It only stops it for a turn. Next turn they give you another one with the Forbidden Orchard. Spawn a pit. It's just
That's next
Stops it
turn's
forever.
problem.
okay. So we got a Demonic Tutor. We got a Besager. That's a great land to hit. Force
Yeah.
of Vigor. Another Oath for no reason. Lorien Revealed. So we drew a good number of cards.
Very good.
Didn't find a counter spell, but we did find a force, and the Oath / Guy's
Okay.
Blessing pitched to it easily. I'll just pitch the extra Oath.
So now you can't show and tell. You're one short of that. Now, casting Gaia's Blessing doesn't do much either, right? Like, you want it in your deck?
It shuffles 3 in and draws a card, I believe.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah. Target player shuffles 3 cards in from the graveyard.
So if you have 2 Gaia's Blessing, it can work, but there is only one on the list usually,
Yeah.
right? Because so far, we've seen one thing for sure. It's heinous to draw.
It's not good.
Yeah.
In this case, I think we ended up okay.
Yeah. So now you just oath for another Atraxa, legend roll away the old one, right?
If you want to.
Okay.
Probably besage you something here. Probably just the sphere.
Yeah, you can force as well. You can force away sphere and the vault. Like, I mean, vault's the only thing that's scary on this board, right?
Maybe we
Or you get the saga. Yeah, there you go. I like that. Take the 2 combo pieces and be like, I can beat a sphere of resistance. That is the path of least resistance, to be honest.
There we go. And we can actually, yeah, we can just attack for 7. After Atraxa triggering on the upkeep with the Oath. Go put them to 13. Use the Besager to deal with the Worm Coil on their turn so they don't gain any life, and then Demonic Tutor for Time Walk.
Okay, okay.
And that should deal 14.
Okay.
Now we're hitting the sphere. We didn't need to tap the Forbidden Orchard because Besager only costs 1, so there's a mana floating.
Correct, yep. That was just the oversight for getting
Yeah.
Atraxa's legendary. Imagine if that one wasn't legendary.
They decline the Oath trigger.
Okay, so they're just citadeling, right? Show and tell.
They could.
Maybe it's just not needed. But I feel like this game is not won with what's on the battlefield. Like, Wormcoil does trade back and forth. I guess you can just block with Atraxa and then get a new Atraxa, but with that Gaia's Blessing not being in the deck, you know, there's only 23 cards left in deck. It's a possibility of decking yourself. Right, here is time to show and tell.
Did we like mill the Time Walk or something?
I don't think so.
I feel like I would have just.
Oh, there it is. It was on top.
Well, that's a good place for it. Oh, now we get to brainstorm with Bolas' Citadel. That's pretty good.
Put things that are free on top. And Wizard 202 wins. Well, that was strange. Vintage is a strange place.
At that point, you just shuffle the Time Walk back in and start digging for it again.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, gonna be going to game number 3 between these 2 undefeated players. One of them is going to lock up their Sunday appearance on the biggest stage, Mana Trader Series Day 2.
And the shop stack, as we've been saying all day, a lot scarier on the play.
Yeah.
We haven't seen somebody play a Lodestone Golem yet. We've seen a lot of the other restricted cards. A lot of Trinispheres have been drawn.
Yes.
I want to,
And Trinispheres looked great.
yeah, I
That
want to see a
card
turn 1
is-
Lodestone Golem.
Okay.
You haven't seen that one yet. The Sphere of Resistance plus 5/3 is
Yeah, I mean, non-artifact spells costing 1 more. It just basically says Sphere of Resistance, but for you.
before Lodestone Golem was printed.
Yeah.
When they used to let you play 4 Trinispheres, Trinisphere was so good. The
Yeah.
shop decks played Juggernaut.
I do
Actual
remember
Juggernaut.
that. I do remember that. Yeah, just
Yeah.
5/3.
And then they printed Lodestone Golem. It's
And they're like,
what
wow.
if you had them both? Two great tastes.
yeah,
Taste great together.
you got Sphere of Resistance in my Juggernaut.
You got Juggernaut at my Sphere Resistance.
Oh God, we're silly.
But how can the Sphere Resistance resist the Juggernaut if the Juggernaut is an unstoppable force?
Ooh, now we're getting into some deep topics here. How about we'll leave that for the the scholars.
Yeah, we can let chat debate that one.
Okay, chat, that's on you. So game number 3, Serum Vision's on the play. What are we looking like up there?
Slow hand for Serum Visions. So yeah,
Yep,
send
that's
that
a
one back
mall.
immediately. This is a much faster hand. We can send back one of the Mox Opals.
Okay.
Play Opal, Mana Vault, Mox Emerald, so the Opal's on. Then we'll have
Turn 1.
plus the planes. We have 5 mana, so we can't ring plus Sphere, but we can do one of them.
Well, one of them is not going to be good enough. There is multiple forces, multiple blue cards.
And Lotus Ancestral. We keep drawing the Guy's Blessing, but the rest of the hand is so good it doesn't matter.
So force probably getting hit on this one.
Yeah.
And now you just get to start. And Black Lotus. Wow. Okay. Wizard 202 had all the answers so far to start. Oh, baby.
Oh, we just had Black Lotus, Time Walk, Ancestral.
So now do you... Oh, yeah, you just go turn 1 Narset, right?
Or we can just play the Oath.
I don't like that as much. Yeah, it's not as mana efficient as well.
Yeah. Problem is we don't have more lands.
Yeah. Maybe you just say go. Or... Oh, one thing we can do. Oh my God, a body bag. Force of Vigor at upkeep on Mana Vault and Mox Emerald. Leave them with just plains and Mox Opal. Get rid of that poopy Gaia's Blessing.
Yeah, that'll definitely happen.
Oh.
And then they're just kind of...
I like
waiting.
this.
Yeah, see if
I
you
like
draw the land.
Because if anything, yeah, you just
Ooh.
play.
I don't know if I like that. Now we just let them play another spell that we're going to have to counter.
Yeah. Gross.
We'll force probably pitching Time Walk.
Yeah.
As good as Time Walk is.
I hated that play.
So now, are we going to Force of Vigor destroying the 2 Moxen?
I don't know. I mean, I liked being proactive there on that, but not an amazing play.
Well, now we're probably going to cast the Guy's Blessing because we can pitch a dead Oath.
Yeah,
The Guy's Blessing leaves
sack for
cantrips.
green, right? No, we don't know what's going on, I guess.
They go for the Narset. Narset can find Lorien revealed.
Yeah.
That's a big one. Big plus for Narset. We're 1 Lorien revealed down. That got pitched to the first Oath.
There you go.
And we found it. We're great.
Easy. And now, I mean, now you got to force, right? Because Mana Vault doesn't tap, right? Or do you have to pay for that?
You have to pay
again?
4.
Okay.
On your upkeep, they give you 1 chance. Right now, do you want to pay 4 to untap
Yeah.
it?
Right. I think it's reasonable to not cast it now, but it would have been so good to cast last
Oh
turn.
my God, that's a strip mine.
But
But
still
they're
wants
gonna
to
go
cast
for the
Lodestone.
Golem, but now we can't force that.
Yeah.
And now we
You can force it during your opponent's turn, though.
Yeah. Ooh, Mana Crypt was an incredible draw.
Was it?
Yeah. Now we get to play the Oath. We might not even
Okay.
deal. Might not even kill the Lodestone Golem.
Yeah. There's another Oath. Okay. They've taken the Oath.
Yeah. They didn't know we had the Oath, so they played the Golem.
Yeah, good point. I was going to say you still want to protect your Narset, I guess, but that doesn't matter. You want them to have the creature. All right, all right. So it took some maybe lines that we wouldn't, but worked out perfectly fine.
Yeah, the key was they found the Lorien revealed off the Narset.
Well, not even that, but if we would have taken our line of Force of Vigoring, they wouldn't have cast Lodestone Golem, and you wouldn't have got the Oath trigger. So, honestly, Wizard 202 was just probably like, please, cast a creature. I have a counterspell for something that isn't a creature, and if you play a creature, that's game.
Yeah.
Because here's a Traxa, and then everything becomes trivial from here. This deck looks awesome as well.
Yeah,
this Oath deck
the
is
Oath
sweet.
deck is really nice. It has this is the one deck that has like a combo element and a ton of interaction.
Yeah.
The Tinker decks don't have as much interaction as the Oath deck does.
Yeah.
And the Oath, it's so cheap. It's so difficult to answer as an enchantment.
Yeah.
And it's so good against the aggressive disruption decks, the shops and initiative decks.
Yeah,
Oath has always been good against those style of decks
Sure.
in Vintage, but now with the fact that you also just have all of this great blue interaction, and
I'm a
you're
fan. I'm a fan. Every time I walk away from a vintage tournament, I'm always like, I need to play like these 3 decks. Like they're just so fun to watch. And combo control is historically one of the most powerful archetypes that we have ever had.
definitely, and Vintage is no exception. As exceptional as this format is, there's no escaping that rule.
Yep. And looking at our standings, looks like our person playing down lost. Is that correct?
No, with none of they haven't finished.
Okay.
That's Allies Forever.
Okay, gotcha.
These are a bunch of views.
All right, so brainstorm in response to this Golos. Try to find an answer for it, but also just doesn't really care. I guess you get Caracas and it gets kind of annoying.
Yeah, Caracas is your one answer. Do they have one?
Probably one, right? Yeah.
Yeah, because they're a goalless version, they have a Caracas. So
Okay, so that is annoying. Like,
Yeah.
even more than annoying, because Caracas, doesn't get it.
don't really get that. I think Caracas was actually a way back into this game.
Yeah, because I was just going to say, Caracas isn't what it normally is, where it's like bounce it, they're going to recast it. You're not recasting Atraxa very easily.
Yeah. I don't think the Oath deck plays. Yeah, they don't play Wasteland Strip Mine.
I mean, they have a Besaidu in hand, but.
They have Besaidu to answer.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, it still doesn't matter, I don't think, but.
Yeah, the Besaidu would have. You'd have gotten another Atraxa and then had Besaidu. But you never know, like, how many Atraxas are left in the deck. There's only 17 cards. They might have boarded down on them.
You might not be able to Oath right now, So basically, where's the time walk? It's always been, where's the time? Oh, okay. So the guy's blessing was still in. So then everything doesn't matter.
Yeah, so let's shuffle back in. Then we'll look at the top 10. We'll find a bunch of them.
This deck is awesome. I am in love.
Atraxa it's a magic card. It is.
It's well and truly a magic card.
Although they just get to play one flash too. And the show and tells get around some of the hate, like Grafdigger's Cage.
Yep.
Things like that. So you're not 100% relying on Oath. You're a little more consistent.
Okay.
You got 6 pitch counters, a couple tutors. You got your mental misstep, a couple flusterstorms, so 9 counter spells. You don't really need to play creature removal because Oath of Druids is your creature removal.
Yeah. You'd be like, please play creatures.
If a creature is a problem, you have Oko to turn it into an elk, so it still triggers your Oath, but it's no longer a problem.
Yeah. And you can exchange. You can create one of your food to make it a creature, give it to them, take one of their things, then trigger Oath. It's a little bit tougher to do, but wow. And Wizard 202 taking it down, advancing into the top 8. I think I found the horse I'll be going for because this deck looks incredible. Welcome back to the booth here, everybody.
Don't speak too soon. We do have someone playing the card Underworld Breach.
The one person in this entire tournament?
Yes.
Really?
They are 4-1.
Okay.
And their result for this round is not in yet, so hopefully we can see them.
Right, we might be going exactly to them now. Are we going to Wing Tazar?
Yeah.
Hazar!
Playing against oh god.
Hurry, go away!
Not like this. Not like this.
Back to the booth, hurry!
Atraxa Bowl is a Citadel Narset. Okay.
Excellent. Things are going well.
Those are cards. And a full grip going into that. They said they have 7 cards in hand before the Atraxa trigger.
What happened with these Oath decks? Because I feel like the last time we visited Vintage, they were not that popular. Like, what threw them over the edge? Is it Lorien's Revealed?
Lorien Revealed is a nice one. It's good with Atraxa. I mean, Atraxa is just really, really good.
Yeah, I mean, Atraxa obviously enabled this deck into new heights,
significantly better than Gristlebrand, because now, like, you can Oath when you're at 5 life, get us your 7/7 lifelinker like with Gristlebrand, but also draw a bunch of cards.
Yeah, because you could beat these Oath decks with just go for the throat or something equivalent.
Yeah.
Obviously, that's not the removal of choice. But.
I think Atraxa makes you a lot better at catching up from behind.
Yes.
And you were already good at playing from ahead because your win condition is so cheap.
Yeah, I mean, look at Gristlebrand right here. You're at 7.
Yeah.
It would have been not as good. But now you can, Demonic Tutor for Time Walk and win on the spot?
Maybe not on the spot, but I can't imagine losing this game.
Looks like on the spot, or at least pretty close.
And your opponent's at 20.
Okay. So this is a Tinker deck as well. I mean, we're not going to see this for much longer if this is indeed game 3, but what kind of deck is Wing Hussar?
So this is the sort of Breach Tinker Bolus of Citadel combo deck.
Okay.
So, they have a lot of the same things that you've seen in other decks, card selection, card draw, some counter spells, Tinker. They've
Okay.
got the Vault Key plan that they can set up, but they're mainly trying to hit Bolus of Citadel and kill you with Brain Freeze, milling out your deck, which is also difficult to do against Oath because of Gaia's blessings. You have to do it twice. But with Breach, that's actually easy.
Yeah. But wait. Oh, because Gaia's blessing exiles to do the ability,
Yes,
huh?
yeah, it's a
Okay.
one-time trigger that exiles.
Yeah,
the
that's
rest
not that big of a
themselves,
deal. Be like, okay, I'll do it one more time.
At least I
Interesting.
believe that's how that card works.
We're gonna find out.
Oh no. So it just says when it's put into your graveyard from your library, shuffle your graveyard into your library.
So they go for a different combo, probably.
Yeah.
Or this is a bad matchup, one of the two.
Well, they just have to find the vault key.
Yeah.
Though I'm still not sure how they eventually win.
Maybe it
Oh,
has
they
to
have
be.
they have Urza Saga.
So I bet milling by decking
Oh.
is their main plan.
They also have Portal to Phyrexia, so they can Portal to
Okay.
Phyrexia, return the Atraxa.
Or sack a bunch of things to Bolus the Citadel. That's an option, right?
Yeah, I don't know if you can get 20 permanents to do it twice, but if you have infinite turns, you'll figure it out.
Yeah, exactly. All right.
This matchup does seem not as great.
Yeah, why don't we go and see, like, the only person playing any red cards in their deck. Red is not good in Vintage, huh?
Yeah, which is weird because usually people play a lot of Red Blast to deal with all the blue cards.
Yeah, even that's not good. So that is our poor only red gamer falling down. But all right, coming back to the booth here. Hello, welcome back. Corey Baumeister, Ross Merriam, bringing you coverage here of the Mana Traders series. Speaking
okay.
Vintage, I know.
There'll be
Our
more
poor,
breaches.
poor Breach. They just can't get any help, any help at all.
All
Thank
I
God.
wanted to see today was somebody have turn 1 land Lotus Brain Freeze Breach.
Yeah, that would be nice.
That's all I wanted.
That's easy. Honestly, we have seen some ridiculous games. We've seen some outrageous top decks,
Yes.
and Vintage is just nothing but edgy or seat magic.
Might be the most outrageous sequence of top decks I've ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, the match of the day was that the jig is always up, for sure. And speaking of, let's see if we can jump into the jig is always up, or we'll see if any other matches are going, Adrian. If not, we'll cut to break afterwards.
Jig is still playing, so let me refresh to check.
Looks like we are going up to the jig is always up.
Yeah, they are 4-1.
All right.
Well, that's a problem.
Yeah.
Let's go to another person getting obliterated by Oath Endurance.
Round 6 is definitely sponsored by 1-1 Spirits.
And they Gitaxian probe their opponents so that they know the Oath is good.
Yeah. Slaps the top of Forbidden Orchard. You can fit so many Atraxas in this bad boy.
Yikes.
Wow. Okay, but I mean, it is on the stack. Let's see if there's any permission spells that the jig is always up can do. But I mean, like, look at this. Is this just the dream start? I mean, turn 1 Oath of Druids off an Exotic Orchard. That's all you need, right?
Yeah. Orchard Mox Oath is indeed the combo.
But how's the Fluster Storm?
Yeah, and we had Mox Emerald, so we could leave this up. We either needed Emerald or Sapphire. Either Sapphire for the Fluster Storm or Emerald for the Oath.
Yeah.
And
Okay, that's game.
When that force happens, you know it's not good because they probed you and still cast the Oath.
Yeah.
Either they have second Oath next turn or the counter spell.
And do we know if this is game 3, Director? We don't know exactly, so there could be more magic after this. But also, speaking of, we've been talking about the jig is always up and other great players like that. Sprouts is nothing to shake their finger at. Sprouts is a phenomenal Magic player, frequents the Mana Trader series.
And fortunately for the jig,
Right
their,
on time.
Their hand is all mana and then a useless Force of Will.
I do think it's up.
Saga is 2 turns away from finding Grafdigger's Cage.
Yep.
Even if they have it.
It's Atraxa time.
Different every time.
But not really.
What cards will they find this time? Does it matter?
No.
Why did they print this card?
Oh man, I mean, you got to go talk to the scholars of Magic's design team
I
back in the day.
just let people show and tell in their emeralds and be like, "Do you have an answer?"
Yeah.
Instead, it's like, "Do you have an answer?" I don't care. I just drew 6 cards, and if you have an answer, I'll get another one.
Not only did I draw 6 cards, I sculpted 6 cards to my hand that I specifically want right meow. No big deal. Like, is there any draws where the jig is always up? I think the best scenario for the jig is always up is hoping that they're in game 2 and still have a game to play, you know?
Well, if they draw like jeweled, whatever Lotus card into
Yep.
some paradoxical outcomes, maybe they can get something going. If they chain a bunch of those with metamorphs,
Yep. That's a thing.
their deck does powerful stuff, but they've got to hope the Atraxa doesn't find another counter spell.
Yeah.
That's the actual problem.
So Atraxa trigger on the stack here, still just debating. We can actually hit that view the eyeball button by Sprouts. Oh, never mind. There we are.
So they found a Force Will. They also have Beseiju and an Oko, so they can wasteland your Urza Saga.
And Sprouts wins the match. Oh, man. Okay. Well, I mean, we saw 3 matches this round. 3 eviscerations by Oath of Druid decks.
Yeah, the Oath deck looks unbelievably good.
It looks so good, and it looks kind of fun to play, but horrifically unfun to play against.
It looks like the control deck, but you just cut Orcish Bowmaster and the other creatures. You get,
Yeah.
like the Saga package and play 4 Oath 4 Atraxa. And you change your mana base.
Recipe for success
Easy
if I've
game.
ever seen one. So, all right, that is going to bring us to the end of round number 6. But you don't want to go anywhere because round number 7 is going to be filled with win and ends. We're going to show you as many as we can. It's going to be a lot of fun. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back here on the Mana Trader series. You thought we were done with Magic from round number 6? It's still round number 6 Magic. These players, we won't talk about their record, but we wanted to see some Hollow 1 Vengevine stuff. And, okay, what do we got going on here?
Well, looks like we got our Bazaar of Baghdad wastelanded.
Okay.
So now we're just looking for another Bazaar of Baghdad so we can play these other 2 hollow ones.
And we got a huge clock disparity, so I'm guessing this is
Yeah.
another filthy double cure.
But the Underground Sea on the other side also got wastelanded, so there's really not much mana. Ooh,
Okay.
Ponder's good. That's a 1-0 restricted.
I can't believe it.
Ooh,
Misstepped.
restricted, mental misstep.
Okay, that one makes sense. That's a good card.
Okay, Squee Goblin Nabob, restricted or no?
Restricted.
It's not.
Yeah, it's a red card. They don't restrict those. They're too bad.
They didn't restrict a creature until like
Yeah.
ever.
Is this game just over? I mean, you have to chump. You can revive a card. Do you just revive?
You Noxious
Force
Revival the
Vigor?
Bazaar. Bring back the Bazaar.
Yeah, that would seem to make sense to me.
Yeah, we would have been able to play 2 hollow ones and the Basking Wall, bring back Vengevine, and
Yeah, why would you not
GG.
do that?
maybe I think our hand cam's right.
I think so too.
Don't think it's gonna matter.
Yeah. And you know, there are times. So I mean, if you top deck a planes, it'll matter, right? Top deck a fetch land.
Yeah.
Well, you know, to be fair, vintage, maybe not everyone has practiced up with. And also, you know, these players don't have the best record, so maybe they don't know their decks that well. But
Well,
here
they
it
did it.
is. They
So,
heard us.
Yeah, so this is gonna be game. We
Is
get,
it?
Yeah, we get to draw the Bazaar, play it, draw 2 cards, discard those 2 cards in the Squee, play the 2 hollow ones, trigger the Vengevine.
Oh, okay, okay. Gotcha. Cool. No big deal.
Discard the 2 forces in the Squee.
Okay, play a hollow one. Play a hollow one.
Trigger Vengevine.
And that's game. All right, could have did that last turn, but that's okay.
Better late than never.
Yeah, maybe they needed 1 extra card to guarantee it.
No, they didn't because they had the force.
Oh
like,
yeah,
card
they threw
pitched.
away 2 extra
on a
cards
Mox,
anyways,
yeah.
right? Okay,
Those are
well
relevant.
these players are not necessarily in top 8 contention, but welcome back to the booth here. We are going to welcome you into round number 7, our final round. There's going to be a lot of winning in, so as we get prepared for that, let's pull up the standings and take a look at our Oath of Druids bracket and
Yes.
some other decks, but wow. Let's take a look at this because Oath of Druid is doing well.
Yeah, we've got Wizard 202 on Oath. They're pacing the field at 6-0. They're
Yep.
the lone 6-0. There's 9 players at 5-1.
Okay.
4 of those 9 also playing Oath
So 5 oaths out of the top 9.
out of the top 10.
Wow.
And then we've got a couple Shops decks, a couple Demir Control decks, and 1 Mono White Initiative. Almost a quarter of the field down to 1 at X1 Moon Madness.
Okay.
So
Ross, talk me through this. Let's start at the top of the Swiss standings here, Adrian, and take a look. So our person in first place, Wizards 202, our only player locked. How does the rest of this work out? Because what other players are in contention? Down to what place?
yeah, so Wizard 202 is going to get paired down to one of these 9 X1s.
And more than
15
likely,
pointers.
whichever one they get paired down to is actually in as well, because it'll help their breakers,
Yeah,
right?
it will help their breakers.
Okay.
So let's ignore that match for now. After that, there's 8 other 5-1s left. They're going to get paired together in 4 matches in some
Sure.
combination. You have 4 winners. They'll be 6-1. They're locked. Wizard is locked. So that's 5 people who are locked. If Wizard loses, that creates another 6-1. That will be a 6th person is locked.
Okay.
If Wizard wins, you'll have 5 people at 6-1 or better, and 3 5-2s will make it.
Sure.
Otherwise, only 2 5-2s will make it because you'll have the 6th person in. But that person who's losing to Wizard will likely have good enough breakers either way. So I feel like it's that match, those 4 winners of the other 5-1 matches, and then the 2 best 5-2s remaining in breakers. Whether
Okay.
it's 5-1s that lose or 4-2s that have really good breakers. Like the jig is always up. They have great breakers for 4-2 because they started 4-0.
Yeah. The jig has been up after that amazing top deck has fallen to 4-2. That's pretty frustrating.
Yeah, the wheels came off after that Ancestral
Yeah.
used up all his luck on that one
So
turn.
we're looking at this now, like Sprouts Baron of Bacon, Osok. I don't know how to say that.
Usunk.
Osuk. Okay. And then the player right above it there, I believe in 8th place. That's basically the winning in, losing you're out. Right? Like they're too low on the breakers.
Probably.
Yeah.
We don't see what their breakers are. This is listing match win percentage, which is
Sure.
not, so that percentage you see is not their opponent match win percentage.
Yeah, 'cause I was gonna say it's just a bunch of coin flips then, huh?
That's their match win percentage. So unclear exactly how different the breakers are.
Okay.
This is a smaller tournament, so breakers can shift a little bit. But yeah, I would not count on being in the bottom half of the X1 bracket, losing it and still
Yeah.
making it in.
So if we scroll to the very top here, what I would, okay, so we're gonna check out this stuff a little bit later, but I would recommend the top 4 are probably in. That's a pretty safe assumption. That's usually how it works. But of course, things can happen, and we're gonna let the matches do the talking here. So one we're checking on is Barone of Bacon
Baron, yeah. So that's the second to lowest breakers
versus Big 26, I believe that.
Big Z6.
Okay, so Big Z6 has a chance of losing and being in, but
Baron of Bacon a lower chance.
and Big 26 would be in like 8th place or something. So if anything, playing for seeding. So what is our matchup here, Ross?
So Big Z6 playing one of our shops players, and they are playing the much more aggressive version that we've seen on
Oh.
our screen. Patchwork Automaton, 4 Revoker, 4 Foundry Inspector, Stone Coil Serpent, topping out at Golos. Against the Dimir control deck. I gotta be honest, like when I'm playing fast mana and a lot of disruption, like Sphere of Resistance, 4-man deck Null Rod, I like the low curve.
Okay.
I want to be aggressive. I want to get them dead. Because there's not a ton of removal in Vintage because there aren't as many creatures and you have to be worried about these spell-based combo decks.
And you have to play the 9 power cards,
Yeah.
that takes up 9 of your cards kind of thing.
So sometimes just jamming a bunch of early creatures is good.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Make 6 power on turn 2, and some decks can't really handle it.
Okay, well, the sun is shining. All right, let's take a look at these hands. I know Big Z mulliganed a couple times at least here. And at least looking at our hand from Baron, I see some good cards. I see some good restricted cards.
Yeah, we got the Ancestor Recall. That's great. Soul Ring for additional mana. But a solid hand from Big Z as well. A couple Nettlecysts. Got the Urza Saga, so several threats, some fast mana. Has the Null Rod if they want to deploy that to limit both players' mana.
Now, I don't know if this is Big Z in reference to one of my favorite Magic pros turned commentator, Matej Zadakai. Big Z, probably not, since he's currently commentating a different tournament.
Probably his long-lost evil twin brother.
Ah, okay. Yes.
Yeah. Matej is Big Z5. This is Big Z6.
Ah, okay. It's his older brother.
Yeah.
Gotcha. The rivalry has been there for decades.
Yeah.
So Nettles is coming down. Do you try to force this, or do you just not care?
Well, it doesn't look that big now. It's only going to be 3/3 because it counts Urza Saga as an enchantment.
Yeah.
But it's going to get worse.
It gets bigger. You get to equip it to other things. Like, I like countering it. It's still very scary. But it looks like there's another Nettlecyst ready to go next turn.
Yeah, and but we'll probably take some time off just to make some Saga tokens, though.
Yeah.
Oh, well, scratch that.
I think I kind of like that. This is just deprive. But I don't think it's going to work out that great with the second Nettlecyst around, or just No Rod. But you probably don't No Rod here, huh? That'd be pretty silly.
No, you got to go for the Nettlecyst first, then you Null Rod.
And man,
once we get the Nettlecyst down, then we've got these Wasteland Strip Mine Null Rod to just strip your opponent's mana, and you've got your threat.
Now, you can't pitch Recall ever, right?
I've done it.
I mean, you've been wrong plenty of times, though, so I don't know if I put any onus to that.
With nothing back, you can't. You're usually forcing pitching Ancestral because you're about to win the game.
Yeah, okay. Mox or Mistress Bobble off the top, not a great draw, but checking out if you want to fetch right now. Decides to fetch. Try to get Recall. If you can find a Mox, you can also play Soul Ring. You get some good ramp going.
Gets the island to play around the onboard Wasteland. Doesn't know about the Strip Mine.
No one ever does. But there is the Mox. There is a Pearl.
And a Soul Ring.
And a Soul Ring.
They're all going to get shut down by Null Rod.
All dressed up. And
Strip Mine your land. Null Rod your 3 artifacts. You didn't draw a blue card if you're a Force of Will. Nice Lurrus.
Is it too early to call it?
Nope.
Because, I mean, like, Strip Mine plus No Rod.
We do have the bauble card.
Okay.
Though.
Blue card?
Oh, another Mox.
2 mana. Oh, you get to play that too?
Yeah, Foundry Inspector into Null Rod plus Strip Mine. We have exactly enough for all of it. Our Nettle
Oh
Cyst is now
my god.
Nettle Cyst is now 5-5.
Big Z is turning into Big GG.
Yeah. What if I quintuple strip mind you?
Oh
5
my
mana?
god.
What if you had 0 mana?
Would that be cool? Oh wait, you got another Mox in hand? 6
Yeah.
stone
Would you like
reigns.
to wasteland my wasteland, or do you want to make me wasteland your wasteland?
Yeah. On the 6th day of stone reigns.
Oh, there's the blue card right on
Oh,
time.
there we go. Yeah, I couldn't do the opposite order of that one, huh?
And yeah, that's game.
Oh my god. That was beautiful sequencing from Big Z, I must say, but things just did not work out Baron's way there. Just
Yeah, the ancestral
poor draws in
a
every
ton of
way.
artifacts didn't line up well. The null rod was incredible from the
Yeah.
shop side, but that was excellent sequencing from Big Z6.
It really was.
Play out your threats, bait out the counter spells. Once you are ahead with a threat on the battlefield, now we aggressively attack the mana, and it worked out beautifully.
So I think this is the actual list here, Ross. So what are we liking up against the opponent?
So, in the side, Brad, I think I like Chalice of the Void on the play.
Okay.
It's not good on the draw. And I like Crucibles because I think this is a long game kind of matchup. Being able to replay your lands because they have their own wastelands and strip mine, so you insulate yourself against their mana denial while increasing the value of your own. It's also just incredible with Urza Saga. So I definitely like the Crucibles. I don't think Soul Guide Lantern is worth it.
Okay. Well, it sounds like we're heading back, and we'll see what the players did. Okay, so this is Baron on the play now. Looking at this hand.
Looks solid.
Does it? No
Yeah.
black.
Oh, I was looking up top.
Oh, okay, sorry. I was looking on the bottom.
Yeah, Baron's hand is terrible.
Yeah. This is a barren wasteland. With no wastelands. But yeah, up top. See, I definitely favor the broken artifact decks in Vintage. Like, Oath is the first deck that's like look cool to me. Isn't along those veins, but just look at all these powerful artifacts and how well they interact with each other.
Yeah, that one of the things that Oath does that really helps in the matchups like Shops and Initiative is when you play your win condition, it dominates the battlefield.
Yeah.
When you're trying to kill them with construct tokens and Orcish Bowmasters, you really have to answer almost all of their threats.
Yeah.
But with Oath, you just have to answer their threats until you land an Oath.
Exactly. All right, so here we go. We're going to see some fireworks already. Turn 1, Ancient Tomb, Sphere of Resistance. Do you just have to counter this? Probably, right?
Maybe you just wasteland them. Still hold up your force.
Yeah, I couldn't see any plays being defensible here. Either way, I do not want to be on the Baron side of this. It just does not look good. It doesn't look fun.
Mox is also a great draw. It's going to juice up the Academy. Going to let us do some busted stuff next turn.
I'm a fan of busted stuff. So just trying to map out, like, what does my next few turns look like? If this resolves, you got to pretty much think that Baron's going to go Wasteland, Wasteland, have 1 mana to pay for force if need be. And that's all we're doing for a while. So, I mean, I think I kind of like letting this resolve, but it's just such a tough card to play against.
I think with 2 Wastelands, I letting it.
Yeah, this is defensible as well.
And you have the Lorien Reveal, like your hand is all mana.
Yeah. Draw Wasteland.
Definitely Wasteland them. Your only way of stalling out this game, and you need time to cycle these Lorien Reveals, make some land drops.
All right, so now what does this next turn look like?
There's a Saga Sphere.
Yeah.
The next turn, you use the Academy to start making constructs.
I mean, it's going to get Wastelanded again.
Yeah.
This one you got to let resolve. Do you cycle a Lorien's Revealed here as well?
Oh, definitely. I'm surprised I didn't do one last turn.
Sure. Well, because they only had the 1, but.
No way. Ooh, that's some. Well, we can't cast it, so yeah, let's just wasteland them.
Okay. Now we have access to.
Well, we can't.
Academy odds 2, right?
Yeah, but we can't transfer across 4, so we just play Null Rod.
Weird. I mean, now the Mox is shut off. It's only shutting off your own permanents.
So we still can't play the
Why do you play
Trinisphere.
Null Rod there? That doesn't seem right.
You have the same amount of mana because it adds a mana for Academy anyway.
Oh, sure. Okay.
And
Yep.
it shuts down theirs. So
I like that. That's perfect reasoning. Oh, Wasteland for that saga? No big deal.
yeah, I think you just Wasteland the Saga, play another Null Rod. Next turn you can play the Trinisphere, then you can play the Golos, and then everything's fine. And it doesn't matter that you're going kind of slow here because your opponent's not doing anything.
And you're absolutely still shutting doors. Spell Pierce actually will be able to do something. Oh, Spell Pierce is going to get a huge target. Wow.
Yeah, that would have been game immediately.
Honestly, maybe a little over hasty from Big Z there. If you start with Trinisphere, how do you... Wait, Spell Pierce still only would cost 3 next turn, right?
Yes.
Okay, so never mind. I like that play then. So either buy Lurrus or Time Walk. All right, purchase Lurrus.
I think I had Lorien revealed first.
I would too.
To get to land 4 because then you can play the Lurrus.
Yeah.
Well, Ancient Tomb is great, so now we can Golos.
Yep. Wow, that was a perfect draw. Get Urza Saga.
Probably.
Oh, this game's over. Well, while they're doing this, we'll have Ross checking out which matches we want to jump into and see if we got another good winning in.
So this is Baron of Bacon against Big Z6. So
that's going to create an interesting fold because Big Z6 might still be in, but Baron is now for sure in.
No, Baron is the one who's losing here.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah,
And they
never
have the
mind.
lower breakers,
No,
so...
that's not interesting at all. It's just Big Z's in, Baron's for sure out.
Chica's always up 1 their match, so they're in that breaker scrum with good breakers.
Okay.
None of our X ones have finished yet.
But when you win your last round, your breakers do go down.
Yeah, because you're playing against an X3.
Yeah. So here comes Golos, going to make some constructs. It's all over but the crying at this point.
Yeah, even the Lurrus doesn't do a whole lot.
No.
Because you can't even use the artifacts that you rebuy. The Null Rod shuts down. Lurrus is just a 3/2 lifelinker.
Okay, Treasure Cruise, you can actually just cast for 1, I assume, right?
Yes.
So that was recall. That was the best recall.
Delve interacts differently with... Trinister's not even there. So against Sphere of Resistance, you just have to delve an 8th card.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that was probably the best possible draw. Repeal. Okay.
Well, so Wasteland will stop one of the constructs,
Okay.
and Repeal will stop the
other.
other.
All right. We're still playing. We were already checked out of this game, but it looks like we're back in.
Yeah, and then the Lurrus will eventually check the Golos.
Yeah.
Because they can't start racing with the Golos, so you get to attack back.
So you repeal for 0, but that still makes you cast it for... Wasn't that over-tapping?
I think so, but it repels X or less, so whatever.
Sure. Can't activate Golos either, not like you had a chance, but all right, now Big Z is only on Golos plan. Like, that actually can be beat by Lurrus. You just race it, right? I mean...
Yeah, they'll just stare at each other.
Yeah. Black Lotus, useless.
And, if we find an Urza Saga, if you find one of those sideboard Hercules recalls, we can start turning this game around.
Ooh, okay.
Well, I say recalls, I should have said
recall.
Singular.
Hey, there's 2 recalls in the deck. Just one's ancestral.
And there's a demonic tutor.
Okay. All right, Black Lotus off the top. Now it's going to be a staring match. How did this game stabilize? Land go. And now Mindbreak Trap can just exile anything.
Well, you need to leave up... Oh, we do have Trinisphere in play. Okay. Yeah, it was just a weird art. So...
Oh, yeah, okay. I didn't even notice that either.
Yeah, they're choosing to play some 0 mana artifacts out instead of holding up Mindbreak Trap, which...
Probably bad.
Yeah, I think I'd rather protect myself from the top of their deck.
Same. Like, if they just top deck card and the game's done. Lattice you. Okay.
So surprised.
Recall! Off the top.
Saving the Strip Mine for an Urza Saga makes sense.
I like this now. Don't get hasty and cast Recall right away. Wait to see if they cast something large, and this might be large enough to stop.
This is gigantic. This is
might as in will.
This is a 12/12.
Well, it's an exiled creature. Right? Because you can just hard cast Mindbreak Trap?
Yeah.
You got it, too. Like, holy crap. That's a large creature.
Yeah, it would almost a lethal attack next turn. If you attack with both, chump the Golos, you go to 13, and you still take 12. You would fold a 1.
I guess just debating if they want to play strip mine as well. I don't think it matters.
Well, 13-13 makes it lethal.
Well, no, that makes it lethal. It's pro multicolored.
Yeah, but oh yes, you
Can't block
that's
with
fine. You
Thuris,
just
yeah.
don't even attack with the goalless.
Yeah.
Yeah, so 10-10 was good enough. I'm kind of surprised the strip mine hasn't. Just... Oh no, we're
Yeah.
saving it for Saga. I
Yes,
said that.
exactly. So now you can recall right away.
Strange fetch.
Yeah, just thin to deck. Why not?
Definitely fire off the
Recall.
ancestral.
Oh. Okay, demonic tutor is still expensive, but you could just tutor right now, or you can dig.
I think I demonic tutor for Hercules recall.
Yeah. And then you get all these bobble activations. You get to go nuts.
Yeah.
So now you got to fade one draw step, and what can you even have? They only have access to 5 mana. All of a sudden, Baron's looking great this game. We counted them out for sure.
Well, Big Z's got a draw step.
And it's got to be big.
There's the Hercules recall with the DT.
It's got to be a big draw step for Big Z.
Well, and there's a lot of things they can't even cast.
Yeah.
Because of the strip mine on Tolarian Academy, that they're down to
Like
5
Karn
mana.
was probably the best or something, but
Can't cast Karn
why?
because they only have access to 2 mana for non-artifacts. The Tolarian Academy got strip mined.
Oh yeah. It's not colorless. That's right.
Yeah,
That's right.
Yeah,
Okay.
Mishra's Workshop's just artifact spells. So
Yeah, at this point they're dead.
they get to play this Pithing Needle, but that just gets Hercules back anyway. And they'll probably end up Pithing Needling Bauble because of Bauble plus Laris. So at least you have a later answer to it, but the damage is already done. We're going to draw 2 cards off these baubles. We're going to dig through time.
You're gonna switch life totals.
Yeah, we're going to get a nice drain for 3 in.
Wow. I think I select Hercules Recall. This is my first spell.
Yeah, step 1.
Wait, what are we doing?
You can attack first and before blocks recall.
I hope so. Oh.
Are we trying to end step it?
All right, I guess that's reasonable as well.
I think, well, didn't get punished. The automaton's irrelevant. So.
I don't know how they would have gotten punished, to be fair.
I
think I actually do like this. This is kind of good.
Yeah, I don't really see. I agree with you. I don't really see how they get punished. The deck's just all artifacts.
Yeah. So now you can dig through time at end step as well. And then just pop during your next turn.
Yeah. And that means you're going to get a replayed bauble with the Luris too before the needle comes down.
Yep. Or you get a replay Black Lotus if you want 6 mana.
Sure. Yeah, whichever.
I mean, you might as well pay 3 for this dig through time, right? Pay full retail.
I guess you could find like Brainstorm off of it.
Yeah, sure.
Brainstorm, but I don't even know if I'd want to cast the Brainstorm.
Exactly. I think I'd full retail it, but all right, so here's the dig through time. See what we want to find. Oh, yeah, I really like this Hercules Recall at end step 2. Now they have to discard 4 cards.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's cool.
I like that quite a bit. All right, good job, Baron. That's a much better play.
Yeah, maybe wanted to play the strip mine.
Well, they couldn't have. Oh, yeah, of course they could have. Yeah, they should have played anything that would have prevented them from discarding an extra card.
Yeah, you kind of know the recall's coming when your opponent demonic tutors, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah,
it's not like that came out of the blue.
Oh, for sure. But still play the land, you know?
Yeah. Gives you the clear reason to play it.
Okay, so here we go. We get the draw off the bauble. We got a key.
There's one half. We've already used demonic tutor. He is the easier half to find because it's found off of Saga. So.
Yeah, so not the best one to find there. It has a plethora of counter spells. I mean, both turns are going to be kind of absurd here.
So now it's just about riding the Luris and countering all their stuff.
Yeah.
I would let Automaton resolve. You can push that and pay for the ward.
Yep.
Not sure if I would have played the key immediately. Does that take us off any? Oh, I guess it doesn't.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable.
Yeah, we can still Mindbreak Trap plus Pierce. We couldn't Mindbreak Trap plus Force regardless.
And get to draw some cards off bubbles. And yeah, just everything looking great here. But this is going to be a big turn.
Yeah.
Starting with the automaton, get that large.
Let this resolve.
Yeah, you can fatal push that at your leisure.
The one thing that you can easily answer without a counter spell.
It's the only thing you can answer without a counter spell.
Through we don't care. Now our mind break traps are turned on.
Yep. So you just wait to counter the big stuff, the Transfers, the Goloses, the Karns, the goods.
Yeah, you can have all your mana. Now they play the Black Lotus.
Let them have that too.
So this is going to be 4, 7, 8 mana for spells, plus the Sturt Mine 9. So they can still only cast 2 of the things.
Well, I mean, Transfer into Golos is probably going to be the plan.
Yeah.
And it's not going to work out.
I'm not even sold that the Trinisphere is a problem.
Yeah, this might resolve, huh? Nope. Too annoying.
Yeah, plus the Mind Break traps get a lot worse after this turn, so you're incentivized to just use the traps.
Is there another Mind Break trap?
Yeah,
Wow,
so we could use the other Mind Break trap and then push on end step and have all of our mana next turn.
Yeah. I think I'm just hardcast Force of Will on this, right?
Yeah, that works too.
Or you just Mind Break trap and then fatal push the automaton and say, you got it.
Yeah, whatever you want.
Nothing matters. Wow, it's been a good match. Looks like we're in for a good third game. This might be the only one we get to, it looks like, Ross.
An impressive comeback, though. Baron looked dead to rights about 3 or 4 turns ago.
Really did.
This is turn 15.
As long as they pay the war.
Yeah, otherwise a 6/6 is going to be a problem.
Found it. And now you're drawing 2 cards a turn with Luris. Getting to do the thing. Here's another counter spell. I mean, this is over.
Gotta be. You've got 3 counter spells. I guess if Big Z finds Urza Saga this turn,
yep,
or finds threatening creatures 2 turns in a row while Baron bricks, then 2 of them get Force Willed, and then the Spell Pierce Force Negation don't stop the third one.
Yeah, so 3 huge draws in a row while your opponent's drawing 2 cards a turn.
Yeah.
Easy.
It's gonna be hard. Also, you can't tap your Ancient Tomb.
yeah. Oh, yeah, you're also at 4. I haven't even looked at the life totals. I'm just looking at the board state. How about Mox Jet? Is that good?
Well, that means I think we have no outs. Because Urza Saga's too slow, and they're going to have a Force of Will for whatever you play.
Wow. This game turned around in a heartbeat. We were already signing their obituary. Baron clawed back in impressive fashion and was able to neutralize this at 1 game apiece. Baron's still in control of their own destiny to make the top 8.
Yeah, the power of Nightmare Cats.
Yeah, no kidding. Oh, Luris just on display.
It was really the Treasure Cruise is huge because that was a actual ancestral through all of the lock pieces.
That found the wasteland for the saga.
And it found the repeal.
The repeal.
Yeah.
Man, we've seen recalls find answers all day. Who would have guessed?
But you're behind. Just top deck ancestor recall into whatever you need.
Easy. Not a big deal.
It's not a difficult game, people.
All right, here is some bobble draws. Going through the motion here. Workshop off the top. Better head back to the shop because we're going to game 3.
Oof. Got some bars over there.
Oh, yeah. Ooh, and took themselves out with Tomb. I like it.
Falling on your own sword.
All right, any updates from our back table?
Okay, I can tell you fake news is 6-1 with Oath.
Well, is that fake news or is that real news?
That is real news.
Okay, so that's another Oath player. The 2 people that are locked are 2 Oath decks so far.
Yeah, all of our other X1s are still playing.
Okay, any other, who did they beat, did we see, or?
Serum Visions, it looks like.
Okay, so Serum Vision's likely still in.
They have pretty good breakers. They'll be in the mix.
Yeah.
You never know. They are behind the Jig is Always Up.
Yeah.
Who's finished. They won their last round. They're listed ahead of Serum Visions in the standings at 5-2.
So far. But these tiebreakers will change.
Other matches will finish.
And exclamation point standings, is this correct, Director? For them to... Okay, so explanation point standings in chat, and you can see the rankings as they go at this point. And all right, getting into the game here. Big Z, turn 1 Tomb into Null Rod with no other mana stuff. Interesting.
Yeah. And with Soul Ring Mox Pearl in hand, I think you got to force this.
You have to, right? Probably pitching a trap. Yep.
But no colored mana. A risky keep from Baron. Has a lot of good early interaction. Might go for the strip mine on this ancient
And
tomb.
the strip mine's gonna look good, right? And the blue mana's great. I think I like strip mine, Mox Pearl, Soul Ring, right?
Yeah.
Thank God. Bigsy's hand is bad after the strip mine, which doesn't get cast.
Oh, they're
Buying
going for the
Lurrus.
Lurrus. That's huge. That gives them a turn. They could resolve this Crucible, and
Oh
now the strip mine's not a
my.
problem.
Big situational misstep. I can't say a misplay by any means.
And there's another Null Rod. So I think you gotta resolve the Crucible to play around their strip mine.
And the Null Rod wouldn't have been able to be cast if we strip mined. A potentially game match tournament wrecking mistake.
None of this would be able to be cast.
I mean, if there was a land on top from Big Z, next turn there'd be Null Rod, but oh man. Somehow Lurrus still can't be cast. Okay, it looks like
we can cast the Lurrus. Misty for a Black Source.
So you can also like demonic into draw 3. You can demonic into Time Walk.
But if I'm playing this Lurrus, I kind of want to just demonic for Mishra's Bauble.
That feels bad. I think I'd rather take the risk and demonic for recall.
Yeah, then we have the Force Up.
And you can still strip mine at this point, but yeah, strip mine is just bad now. Really feeling for Baron watching this back because the way it stands, of course, this is not a punt by any means, but a situational punt for sure.
Yeah, definitely a play they're going to regret. It made sense, the line they took. It was a lot more mana efficient.
Yeah.
Let them get the Lurrus down quickly. You're still going to get the strip mine. Ancient Tomb isn't the highest value target anyway.
And if they have another tomb and they're a mana heavy hand, this could be terrible. And by playing Null Rod right away, you would think that you have a lot of mana because you clearly don't have Moxes. So, like, if I'm trying to paint together why my opponent would have done that, I think I very well could have came to the same conclusion that, they got enough mana, I don't want to strip mine them right now.
Yeah.
You know, like,
I'll save this for an Urza Saga.
Exactly. You know, so I think that is totally reasonable. But definitely worked out horribly for them.
Yeah, Max punished. If they had Gitaxian Probe, it would have been a very different game.
Oh yeah, the game would be over.
Yeah, I like your plan of Demonic Tutor for Ancestral though. Find a blue card for this Force Will. Hopefully, find a Bauble or something else to do.
Yeah.
If this Null Rod resolves, the game's over.
Yeah,
you're just out of mana.
There is recall. Draw 3.
Hopefully, draw Black Lotus.
Key Saga Force.
Well, we found the blue card. We found keys, so Vault is game.
Yep. But Null Rod's coming down, but we do have the way to prevent it.
Saga kind of sucks.
Now, do we strip mine now, or does that just feel way too bad?
Make much of a difference.
I don't think it does.
The awkward part here is we're not going to be able to play our Lurrus.
So Ancient Tomb off the top would have meant, even with that other play, we'd be playing Magic this turn. So that would have been a big sweat top deck if the strip mine went at the tomb or initially.
Agreed. Strip mine does hit the Underground Sea, so that's going to cut Lurrus off, and I imagine we will see Null Rod get cast.
Yep, and another update from our back table. Another in is Allies Forever with blue-black tempo. Locked it up.
This is probably Stonecoil Serpent into Null Rod, but maybe Null Rod into Thorn.
Or Patchwork Automaton.
Automaton, yeah. Said Serpent, I meant.
Oh, sure.
I don't know why I said
Sure.
Looks like they're opting for Null Rod into Thorn, so the more conservative play.
Okay.
And this makes sense. When you have extra mana from Crucible, I'd rather just cut off theirs. So this is sort of like assuming they have another counterspell after they Ancestraled, and they did. So you still get to Thorn, which is solid. You cut off Lurrus unless they find a black source. And you're well, there's our black source for Lurrus, but does Lurrus even bring anything back?
It doesn't. It doesn't have a single thing to bring back right now.
But I mean, I still think we should just do it.
Yeah, I mean, if you're doing absolutely nothing else.
Yeah, we can land cycle with the Mox, with the Sapphire, get a black source, use Soul Ring, Pearl, black source, play the Lurrus, then we can play the Saga if we want to. Saga doesn't really do anything.
Yeah, nothing does much. I mean, you can do this to play Lurrus.
I'm inclined to play Urza Saga and strip mine them just to keep them off balance for as long as I can.
Yeah.
Because if I can just stop them from playing things, keep them occupied with my stuff,
Maybe you can top deck the vault.
yeah, I just have more and more turns to do that.
Yeah. And that's the main thing. Like, the long game is going to go to the Crucible strip mine deck. You know?
Oh, we played the lures with the key. Even
Yeah.
better.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can untap the Mox
Untap
Pearl.
the Mox Pearl with the key. Okay. I like that.
Okay, so now you want to get strip mine back, and do we just blow this up too? I think I would.
Oh yeah, definitely
Play
blow up.
Automaton.
Definitely blow that up. Play Automaton. That's actually going to put them to 10. The more stuff you. Oh yeah, it's non-creature, so you can play Automaton.
Yep.
But the Automaton's not a good blocker. Maybe you just play 2/2 Serpent, so you don't, because you're at 12. Like if you go to 10 and let them attack you to 7, that's a problem.
I do like 2/2 Serpent better now that you say that.
Yeah, it feels
you need
bad.
To
but
stop this.
Yeah, it looks like that's what they're doing. I can see the
X. Yeah.
Yeah, the X cost payment.
Okay, so there is Serpent. And we need a big draw. Force of Will. Right. Unblockable.
Okay, Manifold Keys, Secret Second Ability. This is a problem.
Yeah.
We might be just stealing this game.
Oh my god, I didn't really realize that had more text.
They need to find another Null Rod.
Yeah, because what are you going to do? Bring back an Ancient Tomb here? Play a Nettle Cyst?
Then you're dead. You're just dead on board if you do that.
Yeah. You can play Nettle Cyst here. You just shorten your
Ooh.
clock.
I don't think you can play the Automaton. I think you just have to pass and hope to draw Null Rod.
Yeah, because you give yourself an extra turn, I guess. You really don't, though. Yeah, because you can't play this, otherwise you can't play another spell.
Yeah. So you have to just pass. Oh my god. Baron is going to steal this game too when it looked like they were obliterated because they found the counterspell for the second Null Rod.
Now, what can you draw? Wow, this game, we were counting Big Z already into the top 8. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
Oh, and they have the Force Will, so you can't even resolve your Null Rod. So
yeah, you don't.
What are you even drawing?
I mean, you play the island if you want. You don't have to.
Like top deck Pithing Needle isn't going to do it. Another Ancient Tomb certainly not going to do it.
Wow. I mean, what can you get for 1 mana to deal with the key? And that's it. Baron of Bacon taking it down, advancing to our 4th slot. And honestly, our 5th slot's probably Serum Visions. The jig is up. Probably still Big Z. And that's pretty much our top 8 all wrapped up already.
We got Baron of Bacon, Fake News, and Allies Forever at 6-1. Wizard 2002 is still playing at 6-0. And we have Usunk, Gregorius Sil, and Moon Madness still playing.
Yeah, so we'll bring up the standings a little bit to give a little visual representation before we sign off for the day. But as it stands, we have 2 Oath decks at the top. We'll pull this up from our director. Oh, I guess it has updated now. So yeah, we got Allies Forever locked. Fake News locked. That's blue tempo, Dimir, essentially. The white's only for Luris.
Yeah, 2 Oath decks, 2 Dimir decks.
Yep.
And then if we scroll down to 14 to 16 is where our other 5-1s are still playing. One of them is playing against Wizard, and the other 2 are playing each other. Not sure how that pairing went down. Configuration it's in. So we'll have at least 1 winner out of the match that's 2 5-1s as another person locked. Potentially another one if they beat Wizard.
Yep.
And that's our 5 or 6 locks, and then it comes down to breakers. And Ale we saw has now leapfrogged at the top of the breaker pile.
Oh man, the jig is up, is falling out after that 4-0 start. Went loss, and win, and now is maybe gonna get there. But yeah, as it stands, there's our top 8. Big Z's gonna make it in there. Looks like Big Z will not make it in now because one person's for sure jumping. So it looks like Big Z is probably in 9th. 8th place, if we scroll to the top again.
It looks like Serum Visions is the bubble right now.
Yeah, Serum Vision has a chance, especially if the person playing up wins. Then that helps out Serum Visions, but that could be another Shops deck fallen victim as well. A lot of Dimir decks making it in, Ross.
A lot of Dimir, a lot of Oath.
Yeah, it's just Dimir versus Oath, battle of the precons.
Very rough day for Mono White Initiative.
Yep.
Most play deck by a significant margin.
And
they were doing
maybe,
good really early,
Up
but
till about through like round 3.
yeah.
Rounds 4 and 5 we're not kind to them. Mood Madness still live at 5-1. Even if they lose, maybe they'll have good enough breakers. We
Okay.
might have one in the top 8, but maybe none.
Wow.
As a like 25% of the field.
A fourth of the decks to then make it for none of the players off 86 people to begin with. That's really impressive.
Yeah, and then Usunk and Gregorius, the other X1s playing it out right now, are both Oath players.
And that's just another Oath deck in the top,
Yeah, so it really is going to be Oath against
the world.
Atraxa against Bowmaster. Who will win?
Who will win? All right, let's bring it back to the booth. That's going to be, we're going to wind down this broadcast here. But anybody who is looking to see the top 8, have no fear. The top 8 will start tomorrow. We like to, we got an update?
Wizard 2002 won their match.
Okay.
So that knocks one of the X1s down to X2. It looks like it's Gregorius and Usunk who are playing against each other.
Okay. And one of them is in, right?
Yeah, the winner of that match will definitely be in at 6-1.
And that's the Oath Mirror.
Yes.
So Serum Visions is out. The Jig is always up. Looks like he's going to sneak in at 8th and play against Wizards 2002, which I believe was a rematch. I think they played like round 5.
Yeah, because the Jig started 4-0.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
They'll try to get their revenge. Yeah, it looks like LL A37 and the Jig is always up are going to be, and Moon Madness, who lost to Wizard.
Okay,
so
but had enough breakers. So we do have one initiative deck representing. Boo!
Yeah. So like we thought, the person who gets paired against Wizard, their breakers are going to get helped out enough that they'll make it in with a loss.
And they skyrocketed to the top there, as we see. That's kind of how that usually works.
Yeah.
But.
So if you look at the standings right now, as you see on your screen, looks like top 7 are in, and then whoever wins the matchup between Gregorius and Usunk, which is an Oath Mirror.
Yeah. So I bet Oath is going to win. So is that what going to be 1, 2, 3? How many Oath decks up top?
Looks like 3 in our top 8. Looks like we're going to have 3 Oaths, 3 Demir decks, 1 Tinker, 1 Initiative.
Okay. Honestly, not a terrible top 8. That's a lot of 2 decks, of course.
And the Tinker deck is like the super paradoxical outcome version.
Yes.
Not the Dark Ritual version.
What do you think? Who do you think is going to take it down tomorrow? You can come back to the booth at us, Adrian. I think we're done with the standing, but.
The deck I've been most impressed by, and I think you would agree with me, is Oath.
Yeah.
So my money is on one of the Oath decks, and so far undefeated players Oath, but they're losing the quarters.
100%.
So that has to happen.
Not a chance. Wizard 2002 has a chance to make it out of the quarters.
Yeah.
Should have conceded the last round, right?
Yeah. And then Fake News can't win because then that would be fake news.
That would be
which
fake
means
news.
They would have lost.
So now they're winning. Yeah.
So it's got to be whoever wins the match right now. This is basically the finals. Gregorius against Usunk.
Yes.
It's the finals right now. We don't even have to come back tomorrow.
But we're still gonna. But we are still gonna. So that's gonna be the top 8. I still want to see the paradoxical outcome deck win. Yes, I think Oath is probably favored.
That's the favorite in my heart.
Exactly. That deck looked really cool. Looked powerful, but yeah, it's hard to argue with the dominance that we saw from the Oath of Druid decks.
Yeah, the Oath deck was the deck that seemed like it was both capable of just doing its own thing and going over the top of you, and also beating you in an interactive game where it draws a bunch of cards and overwhelms you with attrition.
100% agreed. So, all right, everyone, that is going to be it for us today, but have no fear. Tomorrow, the broadcast will continue for our top 8 players at noon Eastern time. So make sure to tune in then. It goes by quick. I mean, it's 1 to 2 hours and these tournaments are done. So make sure you join us right away. The one thing we don't want to do on the Mana Trader series is interrupt players or anything, disrupt their playing experience. So we just jump in when we can and try to watch as much Magic as we can. So looking forward to the next series. If you want to be a part of the Mana Trader series, you can use !Bash Bros in chat. That will give you the code Bash Bros Whoa. Yeah, I believe it's Bash Bros Whoa. We can double check that. Okay, Bash Bros Whoa. It's always whatever the set acronym is. That will be the code that'll give you the highest percentage off. That'll save you 15% off your first
15?
2.
I can't even count that high.
That's how good it is.
Hold on. Let's work together.
15, this many?
15.
For 2 whole months?
Yeah.
That's a lot of clams.
Teamwork percentages off.
That's a lot of clams. You're going to be saving a lot of money, and you can rent any kind of deck. Modern series is going to be the next one, and we believe it's an open series. We're going to get that confirmed after this, and we'll give you a final confirmation with that and the date of the Modern open event. Now, if it is open, you can just play. You don't have to qualify for the season. That is going to mean it's going to be a much larger event. So be ready to, have to win a lot of matches. 9-1, you know,
This
8-2 and get lucky on breakers.
this was a 7-rounder today. That's
Yeah.
going to be 9 or 10.
9 or 10. Exactly. Modern's the best format. It's the most popular format too. So if you want to test your skills, do some practicing, get the Mana Traders load program so you can start figuring out what your favorite deck is. Let us know why it's Jeskai Breach on Twitter, you know, in the comment section here of these videos, in the YouTube comment sections if you're watching this on YouTube. We all know it's Breach, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, of course. I mean, easy.
I mean, we have a definitive 2-person sample here, and it was an easy 2 to nothing. So yeah,
exactly.
conclusion.
Breach
Send
is
it to
great.
the presses. New York Times, print it.
Breach is great. We're great. Adrian behind the scenes is great. And the Mana Traders series is great as well. So thank you so much for watching, everyone. And we'll see you at noon Eastern time tomorrow to wrap this all up. See ya.